I'm gonna take that as a no.
Rabbit.
Trying to take a fat ass rip.
Okay.
Oh shit. Cheers, brother. God damn. I suck dick, bro. What the fuck? Shit is ass. Oh, shit on. Bussy blaster. The fuck? Peek me, bitch. I need headshots. Ah. Nah, bro, my haircut is clean, bro. Yo, Jordan, you can't even cut, right? It's fire.
When you cut butthole hairs?
No, bro. You gotta get a set for yourself for your booty hole. Your booty hole hairs.
Nah, bro.
Nah. Game is so loud, it's not even funny. Yo, you're lagging! Oh my god, bro. This dude literally like fucking in front of my gun, yo. Or past my bullet or whatever the fuck. Let me lower myself. I might be too low. Is that better? On that shit. I'm about to give my smart hub, my smart TV brother to Easy. Make his ass watch the shows. Oh, shit. Take off your pants. You're gonna get fucked. Take off your pants now. I am not playing. They're being friends, brother.
Say goodbye to your account.
Oh, yo, I'm so fucking faded, Jordan. You don't understand, brother.
happened?
So fucking faded right now. I smoke like 2 joints. You're faded in the home.
Bro, I know you want to make it.
Let me really say that I'm not online. Oh man. Tighten up. Tighten up, gang.
Actually, decent KD.
Oh my god, he got shit on. Yo, tighten up, E. Oh my god, why am I so ass, Jordan? Playing, bro. Yo, how do I hit my shots, Jordan? Is my sensitivity too low or something?
Crank it up.
Crank it up a little bit. I think you're right, bro. That shit might be a little too slow. Oh my god, it's got a headshot first try. Oh my god, Jordan, you got it, you got it. Beat me, pussy. I'm dead as fuck. I'm pranked, yo. Playing Ring Around the Rosies, bro. These fools. Grown men playing Ring Around the Rosies, bro. I can't kill them. Oh, he got shit on. No, I got tapped like that. Bro, my shot is actually almost hitting. Oh, man. How's my mic? It's not too loud. Not too loud, bro. I'm gonna take that as a no. Take that as a yes. Hmm. My fucking head is hurting. Can't choose this dick. Hey, yo.
On these pencils. On for a while. Have a good day, guys. Thank you. It is, yeah. He's a friendly boy. Very friendly. Yeah, it's all, bro.
Los Angeles. The byline was Terry England, and the headline was LA man joins the jet set at 200 miles an hour. And in the body of this article, England identified the young engineer by his name and his employer. He called him a physicist at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility. In a 2021 interview, Terry England said that he had taken Lazar's self-described physicist job title at face value and had not fact-checked it. But that phrase was in print in a local newspaper in 1982, 7 years before Bob Lazar went on television and 6 years before he said he started at S4. So it is at minimum evidence that in 1982, Bob Lazar was in some way connected by some form or another to Los Alamos National Laboratory. And a 1982 internal Los Alamos phone directory also lists him by name, Lazar Robert, with the designation K/M next to it. K/M stood for Kirkmeyer, a contractor that supplied technical staff to Los Alamos. But then in 1989, when Stanton Friedman called Los Alamos to verify Lazar's employment claim, Los Alamos said they had no record of him. But by 1989, the Bob Lazar UFO story was also national. So there's conflicting documentation and evidence. They say they have no record of him, but there is record of him. For sure, there, in a phone book. So that's kind of interesting, and George Knapp had a question in regard to that of his own. If Los Alamos was saying there was no record, how did the Los Alamos Monitor describe Lazar as a physicist at the Mason Physics Facility in 1982 with apparent institutional access? So, after that question, Knapp wrote to Los Alamos to inquire further. In August of 1993, he got a letter back. The letter was from Diane Benegas, public information specialist at Los Alamos National Laboratory, and she...
Yo, Bob Lazar is not suicidal, bro. Oh my god, I suck penis, yo. Whose name is I'm gonna come? Oh shit, motherfucker. Yo, my fade looks so clean on the cami, bruh. I missed. Ain't no way. What? Bro! Kill him. My huevo. That was my kill. How you not dead, you motherfucker, bruh? I'm so ass. I'm like so cheap.
New York Knicks. Villanova connection.
No fucking way. Yo, my gun is so fucking huge, bro. It can't fit through the doorway. Oh, I can't believe I missed. Just barely. Oh, you motherfucker, bruh.
Let me make that $75 real quick.
Changed the way I train. I was always so guarded.
Where are you, Zoidberg?
Everybody knows I love visiting Grammy because she gives me love.
No way.
Excuse me? How many pets do you have? Alright, no worries. Thank you.
Need one more headshot.
This one. Is that okay with you? Okay, fine. Right? Because Art's my boy, and I don't want problems with Art. Okay. You guys... Like, I don't know what... And Art's my boy. And... I think they get killed.
Exactly why. Fast.
Okay.
Benefits of seeing.
This shit is so loud. Oh my god. I'm not gonna be able to get a headshot by the end of this fucking thing, bro. No, it's not a headshot. Oh my god. I need to like camp somewhere. How did you even see me, bro? What the fuck? He's actually camping there? Oh my god, how are you even able to see me like that? No way, I'm getting killed by this guy, bro. From where? Need a headshot, bro. And he ate that. No way I ain't kill him, bro. Is that not a headshot? Was that not a headshot? Oh my god. I just need one more, bro. There's no way. Why they putting me with like the fucking gayest people ever? What?
Alright, gangster, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm falling asleep in my chair.
Nah, no worries, bro. You have a good night, gang.
You homie.
Thank you, bro. Let's go! I finished the fucking challenge, yo. Okay, finally, gang.
Wrote, "We have no personnel records on. Our personnel people tell me we only archive records of Los Alamos employees. That is, those of us who are employed by the University of California." So, Los Alamos did not say Bob Lazar never worked there. They said he was not their employee to keep records on. He was, as the phone directory suggested, a contractor. The Tech 3 positions at Los Alamos in 1982, Benegas wrote, required no 4-year degree, just a 2-year technical certificate or equivalent experience. But they did require a Q clearance, the Department of Energy's top secret clearance for nuclear weapons access. What that means is that in some form or another, the simple debunk collapses under one of the lab's own letters. What it does not mean is that Lazar was a physicist at Los Alamos, though. He was more likely a contractor with clearance, which is its own kind of credible and its own kind of insufficient. Kirkmeyer's records of Bob Lazar have never been produced either, so there's not a lot of information out there. There's not many people in those institutions rushing to Bob Lazar's aid, which honestly makes sense. Now, I mentioned the Q clearance. Lazar has also said separately that he has held 2 clearances. A Q clearance at Los Alamos, which is real and required for the contractor position that he had, but there was no public record of it ever being issued, and for his work at S4, which is a higher clearance he called Majestic, which sounds so cool that it is crazy. No such clearance level exists in any unclassified Department of Energy or Department of Defense documentation. The word Majestic in US UFO history appears in one place, a set of documents called the MJ-12 that the FBI determined to be a hoax. You know what else the FBI determined to be a Democratic hoax? The Epstein files. And they also killed Martin Luther King. So I don't know if the FBI is a source of credibility at this point. And also, Stanton Friedman, who called Bob Lazar a fraud, defended the MJ-12 documents as authentic for the rest of his life. It's very confusing, to be honest with you, and the more research you do, the less clear it becomes. You kind of just have to pick a side, really. For once, I'm gonna be honest with you. I put a lot of effort into staying on top of my health. I work out, I eat pretty well, and every single day I take a massive stack of supplements. Here's one now. The one thing I've always put off historically is going to the doctor. I just keep saying, I'll do it next week, and then next week becomes 10, 15 years or so. But ZocDoc made it so I couldn't keep dodging it. It's a free app and website that helps you find and book high quality in-network doctors so you can find someone that you love. Over 150,000 providers across all 50 states, 200 plus specialties. You search for what you need, read verified reviews from real people, see who's available right now, and book instantly. You can do in-person or telehealth video visit, whatever works for you. Most appointments happen fast, typically within just 24 to 72 hours of booking, and sometimes even same day. Stop putting off those appointments. Go to zocdoc.com/Oompaville to find and instantly book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc.com or zocdoc.com/Oompaville. This video is sponsored by ZocDoc. There's another fact about Bob Lazar that almost nobody talks about, including the people who have been calling him a fraud for 35 years. It's not about UFOs. It is about a woman named Carol. Carol Lazar, Bob Lazar's first wife's maiden name was Nadine Asher. She was Carol Nadine Asher, born in California in the mid-1940s. And in 1975, Carol Asher was charged with second-degree murder in the state of California. She pleaded guilty and served prison time. The court records of the case have not been fully released to the public as of this video being made, to be clear. But what independent researchers have documented is that she was released by late 1977, and that after her release, she took a job at Fairchild Industries, which is a California aerospace manufacturer, as a test technician. Bob also worked at Fairchild, and that is where they met. She was 15 years older than he was, and on July 27th, 1980, in Woodland Hills, California, they got married. She was 3 years past a prison sentence for second-degree murder, and he was 21 years old. By the way, second-degree murder is killing with malice. Basically, you meant to do it, but you didn't think about it for very long. It was not premeditated. First-degree murder is when you plan it out and you kill somebody. So, you know, just for a little clarification there.
Crazy.
This little guy has something to say. I am not able to understand the amount of drama that has plagued this man's existence. Bob Lazar, that is. Always with the racism. Hey, I'm not racist! Bro's a straight anti-Semite, too. He starts yapping. I read about mitzvah and like lending and all this crazy stuff. It's weird. For 6 years, they were married. Bob Lazar moved through the early 1980s as the Los Alamos Monitor described him. He built the jet car in 1982. The encounter he says he had with Edward Teller, the physicist who fathered the U.S. hydrogen bomb, happened in June of the same year. By the middle of 1982, Bob Lazar's name was on the Los Alamos phone directory as a Kirkmeyer contractor. He was, by every account, a young man building experimental projects on credit and on his own enthusiasm, a pattern that 4 years later would end him in bankruptcy court. Anyways, back to the marriage. Bob Lazar's account of the marriage in later interviews is that Carol was unhappy and that she was ill. There are no contemporaneous public accounts that document either claim, to be fair, but what is in the public record is that by the start of 1986, Bob had started seeing Tracy Ann Merck. And then, on April 19th, 1986, Bob did something. He married Tracy Merck at the We've Only Just Begun wedding chapel in Las Vegas. He was on that date still legally married with his first wife, Carol. That's bigamy. I don't think you can do that unless you're Joseph Smith. 2 days later, on April 26, 1986, Carol Lazar was found dead in the garage of the home which she shared with Bob at 1933 and Greta Street, Las Vegas. And the cause of the death was carbon monoxide poisoning. She had run her car in the closed garage and died from the fumes. The case was referred to the Clark County coroner and given file number 001423-86. No autopsy was ever performed. It was pretty cut and dry. The coroner did note that rigor mortis had already begun to dissipate by the time her body was found. That means that she had been deceased for hours before she was found. Bob Lazar's account of his wife's death in interviews then and since is that Carol was dying of pancreatic cancer and she had taken her own life. But no medical record of a pancreatic cancer diagnosis has ever surfaced. So, but it's also, you know, private and all that shit. By the way, I'm obviously not implying that Bob Lazar killed his wife or that she was murdered or anything. It is just tragic, dramatic weight to this man's life that can give you either a sense to trust or distrust him. I don't know anybody who's had more crazy shit happen. 3 months after Carol's death on July 21st, 1986, Bob Lazar filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in Las Vegas Federal Bankruptcy Court. In case number BK860.
How are you not dead?
Just in case you want to look it up. The reason cited on the filing for bankruptcy was death of spouse. In the end of October 1986, Bob and Tracy were married a second time, but this time it was legally. So his first wife is now dead, and the bigamous wedding was now a real wedding, and the bankruptcy had erased everything pretty much from before. And that would be one of the craziest things in this entire man's life if her husband hadn't, in the next 4 years, done all this other insane, crazy shit. So, back to 1989. Bob goes on television to tell the world about S4. In 1990, the year after, he's arrested for pandering The charge was that Bob Lazar had recruited a prostitute named Tony Bullock and was running her business out of an apartment complex on Tamarisk Street in Las Vegas called Newport Cove. He maintained the computer records, kept the license plate numbers of clients, photographed clients in a waiting room, and took at least 50% of the fees. That is all according to law enforcement. 50%? That's crazy, man. On June 18th, 1990, Bob Lazar pleaded guilty to felony pandering before Judge Jack Lehman of the 8th Judicial District Court of Nevada. On August 20th, 1990, he was sentenced to a 3-year suspended sentence with probation and 150 hours of community service, a ban from brothels, and 1 year of mandatory psychotherapy. Just in case you didn't know, brothels are legal in Nevada. So, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, in its reporting on the case the next day, referred to Bob Lazar as UFO Witness Lazar, which is pretty interesting. It's important to note the Deputy District Attorney John Lukens told the Review-Journal that there were no drugs, nor was there any indication of force or coercion. So he had a pretty above-board sex prostitution ring that he ran out of an apartment complex. He took 50% of the fees. I mean, it seems pretty crazy. Initially, one of Bob's defenses was that he was trying to help Tony, the first prostitute, modernize her business by giving it computer systems and stuff like that. But then in the actual case records and everything, it seemed like he kind of started it a little bit. You know, he's kind of like the main guy. That's why they split 50% of the fees. A lot of Bob's supporters heavily implied that all of these things had been massively embellished and exaggerated to discredit him. A lot of people also say that this has nothing to do with aliens or UFOs, so who gives? And honestly, I get it, all right? Yeah, you know what? The charge was originally aiding and abetting a prostitution ring, but then was reduced to felony pandering, which is like different from pimping. It's you use coercion to create a prostitute it's not like through force or whatever, but it is kind of through force because it's coercive. It's not good either way. It's bad. It's pretty bad. But like people say, it doesn't have a lot to do with UFOs or science or extraterrestrials or anything like that. So Bob later started a chemicals company, the next logical step after a prostitution ring, called United Nuclear Scientific Equipment and Supplies. The company sold restricted chemicals, some of them used in illegal fireworks, by mail order. And in 2003, federal investigators raided United Nuclear's offices and pulled its chemical sales records. In 2006, the company was charged under the Federal Hazardous Substances Act with 3 counts of introducing banned substances into interstate commerce. And in 2007, United Nuclear pleaded guilty. The corporation paid a $7,500 fine and was placed on 3 years of probation. As a part of the plea, the government agreed not to bring personal charges against Bob Lazar or his third wife, Joy White. That's a lot of run-ins with the government. They really seem interested in this guy, to be honest with you. Then, on December 22nd, 2015, a 31-year-old woman named Janelle Sturtzel died of thallium poisoning in Houghton, Michigan. The Michigan State Police and the FBI traced the thallium back to United Nuclear's online store. And in 2017, agents arrived at United Nuclear's offices in Michigan. Bob Lazar cooperated, giving investigators voluntary access to the company's computers. He was not a suspect, and the search warrant the agents had brought was not served. In subsequent interviews, Bob Lazar has at times implied that the 2017 visit was government pressure related to what he saw at S4. The Bob Lazar story is at minimum a story about what people will believe when nobody's flipping over the package to read the ingredients. Speaking of which, are our sour gummies. 37% less sugar than Sour Patch Kids, 0 numbered dyes, and real fruit purees, concentrated juices. The other guys use numbered dyes like Red 40. You might as well be putting thallium in that shit. Just kidding. That's a horrible joke to me, but I don't really care that much. They also don't have fruit in theirs. Go to sour.gg, don't buy corporate slop, support the little guys, and use code OOMPA to get 10% off, by the way. We've released almost 100 different flavors and have dozens on our site right now. So thank you to me for sponsoring this video. Remember the fella we talked about earlier in the video, a fellow by the name of Stanton Friedman, who didn't really like Bob Lazar and said that he was a fraud? He died in May of 2019. Before that, for nearly 50 years, he was the most relentless investigator of UFO claims working in the United States of America. He had a master's in nuclear physics from the University of Chicago, and he'd worked on classified nuclear aircraft propulsion programs for General Electric, Aerojet General, and Westinghouse in the 1950s and the 60s. This guy was at ground zero. All right. He spent the rest of his life walking into archives and registrars' offices and field-checking claims. He believed the 1947 Roswell incident was completely real, and and he believed the United States government had recovered alien craft. But he could not find a way to believe Bob Lazar. He published his investigation in International UFO Reporter. The article was titled, "The Bob Lazar Fraud," and that title and the position it stated, he had never walked back. Friedman's load-bearing sentence on Lazar, the one quoted in every subsequent investigation of the man, was, "Scientists leave trails. Lazar is not a scientist." So what does that mean to the layman? Well, luckily Stanton elaborated. He has no published papers, no co-authors, no thesis committee, no qualifying exams. There's not many lone wolf scientists. Friedman investigated Lazar in person. He visited MIT. He visited Caltech. He pulled Lazar's old high school transcripts at Westbury, Long Island. He drove to Pierce Junior College in Los Angeles, confirmed the only post-secondary attendance Lazar's paper trail could substantiate. He actually put in the work, and his conclusion was that Bob Lazar was a complete fraud. Now, Stanton isn't just this guy who hates UFOs, though. He thinks Roswell was legit. I wish this guy would be able to see what they got now. Oh, by the way, also, this UFO disclosure thing that's been going on recently, honestly, release the Epstein files. Finish with that first. But it's pretty exciting. I want to see more. So far, everything we've seen is the same shit we've been seeing for the last couple years. There has been absolutely nothing new, even remotely interesting. It all just looks like the same old bullshit or weather balloons. And show me some aliens, dude. Show me some stuff. I want to see the real shit, man. Nothing would make me believe Bob Lazar more than if it was just real. And by the way, I do believe Bob Lazar, by the way, just so you guys are wondering. There's like a big part of my rash. I want to believe Bob Lazar. It's kind of like Bigfoot for me. There's not a lot of evidence, but like the stories are interesting and they've stayed the same. So there's like, it's you can put a level of trust in it, but you can't bet your life on it, you know? Or maybe you can. A lot of people can. A lot of people are gonna be really mad at me that I made this video, unfortunately, but I'm one of you guys. I'm one of you idiots. I'm a fellow idiot, all right? I promise to you. But in order to be a real idiot, you also have to acknowledge the facts. And then still decide in the face of the facts and the knowledge and the information that you are going to continue being an idiot. Like a me. Anyways, back to Stanton Friedman. There's one detail that matters more than any of the rest. In 1984, Friedman, William Moore, and Jamie Shandera helped surface a set of documents called the Majestic 12 Papers, or MJ-12. The documents purported to be Truman-era briefings on a classified U.S. government program that recovered crashed alien aircraft. The FBI examined the documents and labeled them completely bogus. Philip Klass, a skeptic and aviation journalist, demonstrated that the Harry Truman signature on the documents had been photocopied from an unrelated 1947 memo. Stanton Friedman defended the MJ-12 documents as authentic for the next 35 years. He died on that hill, literally. He published a book on them and defended them at conferences. He never recanted. And that is the man who called Bob Lazar a fraud. The most credentialed UFO researcher in the country believed the documents the FBI called a hoax, but rejected the live human witness who described S4. And a lot of what Bob Lazar has said about S4 is also coming true, or at least aspects of it. One of the biggest points to Bob not being a fraud and being an honest man, and one of the things that I really attach to be honest, is the consistency of his storytelling. Over the last 35 years, Bob has told his story. For the first time, he told it on KLAS in May of 1989. He's told it again and again in public, roughly every year since. He told the story on Larry King Now in 2019. He told it in Jeremy Corbell's 2018 Netflix documentary called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and Flying Saucers. He told it on Joe Rogan in June of 2019, which is the most viewed episode of Joe Rogan's podcast of all time. It has over 60 million views. And he told it again on Joe Rogan last month, in which they announced a new show that I watched. And honestly, the dude did a lot of really cool art and stuff. He did it all in Blender, and it was really fun to watch, and it was a great piece of media. And they released some new stuff in that. That's pretty interesting and pretty compelling. Regardless, in every retelling, the load-bearing details are the same. S4 was a hangar in the desert southwest of Groom Lake, built into the side of a hill on Papoose Lake, and with the most recent documentary that they released, they went into more detail as to that being an actual verified fact. There's a video of this guy flying, Google flying, and you can see the thing. I don't know if I'm allowed to use literal footage from the documentary in this video, without getting sued because it's so recent, but I tried to find the evidence online and I couldn't. Bob has also consistently said the craft that he was allowed to enter was called the Sport Model. It ran on element 115. The reactor at its center amplified a gravitational field that already existed inside the atom. He held a piece of the element. He met Edward Teller in 1982. His S4 work began in December of 1988 and ended on April 7th, 1989. He was debriefed at Indian Springs. Names of the programs that he describes: Project Galileo, Project Sigma. They do not change. The interior dimensions of the Sport Model do not change. The position of the chair, the shape of the doorway, the kid size scale, the interior, the wax cast surface texture, none of it changes. Fabricated stories, in my experience, from what I know, they tend to drift. Maybe Bob's just a better fabricator because his story doesn't really drift. Obviously, it's possible for someone to lie in the exact same way for 35 years. For sure. It's happened a lot, probably. I mean, look at just the government. It's pretty consistent there. The consistency itself does not prove that Lazar was at S4. A career-long con artist could have discipline and could maintain the same story for 35 years. The consistency, though, does prove that whatever Lazar believes happened to him, he is not just making it up as he goes along. He made it all up once and has been telling and retelling that same story with the same details to dozens of interviewers across 4 decades. 21-year-old narrator who said this in 1989 and the 65-year-old man who says it on Joe Rogan in 2026, they're just saying the same shit. And that's not nothing. It's also not proof, obviously. It is an indissolvable fact about Bob Lazar. Oh, and also element 115, by the way. Remember how that didn't exist at the time of Bob announcing it? In 1989, what Bob Lazar said about element 115 was, in the consensus of physicists, complete and total nonsense. But in August of 2003, a team at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research at Dubna, Russia, working with Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory in California, synthesized atomic number 115 for the first time. The result was confirmed independently a decade later by the GSI Helmholtz Center in Darmstadt, Germany, and Lund University in Sweden in 2013. Element 115 exists, and it now has a name. Element 115 is called moscovium, chemical symbol MC, named for the Moscow Oblast where the JINR sits. Now, where it differs from what Bob Lazar said is that the isotopes that have been synthesized so far have half-lives of milliseconds. The longest-lived isotope, moscovium-290, has a half-life of about 650 milliseconds. These half-lives are far shorter than what Bob Lazar described. What Bob Lazar described was an isotope of 115 that was stable enough to hold in his hand across a desk for hours and not kill him or blow up or explode, but rather be used in ancient alien technology. No documented isotope of moscovium synthesized to date has had that kind of stability. However, there is a published theoretical model called the Island of Stability, which predicts that certain heavier isotopes of certain transuranic elements, including 115, should be substantially more stable than the isotopes that have been synthesized so far. Specifically, isotope 291 of moscovium, which has not been synthesized, is theoretically predicted to have a half-life on the order of seconds, which is longer than milliseconds, if you didn't know. That is still not stable in your hands for hours, but it is a category of stability that back in 1989, the physicists who heard Lazar, they called that impossible. The category is no longer impossible. It is in the open peer-reviewed literature, and it is obviously debated, but it's out there. So that obviously does not vindicate Bob Lazar. But also, 115 was never synthesized then, and now it has been, and it's getting closer and closer. The macroscopic quantity claim he made is still scientifically unsupported, and I would know, because I'm a scientist. Now, how about what the United States Senate did in 2023? Also doesn't vindicate Bob Lazar, but it is more interesting than the situation of the government in the 1990s and 80s specifically. On December 16th, 2017, the New York Times ran a front page story by Helen Cooper, Ralph Blumenthal, and Leslie Keane. The story was titled Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's mysterious UFO program. The program was called AATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. It had existed since 2008, and the Times confirmed that the United States Department of Defense had been running a classified program to study unidentified aerial phenomena for 9 years that the public had not known about. On April 27, 2020, the Department of Defense officially released 3 videos shot from a U.S. Navy aircraft, FLIR 1, Gimbal, and Go Fast, showing unidentified objects performing maneuvers that the Department of Defense had not been able to explain. In July of 2022, the department established AARO, or AARO, or the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office to consolidate the government's UAP investigations. On July 26, 2023, a former Air Force intelligence officer named David Grush testified under oath before a House Oversight Committee, and he said, "I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program to which I was denied access." End quote. Hey Bob, that sounds pretty familiar. In March of 2024, AARO published its Historical Record Report Volume 1. The report's headline finding was that AARO had located no empirical evidence of off-world spacecraft or recovered extraterrestrial remains. So the government says, we investigated and we didn't find anything. But in 2023, the US Senate took up an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act, which is the annual military funding bill, and the amendment was Senate Amendment 797. The lead co-sponsor was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The amendment was modeled on the JFK Assassinations Records Collection Act, and its original provision authorized federal eminent domain over recovered UAP technologies and biological evidence held by private contractors. The Senate Majority Leader of the United States co-authored a bill whose plain legislative text presumed that recovered non-human craft and biological evidence existed and were held by private contractors. This is crazy, because this is what the conspiracy crazy people have been saying since Truman. All right, guys, ever heard of Bourne Secret? How about the Department of Energy? How about Skunk Works? Anyways, this eminent domain provision was killed in conference, and a reduced version of the amendment passed. Both halves of that sentence matter, though. Once again, doesn't vindicate Bob Lazar even remotely, okay? But it is really interesting. And what has changed is not what we know about S4. What has changed is what it costs us as a culture to consider the question of whether or not it's even possible that we're reverse engineering craft that is not from this Earth or planet or wherever the it's from. In 1989, the question of whether the US government had recovered alien craft was the province of TV whistleblowers and ufologists. Insane crackpots. The craziest of the crazy people from history, American history, the classics. You believe that fucking the government shot Kennedy and they killed MLK and that there's aliens? Literally every single one of those conspiracies that has been a conspiracy for the last 80 years, they're all true now. They're just all true. So is it really that crazy to believe Bob Lazar? Is it really that crazy when we're witnessing in real time a massive cover-up that dwarfs Watergate in regard to the Epstein files? The president's wife doesn't even believe that there's no co-conspirators. It's not that crazy to question these things, and it's not that crazy to believe that this guy...
Top Shop Equator. Oh. Do certain maps even exist anymore? Damn. Just air pit. Yeah, they only have that shit here. So crazy. That makes me so sad. Probably one of my favorite maps.
Worked at these places and was reverse engineering aircraft, because crazier shit has been covered up that's just plain and obvious in the open. The cult of Bob Lazar in 1989 is not the cult of Bob Lazar in 2026. The cult of Bob Lazar in 2026 is a lot more rational and is a lot more supported by empirical evidence and disclosure and transparency, which is pretty crazy. The story has stayed the exact same in spite of everything. And the world around that story has kind of, in a sense, gotten a little bit more on the side of it being true. That is what allows me to even posit the possibility. I want it to be real, I really do. I also don't want them to cover anything else up. I want them to release all the JFK files. I want them to release all the MLK files. I want them to release all the Epstein files. And yeah, I think they're all evil, pretty much. To be clear, I am naturally fairly biased. I have a signed drawing of the sport model on the wall in my office. It was drawn and signed by Bob Lazar. I bought it from his website like in 2018 or 2019 or something along those lines. So when making this video, in spite of my natural inherent bias, I tried to be unbiased and cover as much as I possibly could and try to make as much sense as I possibly can. I don't know if Bob Lazar is lying. but I do for sure know that the government's lying.
Concise the barber. What's the play,
YouTube,
Joe?
what's going on? It's your boy Concise the Barber, and we are back. I told y'all that I was going to do a top 6, but which is the top 3 that I would pick? I'm not going to do any order, but I got some nice healthy clippers. The T45 Vapor, and I wanted to do honestly think is so you guys can go on my channel and check them out. But I am going to give you the real significant points that might.
Welcome to arena, ребята. Готовьте бабло. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Поехали, давай. Сука, ну, блядь, другое дело.
Reloading. I'm hurt!
Наложили бомбу. Не, ну вы молодцы. Даже я не ожидал, что так будет.
Mm-hmm.
Они меня перестреляли.
Let's go.
Come on, you cover! Let's go!
Два.
Yeah, keep saying that.
Я не понимаю, блядь, у вас что там, время появилось или что? Давайте быстрее. Я вижу, что устройство поставили. А где нам... Уничтожили меня сразу. Это победа синих однозначно.
Go. How did you kill me, bruh? No way, that killed me. Can't believe it.
Так, смотри, движ-то какой, движ пошел. Устройство доставлено. Такие защитнички, как тебе? Потому что никого больше нет, они просто всех убили.
Say hello to my little friend.
3, 2, 1.
Still freaking out.
Серия убийств просто. Не, ну молодцы, ну как? Остановите кто-нибудь, зовите ментов. Время почти на исходе, давайте быстрее.
Changing mag.
Устройство заложили. Блять, хуйня какая-то. Ну, хуета вообще, ну реально.
I need to reload.
Hmm.
Зря на него поставил бабло. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Нихуя себе, вот это он ебашит! Ну не зря же, да, не зря же сегодня мы стартанули опять арену. Ну красиво.
But it's not even fair, bro.
I just need one more plant. I'm gonna cry.
Yo, come on, let's go. Hey.
Зарабатываем бабло.
Damn it. Need to change mag.
Так, теперь команды меняют стороны.
GG's, yo.
Bastard! Keep them coming!
5, 4, 3.
You're going down as all this shit!
Защита, что-то вы проебались, устройство поставили.
It's gonna be tough. Oh my god, yo. Shit, man.
Блядь, да что творит? Вот это я понимаю, вот это понимаю.
Gotta go.
Хорош, ты чё, ты сейчас вообще ого, блядь, хрень просто. Красные победили в атаке, это было
That's right, bro.
отлично.
Timu, baby.
Команду затащить, нихуя ты монстр, блядь.
Just die already! Say hello to my little friend! Piece of shit! Damn, I'm tired of this walking. What about command? Come out, you coward!
Say again.
Так, ну чё,
Oh.
поставили?
now they're killing each other.
I lied.
Yeah, they plan to be. Yo, bombs at B. Nice, yo.
Победа красных! Красные!
How many rounds does this shit go up to?
7.
Space and you will be spared.
'No shot, bruh.
20 seconds.
Nice. GG's. That's round. Oh shit. Nice. Almost had that, bro. Oh shit.
Oh goddamn shit! I'm fucking hurt. Reload.
Валера заебется оттирать все это.
They're all dead now.
Но время уходит уже. Давай.
He's to the left in that staircase. He was right there.
In the plant. He went to go plant.
А теперь, друзья, интересный момент. Сможет ли защита обезвредить устройство?
Oh, nice try.
Это победа красных.
Oh shit. Man. I'm so
Вообще, что он творит?
Gonna kill you all, bastards. Scares here.
Пять,
No way, man.
4, 3,
Keep them coming.
1.
On position.
Oh my god, how are you not dead, bro? Eat so much. Nice, got one. Oh, nice try, nice try. I need you, Cecil.
Say hello
I need
to
a
my
gun.
little friend.
I need a gun.
You didn't die? What is going on with my shotgun, bro? Oh my god, I can't with this game. Like, I'm actually genuinely confused. I shot him like 4 times, bro. Shotgun is shit, man. Oh man, bro. I'm actually gonna get triggered, yo. Gotta use a better class. None of those classes gonna get me good.
Bastard! I heard you're empty. Too bad. Just die already.
I look so ugly, bro. Why the fuck you guys in front of me?
Поехали, давай, еще! Объект на месте. Все туда. Где защита?
That was great, yo. What the fuck is going on right now? I got disconnected mid game, bro. What the fuck happened? Well, no shit. What's going on, bro? Of course I got disconnected. Why? Why did I get disconnected? I hate this game, bro. I hate this game so much. This game is shit, bro. Of course I get disconnected on the very last round. Bro, put me in the match, bro. Why is this game doing this to me, bro? Alright, bro. Whatever, bro. Shit is so dumb, bro. It's so stupid. Oh my fucking god, bro. There's no way this shit is happening to me, bro.
Make your decision and why I made my top 3 the top 3. So I'm just gonna go ahead and just go down the line and we're just gonna start that
All right, guys, in this video, we're going to compare and review the TPOB Go versus the Mini Play. And if you guys are debating on which one you should get, without a question, you get the Mini Play. The way this machine works cohesively from top to bottom is just excellent. It's one of the few machines that I would say is a must-have on any professional barber station. For one, it's the quietest machine in the game, and the cutting performance is there. If you want to go a step further,
That's great.
best
My
click
game
lever in the
crashed.
game. And if you ask me, definitely a better choice than the TPOB Go. But we're here to review and compare it, so let's get into it. And you guys know how we do. We're going to heat test the blades on both speeds. We're going to test the RPMs on both speeds. We're going to test the battery and its runtime on both speeds. Let's start where we usually do, and that's with the blades. And we'll start with the TPOB Go first and the Architect blade. All right, let's start off with the stationary blade first. Now, this is a fade blade, graphene coated. This has 21 teeth. None of these teeth grab pores. Has the grooves on the back. This helps with customer comfort. The head when the blades get warm. Also creates less friction against the head. And the grooves also help feed the hair into the cutting blade. Flip the blade over. No oil reservoirs, but still a quality blade. All right, and now the cutting blade that comes stock on the TPOB Go. These have shallow teeth, 28 teeth, graphene coated. This is a metal blade. Flip the blade over, you see it has some oil reservoirs on the back of the teeth. And this also has like a little T-shape to minimize contact with the stationary blade.
This game is actually shit,
and some oil
bro.
reservoirs in the feet. The TPOB Go also comes with an additional cutting
Alright,
blade.
yeah,
and
whatever.
This is the deep tooth cutting blade. Comes with its own cam follower. This is metal as well. Graphene coated.
You guys just
26
wasting my
teeth,
whole fucking
and these are
time,
deeper
bro.
Teeth, and these teeth will feed the hair in faster and be better removing bulk and overall turn your Go into more of a workhorse. And if you have any issues
bro.
while trying to install
Close this
this,
shit. I'm not gonna wait, bro.
also comes with an additional cutting blade, and this is the deep tooth cutting blade. Comes with its own cam follower. This is metal as well, graphene coated, 26 teeth, and these are deeper teeth, and these teeth will feed the hair in faster and be better removing bulk and overall turn your Go into more of a workhorse. And if you have any issues while trying to install this blade, Cutty Fresh did a detailed video on how to gap this properly, and I'll leave the link for that in the description. Also, one last thing, within this box, there are 2 screws, and you may be wondering what these 2 screws are for. Well, because the TPOB Go has this bracket which allows you to install different blades on it, these 2 screws will help you install the Andis Master blade. So you definitely have some versatility with the TPOB Go. And if you love this Andis Master blade, it may be even more reason to get the Mini Play. Now let's talk about the blades on a Mini Play, the chunk blade. And not every version comes with the chunk blade. So whichever one you get, make sure the Mini Play has the chunk blade on it. So the PlayStation grade Mini Play comes with the silver chunk blade. The silver chunk blade is a taper blade. This blade has 24 teeth, long teeth to help pick the hair up, has a groove. When you flip it over, you'll see it has to be cleaned. You see this is a high-end metal injection molded blade. Metal injection molded, super precise. You always get the same blade, and you could do things like this with oil reservoirs in the teeth. None of these teeth grab pores, and this is overall a great blade. All right, now moving on to the cutting blade that comes with the Mini Play. Now this is a zircon cutting blade. This isn't metal. It sounds metal when it drops, but this is not metal. This is defined as a ceramic, and this is what helps give the Play its quietness and coolness. So the teeth on the
This game
cutting
is
blade are
actually
pretty deep,
shit,
and
bro.
it's
I'm gonna be waiting
28
here all
teeth.
day.
When you flip the blade over, you see we have oil reservoirs as well. And the way this works together with the chunk blade, it performs amazing.
Yeah, I'm
And in
not
case
doing
you're
that,
wondering, the
bro.
Mini Play bracket doesn't have 4 holes in it, so you won't be able to put that Andis Master blade on here. But you don't need it when you got the chunk blade. And the chunk blade is more of the standard size that will fit most guard systems out there, and you won't be stuck on the Andis magnetic purple guard system. So let's put the blades back on. I'm gonna show you one more thing. All right, so the chunk blade is also supposed to open up to a number 1. So when the blade slides back on the chunk blade, there's more space in between the cutting blade and the stationary blade. When the blade slides back all the way on the fade blade, you see this blade is thin, so you don't have as much space. And that's why they say the chunk blade opens up more to a 1 than the architect blade or fade blade. And in case you're wondering about the crunch on these blades, here is the crunch on the TPOB Go with the stock blade. And here's the crunch on the TPOB Go with the deep cutting blade.
Oh hell no, that shit is so low. Like that shit is actually super low. Satisfying though. Okay. That's great, bro. Why not? That's great, bro. Great game, bro. Great fucking game, by the way. Shit is so stupid, bro. I'm actually like mad that that shit happened.
And here's the crunch on the mini play. All right, now let's do the heat test on these blades. And as usual, we're gonna put a piece of electrical tape on the blades. Infrared is deflected by the coatings on these blades. So we'll start off with the TPOB Go. We'll start off on the low speed first. And same rules apply. We're gonna let it run for 30 minutes and see how hot the blades get. All right, so after 30 minutes, they only got up to 91 degrees. That's pretty cool, so that graphene coating is holding strong. Now let's see how hot the blades get on the high speed for the TPOB Go.
Bum ass game, bro. Shit is so ass.
All right, so after 30 minutes, it went up to 101 degrees. Not too bad. Now let's see how hot the blades get for the mini play. Now the mini play, it only says that it has a cool blade coating that is thermal resistant. It doesn't have a specific name for the coating, but let's see how hot it gets on the low speed first after 30 minutes.
Oh my god, that shit is hot as fuck.
So after 30 minutes, the chunk blade got to 103 degrees. So now let's try the mini play on the high speed and see how hot the blades get.
It's not bad.
All right, so on the high speed, we got up to 108 degrees, and that's not too bad. So pretty good showing for the heat test with both these machines. Now, let's move on to the motors. And for the motor with the TPOB Go, when you turn it on, it's on the low speed. Press the go button, it goes to the high speed. When you turn it off, turn it back on, it will always be on the low speed. All right, and when it comes to the motor, this has the Go torque motor. So let's test that torque right away. And first we'll test it with the stock blade that it comes with the shallow teeth.
No, don't use it on the brush.
All right, so that was on the low speed. So you see you can make it through the brush. You just have to go a little slow. Now let's try it on the high speed. So it definitely goes through the brush a little bit faster on the high speed. But let's try the deep tooth blade that it comes with and see how much better the deep teeth and the wider gaps help it go through the bulk. All right, so now we got the deep tooth blade on there and we got a cutty gap. So let's see how well it goes through the brush on the low speed.
It got stuck easier.
All right, so you see it snagged up a couple times, but it was definitely feeding the hair through there quick and getting through the brush faster. Let's see how it does on the high speed with the deep tooth cutter. So there you go. TPOB Go torque motor, torque test with both cutting blades. And for the mini play, that's the mini play on the run out of brushes. That's the mini play on the low speed. I was telling you, I felt like this was going through the hair like butter. Now on the high speed. Telling you, man, the mini play might be tweaked to perfection. All right, let's clean it off and test the RPMs. All right, so the Go torque motor on the low speed is supposed to get 7,000 RPMs, and then press the Go button and you get 9,000 RPMs. So let's give it a test. And this is a brushed motor. TPOB Go, low speed. So you see we're getting 6,500 RPMs and not 7,000. Now this is typically a brush motor thing. Anytime there's a brush motor, they measure the RPMs before there's a load on it. The load would be the blades and moving the blades back and forth. So they're gonna come in a little lower than the advertised runtime and actual performance. Now let's test the TPOB Go on the high speed. All right, so let's round that up to 7,700. Not close to the 9,000 RPMs we were supposed to get, but still, it's a brush motor thing. All right, for the mini play, we have the Acme motor. An Acme motor is supposed to get us 6,000 RPMs on the low speed and 7,500 RPMs on the high speed. So let's give it a test. TPOB mini play on the low speed. All right, 6,100. We're actually getting above the advertised RPM speed for the mini play. So now let's see if we could get the 7,500 RPMs on the high speed.
The place just looks so clean, bro. You can't even cap. I'm like, ah. You know what I mean?
All right, so we're getting 6,900 RPMs. Definitely below the 7,500 advertised RPMs on the high speed. But again, it's a brush motor thing. They were able to tune it for the low speed to get it up there, but it couldn't make it over the hill to get to that 7,500. But that does not all affect the way this machine performs, because the way it works cohesively is top notch. And again, RPMs is just the speed of the motor, so it's how fast the blades are going back and forth. It doesn't have anything to do with how strong they are and how powerful they are when they're going through hair. So the torque is definitely there for the machines, and the speed, let me tell you something. Even though some of the RPMs are low, I was still getting nice blurry results with the Go, and I was getting really nice blurry results with the play especially. So you don't need all those RPMs is basically what I'm saying, so don't get hung up on that. Anyway, let's move on to the battery and test the runtime for these machines. And we'll start off with the TPOB Go, which says it has 4 hours of runtime. So we'll test it on both speeds, and we'll start off with the low. So we'll put that machine on the charger, let it get a full charge, throw it in the clamp, let it run, and see how long we can get this machine to go on the low speed. All right, so we got 4 hours and 16 minutes of runtime for the TPOB Go on the low speed, and that's above the advertised runtime. So a fine performance. Now let's try it and see how long it can last on the high speed. So same thing, throw it on the charger, throw it on the clamp, hit the shot clock, let it run, and let's see what we get. All right, so you see we got 3 hours and 22 minutes for the Go on the high speed. That's a lot of runtime. Now, we'll move on to the mini play. Now, the mini play says it gets up to 3 hours of runtime. So let's test that, and we'll start off on the low speed. So we'll do our usual, throw it in the charger, let it get a full charge, throw it in the clamp, hit the shot clock, and see how long the mini play lasts on the low speed. All right, you see we got 3 hours and 4 minutes, a little bit above the advertised runtime, a beautiful thing. Now, let's try the mini play on the high speed. So, throw it back in the charger, let it get a full charge.
Так, ну что, все готовы, все на связи, сейчас начнется заруба. Занимаем места.
Internet, everyone owns everything, even if legally they don't.
He's definitely not wrong. This problem becomes a lot more tricky when you realize that Kane's series could qualify as the same sort of unofficial, unlicensed content. So today, I want to dive into this issue and see if we can work out what's what. If those original posts were in fact anonymous, who actually owns the back rooms? Does anyone own the back rooms? And is Kane's series and this big budget movie all at risk of copyright? Is all of this the end of the back rooms as we know it? Put on your hazmat suits, loyal theorists, because we're headed to the most terrifying and endless labyrinth of them all, copyright law. Before we get started, at this point I feel like it goes without saying, but just to be clear, I am not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. These are just the findings that I was able to dig up during my research. Also, we're only going to be talking about copyright law as it pertains to the US, not because other countries' laws are unimportant, but more because the person Kane and the company A24 that we're talking about here are in the US. Cool, cool. So I think the first question we need to answer here is, can copyright?
Oh my god, bro.
Just stroll down to the US Copyright Office wearing a disguise and then filling out some forms without listing names, right? No, actually, you can absolutely file for copyright protection without filling in any sort of author's name. But even so, you wouldn't need to in the first place. You don't actually need to formally register a creative work with the government to get that copyright protection. You actually get that protection the moment that your work is created, whether or not you're known to be the creator of the work. The highest profile example of this in recent years has got to be the anonymous graffiti artist Banksy, who defended their artwork from being used by a greeting card company by using the copyright protection on said artwork. Now, to be fair, this case happened over in Europe, but this sort of anonymous copyright protection works exactly the same way in the US. We actually go into a lot of detail about copyrights, trademarks, and how films like Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey are Disney's worst nightmare in another video, but the long and short of it, under the Copyright Term Extension Act for an anonymous work, anything created in the US has copyright protection for 95 years after it's first published, or 120 years after its first creation, whichever comes first. All of this together then should mean bad news for Kane and
What is that shit, bro?
The original 4chan post was published in 2019. The copyright for it shouldn't expire until 2114.
That's so gay.
Kane might want to take down his videos for the next couple of decades, right? Well, maybe not. We've established that anonymous works are protected by copyright, but our next question here is whether or not this sort of 4chan post can even be copyrightable in the first place. Short answer, yes. Long answer,
no.
It's complicated. Copyright protects original works fixed in any tangible medium. Basically, if you make something original and creative, you own the copyright for it. Book, movie, music, architecture, YouTube video, or my personal favorite, pantomime. Now, the bar for originality and creativity are pretty darn low in the eyes of the law, so the original picture from the back rooms absolutely qualifies. Whoever took that picture of the room and posted it to 4chan created the image, so check there for originality. And they were exercising some level of creativity in the choice of the subject, how it was framed, the choice to do it at a Dutch angle, etc. Same thing for the separate person who wrote the caption. Obviously, it's original insofar as they came up with the ideas and they wrote them. And there's no denying that it's brilliant creativity, setting a bleak scene and creating a captivating horror scenario. It also passes the bar and gets copyright protection. However, even if the picture and the text are separately protected by copyright law, it's important to remember the scope of said protection. First of all, even if it's found that something is directly violating the copyright of the posts, it's going to be difficult for the original authors to come forward with a case. The original 4chan posts have long since been deleted, along with any potentially identifying information like IP addresses, and these authors are going to have a difficult time proving that they were the ones who originally made the posts. Secondly, even if they could prove their ownership, it's probably not even worth the legal hassle. Though you don't lose copyright protection on your work if you don't enforce that protection, how vigorously you protect your work is factored into a court's judgment on the matter. For example, if you took a photograph and wrote a caption for it that was then widely circulated across image boards, YouTube, Twitter, and dedicated fan wikis for years, and you never took any action until real money came along, yeah, the judge is gonna take that into consideration. Anything you might win in damages might not even be enough to cover the legal fees. Thirdly, sure, you can copyright individual works, but you can't copyright ideas. Just because someone takes a picture of a creepy room with fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper doesn't mean that they're the only one with copyright to that aesthetic, and that no one can ever take another picture of a creepy room with fluorescent lights and yellow wallpaper. The copyright protection of this original backrooms photograph is limited to this single photograph. So yeah, if Kane wants to use this exact specific image in his series or movie, sure, that might be a problem, but he clearly hasn't done that. He's created entirely new imagery for his videos. And as for the text, sure, these two sentences and the way that they express their ideas are protected by copyright, but the ideas themselves, they're not protected. Even something specific, like the word backrooms, which Kane took from the post to use as the name of the series, wouldn't be protected here. Why? Well, you can't copyright names, titles, words, or short phrases. That kind of stuff falls under the domain of trademarks. Another thing that we cover in more detail over in that Winnie the Pooh video. Additionally, the word and idea of a back room, a room in the back of a business or office or whatever, has existed long before that 4chan post. So it's not exactly something you can just decide is yours because you took a picture of the store. Obviously, Kane lifted the general vibe of the back rooms from the original image and caption. The yellow wallpaper, fluorescent light, liminal spaces, all that jazz. He also took the
Got shit on, bro.
Gonna kill you all, bastards! Asshole!
Oh!
Damn it. Need to change mag.
Вообще, что он творит?
Where the fuck is this guy at? Just camping. Like, wow, such a pussy, bro. Yo, they're going crazy. Yo, bro. Oh, I need you on top of that tower. Oh, you got so lucky, bruh. You guys had that, bro. Yo, he's on the other side of the tower. Oh. It's just you. Oh, nice try. Oh. 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 There's one in spawn. Yo, there's one flank. Watch your back. Oh shit, brother. GG.
General idea of the backrooms being huge and full of weird stuff. And again, just to clear up any ambiguity here, Kane admits that he was very much inspired by the post.
I was vaguely aware of the backrooms, or I was aware of it in terms of the original image and the caption that I saw on Instagram 2 years before.
Other than that, though, not a whole lot here sticks. Plenty of ideas are reminiscent of content from the original Backrooms post or the Backrooms wiki. People in Kane's series fall into the backrooms in a way that seems visually similar to no-clipping. But Kane has never once used the word no-clipping to describe that process in his canon. Sometimes, strange noises that sound like a party can be heard in Kane's videos, which could be a reference to the party-goers from the wiki's canon. But again, Kane has never brought the actual partygoers or their lore into his world. Even ideas like the size of the backrooms in Kane's series aren't one-to-one with the original post. Sure, Kane's backrooms are big, but it's never once specifically mentioned to be 600 million square miles like the original post described it. Pretty much the only things that Kane took from that original post are the yellow vibe, the idea of falling into and getting lost, and the words, the backrooms. Most everything else in these videos are entirely original creations of Kane's. The organization Async and their goals, Project KV-31 and the portal into the backrooms, the bacteria monster.
Lifeform Fellow.
Lifeform Fellow.
Yeah, sorry guys, you gotta update the wiki.
Sorry, the Lifeform Fellow? Sure. Well, anyway, that was still Kane's. The long and short of it is that he's more than in the clear to make a film about the original story that he's crafted. But see, Kane's not the person I'm worried about in this episode. After
My
all
arms
this
are
research
so
into copyright law,
sore.
the quirks of anonymity, and who owns what in this circumstance, he's gonna be fine. He's well within his legal rights to partner with A24 and make this movie, and I'm excited to see what comes of it. No, I'm more worried about us. You, me, and all those small creators out there. What concerns me now is what this movie is gonna mean for the sorts of crowdsourced online horror stories that the Backrooms represents. I fear that this could spell disaster for these sorts of stories. Why? Well, because even if Kane and A24 are in the clear to make their Backrooms movie, they're likely gonna want to protect that film to the letter of the law. No, don't misunderstand me. I don't think that Kane is gonna be going after people for making their own original Backrooms content. I don't think he wants to do that. He has been nothing but a kind and thoughtful guy every time that we've interacted. And even in that interview with Anthony, he explained his thoughts on the whole communal ownership of ideas thing.
On the internet, everyone owns everything. Even if legally they don't, it feels like you do, and in practice you do. I don't have an issue with that. I like that. That's a good thing.
That right there, that is a great way to look at projects like the Backrooms. No, the problem here isn't going to be coming from Kane, it's going to be coming from the studios. See, making the jump from online video to major motion picture involves a lot of money. A lot of money. In budget, sure, but also in potential returns from movie ticket sales and merch.
Merchandising, where the real money from the movie is made.
If you go and look up the highest grossing media franchises of all time, you'll see that the lion's share of their revenue actually comes from the merch. It's true for Pokemon, Star Wars, Mickey Mouse, Winnie the Pooh, Minecraft, and if this Backrooms movie's a hit, I could absolutely see this sort of thing happening here too. Just imagine, Hazmat Guy action figures, Lifeform Fellow plushies. Kane may or may not be interested in this part of the show business, but the Hollywood producers he's working with definitely are. And that means that they're gonna want to protect their IP vigorously so they're the ones making that money. I mean, this exact scenario has happened before. Y'all remember Slender Man? He's a pillar of online creepypasta folklore, and just like the Backrooms, everyone felt like they owned a part of Slender Man. And at the beginning, things definitely operated that way. That's why you saw so many free, low-budget indie projects centered on the Slender Man, Slender the 8 Pages, Marble Hornets. But once the idea of Slender Man became a phenomenon and caught the attention of larger media companies, when real money started to get involved, things changed. Eric Knudsen, the original creator of Slender Man, had to step up to stop shady, low-quality content from destroying his idea. He became more involved in for-profit projects like Slender the Arrival, and eventually he sold the rights to the character entirely to Mythology Entertainment, who went on to block independent crowd-funded movies from release and then made their own big-budget film with Sony Pictures. Again, I cannot stress enough how much I don't think Kane wants this to happen, but when you're dealing with Hollywood, this sort of stuff becomes inevitable. What then do we do here, loyal theorists? If the Backrooms film is successful, I don't want there to be some sort of gold rush of all these major movie studios trying to take their claim on any and every viral creep.
That's it for them. I'm on point. I'm on point. On position. You are going down as all this shit. You piece of shit. Shit, enemy sniper. Asshole! Bitch! Fucking Russians. So, What do we got here?
Говорю, аренда. Ого-го! Вообще красавчик.
Pasta and internet folklore. Does anyone really want or need the EA-funded Jeff the Killer game? A Universal Studios Ben Drowned movie? A Lavender Town Netflix series? I don't think so. Thankfully, there are ways to protect your...
You fucking cunt! They just left us. Other guys saw bears in this area.
I don't know how they didn't die, bro. This dude must be cheating.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Зачистку надо выпускать.
Nice try. That was really nice.
Можете, когда захотите.
Yo, it's Theo Von's coke, bro. Yo! They're all camping in the middle. Against the wall and shit. You're so fucking good. Oh man.
They're fucked. They're all dead now.
Oh my god, why are you in the back camping, bro? There's somebody in spawn, yeah. Good shit.
Cocksucker! Piece of shit!
Piece of shit. My bad, bruh. No. So gay. Oh my god, bro. He just knows where I am all the time. Where did they even get shot from, bro? Literally get shot instantly, bro. From who, though?
I want to go back to the main game.
Same.
I don't like arena. How are you not dead? Oh my god, bro. Yo, take me out of this lobby, bro. What the fuck? Bunch of cheaters in this shit, yo. Dude, it only died twice. The only times we won, bro.
If we lose this game, I don't want to play arena anymore. I got my missions done. Get me the fuck out of here, bro.
I like arena.
Yeah, I like arena, bro.
Like, watch, one tapped.
This team is wonderful, though. Oh my god, you guys are amazing. Let's go, bro. Carry me.
Gather up! Good one. Cover your ass! Cover up with something.
No way, bruh. Oh my god, bro. Yo, give these guys some flowers, bro.
They're all dead. They're cooked. Shut up, goddammit!
Yeah. Oh shit.
You motherfucker. Piece of shit.
Blue Zach, you motherfucker, bruh. Alright, yo. That dude's just cheating 24/7, bro.
Yourself, your work, and your favorite content creators using the exact same copyright laws that got us started down this road in the first place. First and foremost, if you create something and post it online, make sure you sign it. Make sure that it's attributed to you, either with your real name or an online alias that you can prove is yours. That way, people know that this was your work from the second that you uploaded it. It is unambiguously yours, and your creative rights are protected by copyright. I mean, that's why they're there after all, might as well put them to use. And on top of this, make sure that you're posting to platforms that respect those rights and don't have anything shady hidden in their end user license agreements that somehow transfer any ownership of content posted there to their website. You'd actually be surprised how many fairly large websites have clauses like this, and that is really not cool. Next, if you can, create your own characters and use your own ideas. Obviously, those will always belong to you, and no one's going to be able to use that content without your approval. That being said, it can be difficult, so third, if you do want to build off of something that already exists, make sure that what you're building off of is either in the public domain or it's basic enough that what you contribute will clearly be yours. What am I talking about? Well, some of it's obvious. If you want to write stories about ancient mythology, folklore, fairy tales, stuff like Thor or the Baba Yaga or the Little Mermaid, you are almost certainly in the clear, as long as what you write isn't taken from other modern interpretations of those same ideas. Other things that you should be good to use are urban legends and cryptids, stuff like Bigfoot, Mothman, Bloody Mary. No single person
Zombies Chronicles is one of the best-selling DLCs of a video game ever, and that is remarkable considering that it's made up of maps that were almost a decade old by that point, and that just shows not only how revered these maps were for their legacy, but how impactful they were for the more modern Zombies audience as well, and it was truly a miracle. For so many of us, it created the best moments in our video gaming history, and the man responsible has a new studio called Magic Fractal, which I've been following pretty closely, and I actually sat down with him to talk more about not only his new project, but Zombies Chronicles, an absolute masterpiece of gaming media, and I hope you guys enjoy our talk.
After all that, you're live. Go ahead, let's get into this.
Okay.
There we go.
We were, before the cameras were rolling, we were looking at this menu here, and you were like,
Yep.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in a while.
It's been a while. It's been a moment.
And I mean, the campfire, everyone knows it. I was literally asking, I was like, so what was before?
Yeah, I think it was just a static screen. I think we just had a screen up there for the longest time. Because it's its own level, right? So the kind of campaign front end, then what we do in MP, and then zombies is all one level that's kind of loaded. And we're moving the camera between the different kind of 3D sets. For the
Oh my god, yo, that backscreen shirt with everything.
You used like that forest in like the music videos you did.
Yep.
And so on. There was a few of the character specific ones that would take place in that forest, and it became such like a, I don't know, just like an enigmatic part of like, where is this? You know,
Yep.
And does this have any relation to like the frozen forest, or is this just its own little thing?
Well, thematically, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that was the through line, the connection. But
Так, ну что, все готовы, все на связи, сейчас начнется заруба. Занимаем места.
Bro, you got a suppressor on the eggs?
Oh yeah.
Hope you guys are ready for a bunch of fucking
for what?
enforcers.
I ain't ready, bro. Sorry.
That's all these guys are on.
They don't have a single enforcer though.
Oh, maybe they switched. Last round, it was all fucking.
I mean, they got 4 assaults. Keeping forward. They're cooked.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Or hell.
Hell.
You guys playing this shit way too seriously, bro.
You got 2 other teams. Look the other way, bro. Trust me. Shit, good shit.
Boysenberry.
Oh goddamn shit! I'm fucking hurt.
Oh my god. So gay. What? Yo. Seki, what the fuck, man? Hey, boys, blue ski.
Right flank!
How you not dead, bruh? That's so gay. What the fuck? That was crazy. Oh, I'm sweating with these socks. I got gamer socks, guys. That's so annoying, bro. What the fuck is that timing? It made no noise either. Like, what the fuck? That Tarkov timing is crazy, bro. Can we switch already? I'm trying to use Scout. Let me switch classes already. That was crazy. Yo, what the fuck? This dude turned his hacks off. He's going 2-5 now. Turn this fucking hacks off. It's so annoying.
Did I not have a teammate alive there?
Ugh. Master Squirt, what the fuck? How you not dead, bro? Are you dead ass? No way. Wow. I don't just believe how like his aim is so precise, bro. And when I play, bro, my shit is all over the fucking place. Oh my god, you guys are ass, bro. It's crazy, bro. All these guys be cheating, and then as soon as they're in my team, they just throw the game.
Wow. Not in a overt story way, but thematically, yeah.
Wow. I mean, that's something. I just think the menu's iconic. Like, all the menus to me in each zombie game are special for a different reason.
And that made it difficult. After we did the first one, it made it a bit difficult because then there was this expectation for, well, you're the guys who make the the iconic industry-defining front ends. You're like, oh crap, we're gonna do it again, and we're gonna do it again. You're trying to, it's like if you try and do just a game of escalation, you'll run out of road, right?
Mm-hmm.
So each time we were looking at it and saying, okay, what is this menu system doing? What are we trying to do? So this one, it's interesting. If we were talking about the feelings, it was vibe. It was before vibe. It was how do we feel a certain way? And I was thinking specifically actually about the early Resident Evil games, right? The feeling that you get when you go in to save your game, and it's the fact that the music changes and it feels like it's a different tone, right, from the chaos of outside. The idea being that seeing the kind of character sitting by the fire with the threat only just behind him, but this feeling of a reprieve. I was like, well, that's the kind of feeling you want just before you start a zombie match.
I think some of the best video games before would take a lot of advantage of, like, because usually the modern luxury we have just to save our game at any point, that was like, saves were built into the experience of games, and a lot of times it's like saving your game was like, oh, that's a moment where it's like, oh, that feels so good.
Yep.
And that's kind of like, I think the Black Ops 1 zombies menu was just like unsettling from in that feeling right away. Black Ops 2 was very adventurous, maybe, in a way. Like, just the fact it felt you're like globetrotting and you can go to all these different areas, and it's still like feels like haunting a little bit, but it still feels a little adventurous. And then this game is like, I just think it's that menu music and that look is baked into all of our brains.
Yeah.
Every single one of us. Like,
yeah.
Vouch. I can vouch.
Yeah, I think the second one was probably the one that we tried for, and I was not really happy with. Because we, after the first one, we were like, well, what are we gonna do on the second one? I felt like we played a little bit safe actually on the second one.
you really? What do you think you would have done differently? Like,
If I'd worked that out, I would have done it. I wasn't happy with where we ended up. On some level, I gave up on that one. I was like, I didn't want to try something. I didn't want to just try hard just to put something in and go, look, I did something. So it kind of it got to a kind of comfortable place, but yeah,
it's not the thing that you.
Yeah, I was
wanted
happy
out
with
of it.
3 and happy with 1.
Okay, yeah,
But
yeah.
2, I was
no.
like,
No, that's fair.
We could have gone further.
Yeah, I mean, other than just the feeling of this menu that we're all so familiar with, is that I really appreciate the simplicity of it. And again, that's something that I feel it's been lost a little bit. Just like I can literally, from the menu, I can click one and then click one more time and I'm in a map.
We always talked about that. We talk about the number of times you press a button, and I'll give credit where credit's due. That primarily came from MP. MP has an absolute obsession with how many times you press a button before you're in a match. For campaign and for zombies, we hadn't really taken it that seriously before, but as the mode was getting more and more complex, I was like, you know what, we need to use that as a North Star. Like, hey, how many times before I get in? Especially as we're adding like Dr. Monty on, we had concepts of the Newton's cookbook coming. We're like, this is going to get tricky, and we got weapon kits. It's like we need to start thinking a bit more MP like, because we could be going through menu system after menu system, and because it's not been in the forefront of our mind because of campaign and zombies, like we could accidentally fall into the hole that the MP guys learned 10 years ago. So I paid attention to that and was like, okay, we need to talk about
That's smart.
Number of clicks before you get into the game.
That is smart. Yeah, it's like I don't feel like every game has managed to avoid that trap, but I always think of BO3 as just I click twice and I'm in whatever map I want to play, and the intention is still there. I can very easily get to the experience that I want. Where sometimes, even just in other games, it's like the menus are so built out that like getting to the experience that I intend on finding is kind of hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
UI and UX is hard on every single project. It's the thing where actually everyone says, oh, that should be easy, and it's actually the thing that dictates the player's experience in so many different ways, and it's almost the last thing that we consider, and it's the hardest thing to do, and there's just never enough UI UX time, because you're so focused on making the game, making the features, making the functionality, and you use the UI just for a developmental reason for most of it, and then you suddenly get to the point and say, oh, we've got to make this for
we make this look cool.
We've got to make this cool, and we've got to make it for a gamer. It's got to be intuitive. And so UI is always the department that's on your lips at the end. It's like,
it's so fun that because the game launched, and this is kind of what the menu looked like. We had our gobble gum, we had our weapon kits and whatnot. The thing that we didn't have until later, this didn't come until a few months down the road, was this Newton's cookbook right here. I'm curious to learn a little bit about that, and was that a thing that you had always wanted to do?
So we knew we were going into the world of an economy again. MP was more familiar with it. We hadn't done so much of it, and as soon as you start talking about economy and you start talking about, okay, we got liquid diviniums now, and okay, we got a secondary currency, and there
Always
may
watching
be
The Walking Dead, bro.
a financial motivation behind it as well, real money. Like, okay, we start taking it seriously at that point. So we always knew there was going to have to be something that could collect. If you've been building something up, what are we going to do? We can't just have these stockpiles of stuff. So the concept was there from the beginning. The actual realization of it, not so much. The concept of it being Newton's cookbook, yes, very early on.
Okay.
But the realization of it, later.
Interesting. And then the other thing I wanted to get to was weapon kits real quick, is that I wanted to point out, I think weapon kits are my favorite system of I call it like out of game progression, or people call it meta progression, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that I personally find enjoyable is that when there's a very minimal out of game system,
right?
Because I think that I just personally really enjoy the games that kind of feel like a blank canvas, and each run or each game can go very differently, just depending on how I interact with the game, not because I leveled up something out of the menu or whatever. And not that a little bit of that isn't important, but this is where I think the sweet spot was. Where
there was a big discussion about this, which is how much you could cheat and then also skew and then mess up the mid engagement player. You're not going to screw up the guy who's just got it.
Yeah.
But you could inadvertently, if you break your flow at the mid to late stage. If we made those guns so powerful that once you've got it and you've unlocked it, suddenly the gameplay is changing, we're in a world of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can barely test and kind of get the stuff that we need to get down tested and make sure it's solid. This was, like, okay, we need to, going back to the previous point, we need to put limits on this straight away. Obviously, MP had developed the system, so MP had their weapon system. And because we were kind of tight on time, it's like, well, we'll take that, put that in. But then you've got to then say, okay, but we can't do what MP does. And we can't do a system which you think, oh, well, if you upgrade this weapon, it suddenly becomes powerful. It's like, we can't really do that in the same way, because then we're betraying the kind of the spirit and the guiding principle of the zombie mode we're making. But we want to have people have fun and be able to kind of customize and have some sort of So you're always now trading off. Am I giving you something under false pretenses? Do you think, oh, I've suddenly unlocked this Uzi, but actually I'm giving you nothing? It's like I've got to give you something, but not too much. And that was the delicate balance to walk.
Yeah, to me, this game I feel found the most correct balance. Like the attachments are meaningful enough that they genuinely feel like your gun. Oh, this gun feels better. But it's not going to like fundamentally change how you play. It's not going to make you so powerful that you're approaching the game differently.
Yep.
And it gives you, just the fun of customizing a gun is fun.
And Gobblegums was the risk that we wanted to take. We basically said we're taking that risk.
So
let's not do it for guns.
We're kind of a late addition, right? If I recall correctly.
I mean, I remember the pitch. I remember the pitch where I was pitching to Activision Gobblegums, and MP was pitching all their season kind of outfits and everything, and we had to pitch them at the same time.
Whoa!
Which is like, what is the strategy for MTX and other things in the system?
It's so funny that just maybe an idea or whatever like that became so iconic. It became such an important piece of the.
I'll tell this story because it's quite funny. So for MP, and again, for MP, it's their world, right? The whole world is based on customization of weapons, customization of their outfits. It was kind of less important to zombies and campaign even less so. So I get told that we have to present our MTX systems to Activision. And I'm like, okay, wow. I turn up there. MP's got a full-on deck and presentation. It's got flashing lights. Dancing girls came out. Smoke was released, right? And I walked in and I just had a piece of paper. I said, We're going to have gumballs that give you powers. Thank you. I got a round of applause, and I just walked back. Everyone's expectations for zombies and for any kind of MTX were so low, and I made it even lower that they just let me just walk out of the room.
Do you think that kind of worked in your favor?
Yeah,
because
totally
you were just like, it's just like a candy. It's just a thing, and people are like, all right.
Yeah,
and then it comes out. It's like, oh, this is sick.
Yeah, it worked out quite well. Yeah. But the idea was it was always going to be fractional, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a money aspect to it, right? So it's like, we never want to fleece people, and we never want to feel like you're being robbed in any way. And there's obviously that delicate balance there, and it was very sensitive at times, still is very sensitive. And so we said, okay, but this is the system that we're going to take a risk on, right? That's why guns were like, no. We can't take two massive risks at the same time. If we made those guns, it would have fundamentally broke the design. But if we've gone too far on the guns, and then there's Gobblegums that we think we know how it's going to be played, but we can't test all of it because the combinations there's so many of them. So we're like, okay, we're making the gamble on this one.
Can I tell you something,
and
Jason?
not on those ones. Yes, please.
I mean this with the utmost respect. I think the fact that you didn't really know how the Gobblegums were going to work out was the best thing that could have happened. Like, it you know, certain gobblegum combinations do kind of expose the shaky parts of BO3's engine and stuff.
Absolutely.
But that is kind of why they work.
Right.
I mean, you know, Pizza built like a whole career off of one gobblegum that breaks the game into silly things.
Yeah.
And what I realize is that like the reason that the gobblegum are appealing, in my opinion, is that
my girlfriend cheated on me with her cousin.
Cause if I don't even be, I'm not even myself. I'm not even thinking for real. When I be doing these things, I'm just like, oh yeah, this gonna make him mad. This gonna irk him real good.
And she was on FaceTime just showing straight yams to the. I'm talking about 360s in the camera, grabbing yams, just everything.
This is something that I only did recently. Just know that in all of our relationships, I've always loved you a lot.
Normally, when I'm looking for a video, I expect it to be. In case you're unaware, that right there is Kay Vertez, or Kay Verts, however you actually say her name, and she used to be a Streamer University student, recently getting popular off of streaming from TikTok clips to doing cosplays to doing.
Cheat on whoever you're with to make them a stronger person. No!
Yo, that's calm.
We don't need more cheaters. Yes!
Yo, Paige, if your partner is weak, chat, just cheat on him.
Cheat on them.
Just build some character. You know what I'm saying?
As comical as that clip might seem, I guess it was foreshadowing the future, because amidst all this virality, all this fame, all this attention that Kay Vertez was getting, it seemed like she just could not stick to a actual prosperous path, because out of nowhere it seemed like she was abandoning her calm, streaming less, going on trips, and just not focusing on her career and all of the stuff that she was actually getting. The collabs stopped, all of the interactions with her community stopped, and no one could really find the reason as to why. Until most recently, a content creator named Kenneth decided to expose her and some stuff that has been happening behind the scenes. And some pretty important information you'll need for this is the fact that he was her boyfriend.
My girlfriend cheated on me with her cousin. We made content together. We dated for a couple years, and all of that ended recently, bro. So it was like last week, or maybe like last week and a half, bro. I was like literally in the crib. She was taking a shower or whatever, bro, and I heard her talking on FaceTime. So that was like a red flag. So I walked near that restroom. Like, this is my restroom. Then there's like another room and another restroom over there. I walked near that restroom. The doors are locked, which was also suspicious because why are you locking the doors? But I heard her say the word gains, as in like gym gains, and I heard yams come out her mouth. And once I heard that, I'm like, who are you on FaceTime with, and why are you talking about yams? So basically, I have like a little cat litter box, but it's like a AI advanced $900 litter box that has a camera for some reason, and it's in her restroom. So I was able to connect to that. And I basically seen her at the mirror of her restroom with her phone plopped up. You know, the FaceTime on, her camera was on, and she was on FaceTime just showing straight yams to the. Like, I'm talking about 360s in the camera, grabbing yams, just everything, bro. Just, bro. And at that moment, bro, my heart sunk, bro. I was like, it's GG. She just cheated on me.
For anyone who doesn't know, this right here is Kenneth. He is another content creator who had been going out with Kay Vertez for a while. They had been in streams together, videos, and all around.
Damn, brother. Oh my god, bro. Oh. What gun class do I got, yo? Oh my god! Nelly threw the fuck out of my mouth. She was crazy, bruh. I tried. That's all I picked up. Oh my god, how are you not dead, bro? I shot you 9 times. Bro, of course he didn't die. This is the type of luck that I got. No cap.
Anybody who had seen them knew that they were dating, but it seems like their relationship came to an end after he found out what she was doing with her cousin. Again, blood cousin, mind you, not distant, not we're just super close friends, that's why I call you basically my family. No, her actual father's sister's son. That type of cousin. And apparently before any of this even happened, before he caught her doing anything, he had noticed some strange and weird behaviors in their closeness before, but never really thought anything of it because again, they are family.
Really quick though, here's some filler information, bro. So lately, bro, I've been noticing she's always on FaceTime with this nigga, bro. And it's her cousin, bro. She's always on FaceTime with her cousin. But it's like, what normal person would think that's weird? Like that's her cousin. Like, I thought it was on some normal ass shit. Like, you know, like, I guess I didn't realize that they were speaking on the phone together. That every time I would come near her, she would go on mute or whatever. But that's not the point.
I don't know why anybody would do something like this, let alone why Kenneth, again, the content creator in the situation, would have something like this happen to him. This is a different level of character development. I don't wish this type of scenario for my worst enemy. Genuinely, nothing good that can come from this. And for some reason, he was able to be peaceful not only in this video, but in the moment itself. Because I know if any of y'all watching this video caught your girlfriend talking to her cousin in the manner that we're about to witness, you would lose your mind too. Yes, I'm talking about what we're about to witness because he not only has text messages, but also videos that he thankfully doesn't show here because they get pretty explicit.
I'm so sorry, you can't.
I don't care. You can't. There's nothing you can say to me right now. You did what you did. You gotta face that. You gotta go.
This is something that I only did recently. Just know that in all of my relationships, I've always I can't be without that. I'm sorry.
I don't care.
We've always had a close relationship since we was young. And I think, like, on some mentally fucked up shit, I think, like, we had some psychological shit going on when we were young because, like, when we was little kids, like, we were, like, really close to where, like, some of our family members would notice it. And I was really happy about that. And, you know, with you, you've always been everything I wanted you to be.
Oh, you cousin.
So, what's that?
So you your cousin. So you your cousin.
Yo, you're. I think after Kentucky, I'm deeper. How you say that? Like, I feel like way more endearment towards you. And also some disconnect from Kenneth. I feel like I can visualize you as a boyfriend figure. The cousin stuff be fucking me up in a different way too. Like, I be worried fruitless love. You know what I mean? I just don't want to get heartbroken. Yeah, I feel you. What helps me when I feel like that is just to remember that we both agreed we'll always be close no matter what. So you know you'll still be here, kind of, if this has to end. That's true. I know I'll never lose you. I just be worried from us getting this intertwined. Like if we had to end it, that I would be heartbroken and have to go through those emotions again, or that I'll feel away when you eventually get with someone else. Yeah, I feel you. I don't got any words of encouragement because I don't want to feel this either. It gets like that. I guess this is what we signed up for, the sacrifice. Reading these messages alone, I feel disgusting. I think you probably feel disgusted. And I think Kenneth, while he was reading this, felt disgusted too. The only person who doesn't feel disgusted, or I should say, the only two people who apparently are disgusted in this situation are Kay Vertez and her cousin. Because this is beyond weird behavior, and genuinely, I don't understand how anybody gets to a point like this. Even in that video, you heard her trying to make up excuses, trying to come up with a way to make this sound good, and there just isn't one. She is a deplorable human being. The fact that she was apparently doing all this,
Where's everybody at, brother?
at that, doing all of these things behind his back with someone being her cousin, I just can't even fathom it, and I can't even find the words to tell you how disgusting this truly is. It's
And
crazy
silently
how
too,
using that
bruh.
word in specific, but that's really all it is at the end of the day. Disgusting behavior from a disgusting human who apparently doesn't even care about what they're doing at the end of the day, because there is countless more text messages and apparently even videos of them doing crazier things.
Okay, I have clothes on. Can you open the door, please? Hello? Kenneth! Hello? Kenneth! Please! Please! Open the door. Let's talk.
You're actually like a psychopath, gang.
Can we talk, please?
Like you really are fucked up in the head.
Please talk, please!
Nah, gang, we're good. I'm
Just
good.
open the door!
I'm good off of you, bro. Get on my house.
Open the door!
Get on my house, bro.
Can I talk to you, please? Kenneth, please, open the door. Let's talk first. If this is it, let me just talk to you.
No, this is it, gang.
Okay, that's fine. Let me talk to you, though. Can we have a relationship?
Begging and pleading, hanging on the door basically, because you cheated. Not just cheated, but you cheated with your cousin. And you want to have a conversation. What words, what sentences are you going to put together to somehow make this situation good? Have you look good?
They're
or
all
not
dead
seem-
now.
How you not dead, bro? You dead ass right now?
Insane. I don't know if y'all beat, but even in her text messages with said cousin, his name is titled Favorite Cuz. And we all know the real reason as to why. This person right here could have been a promising streamer, could have been a promising person in general, even if they didn't want to stream, but instead decided to do something like this and isn't even truly sorry. Yes, she's pleading, she's basically about to cry. I mean, you heard in the other videos, she literally was crying at one point, but she's only upset because she got caught. It's not like she's sitting here begging and pleading because she had to tell him this because she felt guilty or she felt bad. It's because this man got her phone and was able to see the proof himself, and now she is trying her hardest to basically gaslight him. It's not even basically, literally gaslight this man into feeling sorry for her and her terrible actions.
Digging through her phone, nigga. I went through hidden. If y'all don't know about hidden, bro, check your girl's hidden. Fucking iMessage has like recently deleted text messages. Check that. I went through Snapchat. I went through fucking. I tried to go through mine only on Snapchat, but I didn't figure out the password. I went through her notes. I went through everything, bro, and I seen tons of explicit photos from her and him. And then I went through the text messages, and there was a bunch of weird shit going on, bro. Like, she was talking about that nigga being boyfriend material. She was saying she feels a disconnect, and then she was saying, but you know, I like once I seen that, I was just ready to kick her out, bro. I took pictures of her, all the pictures she took him, all the pictures he sent her, the text messages, everything, bro. It's all on my phone, just to all the pictures he sent her, the text messages.
For you, I think I am in deeper too, because every time I think of a bitch, I always picture you in it. Oh nah.
Everything, bro. It's all on. On my phone, just in case.
Bro,
she
what
also
the
fucking
fuck,
lied,
yo?
lied to me. It was all on my phone.
This entire situation was 2 years in the making, by the way. Multiple messages, multiple videos, multiple explicit things being sent back and forth. And unfortunately, the shown in this video would have to be heavily blurred, so we just mentioned by word of mouth. And in this situation, again, throughout this entire video, actually, he has been super calm. I don't know how you're able to hold your composure when all of this stuff is happening, because even with the explicit stuff that's being sent, the crazy words that are being said, the fact that it happened in your own home, he also mentions that he had been spending a lot of money on her, basically funding her entire life, streams, doing literally everything for her, and including trips because they were long distance for a good minute.
Like, I genuinely spent like 50 bands plus, like upwards to 100K probably. 100K is a stretch, but like definitely 50 bands plus, bro. Because we was long distance for a little bit, so I was obviously flying her, bro, all of that shit, bro. Buying gifts and all of that. Food, of course, Ubers. But like all that's just down the drain and just wasting money, bro. And it's like, I wish you could just ask for a fucking refund or just invoice the bitch, but like, or just invoice the motherfucker, but you can't, bro. That's not realistic, bro. And even like some people, I know some people take back the stuff they bought the other person, or like, you know, ask for it back. But I'm not even gonna do that, bro. It's whatever, bro. I just gotta move forward.
That was Kenneth's entire video describing the situation, but since K Vertez, at least at the time of making this video, hasn't had a response or actually said anything online, it's hard to gauge where her head is at, what she will possibly say, and what response she could even give to allegations like this. So I decided to do some deep diving to see if she ever talked about any relationship stuff in the past or said anything that might be able to hint at how she actually feels about this. And the only TikTok I found of her describing a relationship was
I hope you feel retarded, bro.
Paint her in a good light at all. So I'm gonna show it to all of y'all.
Speaking as an evil light skin myself, we will do things on purpose to piss y'all off. Like I deadass. Okay, I feel like I've gotten better with my toxicity in like the last like 6 months, I'd say, or like a year. But I'll say in the beginning, I used to do anything to piss that man off. I'm kid you not, bro. Like anything you can think of. It was bad. Like it's like I get possessed by a demon, bro. Cause I don't even be. I'm not even myself. I'm not even thinking for when I be doing these things. I'm just like, oh yeah, this gonna make him mad. This gonna piss him off. This gonna irk him real good. This gonna get him tight. And then that adrenaline rush that I get from knowing that, it just fuels me, and I keep going, and I do it, and then he gets mad at me, and then I get mad that he's mad at me, cause it's like I wanted to get him mad, but not that mad, and it's a cycle. And it repeats.
Obviously, that's an old clip, but based on how she's moving and the actions that we saw in the text messages, she still thinks this way. And this
shit, I just say some of my shit off.
This time is not just a
Think I
little
did.
pranky or a little, I'm just gonna do
well.
this small thing here. No, it's full-on cheating, and again with her cousin. While a lot of people might be seeing this, thinking like, dang, you want a response from K Vertez, you want more from Kenneth. Well, I can't provide any of that to you. I can provide you streamer reactions. And these streamers aren't just random people that have seen her on the internet. No, these are people that apparently stayed in their house, have made content together, and saw them as an actual friend. And I want to say every streamer I'm about to show right now has denounced her as a friend, said that they won't collab with her, said that they don't like anything that she's done. Just so y'all know beforehand, they are not on her side at all. So it's gonna make this 10 times more interesting.
Like, I used to text Kat, like, yo, bro, like, I think you're so funny. Like, you just need to lock in a little more. Like, I'm like, Kat, dead ass, come to LA. Let's be on some Arky Yugi dual content type shit. We gonna be the first girls to move like that. Yo, Kat, you're feeling sour now. Come play Overwatch with me. She wouldn't answer. Yo, Kat, you're feeling sour now. Listen, bro, you got this. Everyone believes in you. Rage believes in you. Kai believes in you. Aim High believes in you. All these people believe in you, gang. Come lock in. You don't gotta be depressed, bro. You got this shit in the bag. Just for you to be doing this shit, bro. Like, what? You are more worried about cheating on your man with your cousin than locking in on content. Like, what a waste of potential. Genuinely. Like, how do you waste your own potential this hard? If you would actually still support Kat after she cheated on her man with her blood cousin, get the fuck out my chat.
This right here was Snowcone's reaction to it. Someone who had done multiple collabs with her, was even a part of the Your Rage collab where she did with Mari along with Primate Page, and is seen denouncing her actions as a normal person would. And unfortunately, there are actually some people online defending her actions, which you literally can make up. It's pretty insane to think, but most streamers have the exact same mindset as Snowcone. They're seeing this, they're denouncing her, and even saying that if you're someone who's actually over here supporting her in any way, shape, or form, you need help. You you need therapy, and you and her should probably be put in the same exact mental facility because there's no way you think any of this is normal or okay.
Crazy. You heard they got your mans?
Who? Oh yeah, I did. I knew about that a few days ago.
What? Wait, how?
I didn't even know I had to hold that secret. It was the craziest thing I've ever heard.
What the fuck? She's like, hell. What the hell?
Wait, you still fucking
Wait,
with
wait,
her?
wait. She told you?
No, I had insider intel from a close friend of the insider intel.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's all real.
The context is this is someone that went to Streamer University and has stayed in our house multiple times and we have collabed with. And she was just with her cousin the whole time. But I've never met anyone that's been with their cousin. I low-key, I feel kind of bad. Not because, like, I feel bad for this girl. I just feel like
That's disgusting,
I'm not
bro.
the type of person to put someone on blast. I'm really not. Unless you do something, like, really fucked up to me. So this is low-key a little weird for me to do right now. But it is fucking weird to fuck your cousin. It is very fucking weird.
But again, feelings are valid. Get where he's coming from. It is a hard situation. Being cheated on is unfair and it's very hurtful. And even points where he was like, I took her to this movie and she's texting him about them going to see a movie. Like, I know seeing things like that, I would feel very enraged myself, so I completely get it.
If you're of the normal mindset and just a normal person in general, you're going to see a situation like this as terrible. Not only for Kenneth, because he did literally nothing wrong and got cheated on in one of the worst ways possible, online still defending her for some reason or another. It just shows you why humanity as a whole has so many problems and issues. There is no defending this. She is a deplorable, disgusting human being through and through, and honestly will probably not have a career, at least in streaming and in content creation, after these allegations. And as the news flies by, more people will know about the situation and not only not collab with her, but denounce her as a whole. The amount of hate she is about to be unimaginable, and I would lie to you if I said it was
Wooden bullet.
all undeserved. But at the end of the day, that is just how I feel. If you want to tell me how you feel, the best place to do that will be the comment section down below, because this video was unfortunately over. But if you did,
Nah, bro.
Hey, what's up everybody? We are back again, and today, oh boy, do I have one for you, because after I made that Little Skies video about a week ago, which if you haven't checked out, definitely do so. It's a crazy topic, not in a good way, but also it's something that people need to know about. Actually, a topic that many people on Instagram DM'd me about, wanting to hear my opinion, and I wasn't aware of it before that. But then after I put the video out, immediately I would get more DMs saying, hey man, are you not going to talk about Juice WRLD? You talked about Little Skies, you've talked about all these other people in the past. Why are you avoiding Juice WRLD? Is it because he's passed away? Do you think because he's passed away you can't talk about him anymore, or the allegations around him? I mean, you talked about Wi-Fi Skeleton. That's the same sort of situation. And honestly, okay, I didn't even know about this. I only became aware of this very recently. I know there's been multiple threads made about it. I know there's a lot of rumors and Instagram comments that have been talking.
That's crazy, bro. What the fuck is going on with the world, man? I think I'm gonna just hang myself, guys. No lie.
Talked about where people are mentioning this situation, but I had no idea that Juice WRLD allegedly, well, not even really allegedly, dated a 14-year-old when he was 18. Okay, so right off the bat, I know people have a lot of opinions and are probably already upset before they even hear me out, but I'm not saying anything about the age gap right now. I'm simply ripping the band-aid off right now so people can fully take it in while I continue on. But yes, according to some internet sleuths who have posted on Reddit, and yes, I know it's Reddit, people don't like Reddit as a source, but the people on there, while they're very toxic and kind of fucked up, are very good at doing research, probably even better than me. Well, that wouldn't take much. Okay, fuck you, but no. talking to me, but of course, that's simply what somebody's saying on Twitter. There's no real evidence. But one person in particular would get very deep into it and make an entire post about it, so we're going to read that out. I'm not really going to give an opinion while I'm reading. I'm going to let you guys take in the full thing before I have anything to say from my own opinion. It says, I stumbled across this post on Bella's Twitter, Izzy with the Glizzy, the other day, confirming that her and Juice began dating on October 25th, 2016. At the time that they began dating, Bella was 14 years old, 4 months and 9 days old, born 17/06/02, which is 17th of June 2002, while Juice was 17 years old, 10 months and 24 days old, born 12/02/98, being December 2nd, 1998. We know that they broke up in March 2017, with the exact date believed to be 17/03/2017, the 17th of March 2017, by which time Juice WRLD was 18 while Bella was still 14. The reason it's believed that they broke up on that date is due to a series of tweets from Juice relating to heartbreak and wanting to get his girlfriend back. We know for sure they broke up that month due to a tweet from Juice on the 24th where he said, "You were supposed to be a Cali girl," referencing the recent breakup and upcoming trip to California, which would bring us the Heartbroken in Hollywood EP. That speculated day of the breakup was also the same day his song Too Much Cash was released, which was the first Juice WRLD song produced by Nick Mira. It's also probably worth noting that his first performance ever was the following day on the 18th. Also, the Heartbroken in Hollywood EP, which was released the 12th of April 2017, wasn't planned. Juice planned the trip in February where he was still dating Bella, but they broke up just before he took the trip, thus inspiring the Heartbroken in Hollywood EP. Also, as some people already know, Goodbye and Good Riddance was originally uploaded to SoundCloud titled Fuck You Bella, so we know that was definitely about her. So as you guys know, this guy definitely did his research. He put together all the dates, he went and looked at old tweets and figured out their exact age and how far apart they are. So by doing some math, Juice WRLD was essentially 3 years, 6 months, and 15 days older than her, which is definitely pretty suspect considering the fact that he was in his senior year and she was in her freshman year. I'm pretty sure that's what you call it in the States. In Canada, it would be grade 12 and grade 9. And I know personally when I was in high school, it was okay for grade 12s to date grade 11s, of course, is only 1 year younger. Grade 10s, it was fine, but dating somebody in grade 9 was definitely a bit suspect considering the fact that you're almost an adult at that point, about to go in the real world. And a freshman just got into high school. They're basically a middle schooler when they first start off. So of course, going for them is a bit strange. It usually speaks to a lot of insecurity and of course being pretty childish yourself. I mean, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen where older guys go for younger women. First of all, women are usually attracted to older guys because they mature faster than men mature, and because of that they usually go a couple years older. And usually in high school, when it comes to awkward guys who aren't very confident with themselves, they will go for slightly younger girls because they feel like they have that coolness factor. But grade 9 is pretty suspect. Walking around the halls holding hands with a 9th grader is definitely going to get you some weird looks from your friends. And like I said before, I had a friend who did something like this and basically everybody cut him off because of that. And he also really loved Juice WRLD music, so I guess it kind of makes sense. Now, of course, we have a lot of people defending this, saying that they're both high schoolers. It's not like he's a grown man and he went to a high school to basically hook up with her, which also does happen if you start dating somebody in grade 10 and then you graduate but they're still in high school, so that's not really the best comparison. I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to be a 20-year-old still hanging out at the high school, but I understand that if you've been close and together with that person for a long time, you're not going to instantly break up as soon as you get into the real world. From my experience, everybody I've seen who dated slightly younger girls in grade 10 and continued to date them until, well, they graduated high school, those girls usually ended up breaking up with the guy as soon as they graduated themselves because, of course, well, they want to live their own life. They want to do their own thing. It doesn't always happen. There is, you know, true love, high school sweethearts, but 9 times out of 10, you're not going to end up being with that first relationship that you had in high school long term. And if you do, you're probably going to have to break up for a couple years and then come back together if you really like each other. But for the most part, people kind of move on. Of course, people would start to defend this by saying that the age of consent in some states is 16, but in Chicago, it actually is 17. Now, I had to look that up for the purpose of today's video, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to look up the Romeo and Juliet laws of Chicago. I'm just not going to do that. FBI is definitely already on my trail at this point for looking up that first thing, but it's not really whether or not it's illegal, which I don't know, it's kind of a gray line. It's more, is it moral? Now, according to another post, they were only together for about 3 months, and the reason that they broke up is because she would actually end up getting with somebody else, basically cheating on him, being another girl. So yeah, definitely a high school relationship with a lot of drama involved. And honestly, this was probably for the best, as after all, first of all, I mean, once again, again, weird age gap. But second of all, Juice WRLD was starting to get the connections that would eventually blow him up as an artist, starting to connect to Nick Mira from Internet Money, who would start to put together some of those initial songs that would really start to blow up his career. And by the end of 2017, he was already a pretty massive artist. And it was good timing too, with him being around 18 years old, meaning that he was already graduated from high school and now had the mobility and freedom to go to LA and pursue his dreams, while his girlfriend was 14 years old. She only just got into high school, and apparently he wanted her to come to California with him, which is like, how would that even work? And even if the parents were chill with it, which I'm not sure if they were or not, it's even a possibility. They just don't really pay much attention to their kid whatsoever. But either way, do you really think anybody's gonna want their 14-year-old to go with their 18-year-old boyfriend to California? He can pursue a career as a SoundCloud rapper, not to mention he was already heavily abusing drugs when he was in high school, mostly being Xanax, and by the time that he got to California, he would start to switch over to Percocets. So not only is she gonna be in all of these bad environments surrounded by a bunch of rappers and producers who are probably abusing drugs, but her boyfriend is also gonna be high, meaning that he can't really pay all that much attention to her or probably know exactly what's going on at all times, because when
Yeah,
you're
it's
on a lot
fucking
of drugs, you're
scary.
pretty out of it. I would hope, although I'm not really sure if this is the case, that if he pulled up to the studio with a 14-year-old, that somebody on his team or somebody there would be like, hey man, like, what are you doing? We have to have a talk. It might have lost him connections, and I mean, maybe for a good reason. So she really did do him a favor by not going with him to California and breaking his heart, because, well, first of all, he got an album out of it that ended up becoming massive, and second of all, he definitely would have drug her down a dark hole. It wouldn't have necessarily even been completely his fault. I mean, kind of is, it kind of isn't, because he is the older of the two and the adult in the room. But if anything had happened to her, it definitely would have been his responsibility, and then there would have been a dark stain left on his legacy. But as is, with her breaking up with him after only 3 months and most people not really knowing about this, kind of just a weird fact that most people would probably overlook. I mean, maybe he was a bit immature for his age, she probably shouldn't have dated her. If they never ended up hooking up, which hopefully they didn't, it's not all that bad, but I mean, definitely something that most people would want to keep under wraps. But apparently not for Juice WRLD, because after he ended up going out to California and getting ran through the entire Internet Money blow up machine, in fact, he was basically the first artist that they took under his wing and blew up.
Damn.
He had already released Lucid Dreams before this point, and it had picked up some steam on SoundCloud, but it wasn't until he got connected to them and they gave it a second life that he really started to get big. And of course, after he had that initial hype going for him from the first couple singles, All Girls Are the Same and Lucid Dreams, they wanted him to release an entire project. He had done plenty of mixtapes before, but this was really his first industry-backed album, and that would be Goodbye and Good Riddance. And it was actually the label that would initially ask him if he could make it a more emo, downtrodden project, because as many of you already know, Juice WRLD wasn't necessarily an emo rapper. He had sad songs, but a lot of his songs were also just straight up rap. It was kind of a misconception put on him where, unlike Lil Peep, who constantly made emo music and then kind of pivoted to a more poppy sound, Juice WRLD always made a variety of stuff. It just so happens that the stuff that blew up was the more depressing music. Makes a ton of sense, as after all, the emo rap wave was massive at the time, and especially after Peep and then X passed away, it would get even bigger, with him dropping that song Legends commemorating them, and then, well, he passed away after that, only making everything even bigger and associating him more with emo rap. But he would say on a couple different occasions that he didn't really like Lucid Dreams anymore because it was overplayed and it put him in a box that he didn't want to be in. He wanted to be known as one of the greatest rappers of all time and the greatest freestylers, not just another emo rap legend. But at this point, Internet Money was already pretty tapped in with the SoundCloud wave. They had worked with X before briefly. I mean, they didn't really have much of a hand in blowing him up. It was more so working with him after he got big, but they had seen what worked and what didn't, and they wanted to make sure that if they were going to put all this money behind Juice WRLD, that the music was going to work. So they asked him if he could make an album about heartbreak, about depression, about drug use, and don't get me wrong, he was already dabbling with all of these topics before this point. In fact, that's basically all he raps about. It was just more so they wanted the cadence to be different. They wanted to position him in a certain type of way that would really appeal to that depressed fan base that already loved X, Peep, and many
Crazy,
more.
bro.
But of course, with Juice WRLD only really having one girlfriend before this point, of course being Bella, the only real source that he had to draw from was the relationship that he had with Bella. Now, I'm sure the label probably didn't know this before they pitched the idea to him. They probably thought, okay, this guy's had a couple relationships, he has a couple different things he can talk about, and his music's already kind of depressing. They probably had no idea he was about to write an entire album about a 14-year-old and the breakup that they they had after 3 months. And don't get me wrong, the music that he made was legitimately great. Goodbye and Good Riddance is one of the best mixtapes from the SoundCloud era. In fact, almost every single song on that project is instantly replayable. People were playing it all over the place. It wasn't just emo sad kids sitting in their room listening to it. It was basically everybody. And Juice WRLD was basically an overnight hit, with this album becoming so beloved that by the time that he dropped Death Race for Love, it was already too solidified for the second album to even compete. Now, personally, I'm not just saying this because of the source material. I've always liked Death Race for Love more because I remember the actual release of it and the hype leading up. Goodbye and Good Riddance will always be the fan favorite, although as many of you know, the initial name for it was Fuck You Bella, of course referring to Bella, the 14-year-old. Now, I always thought that Bella was the real name of Starfire, which is this woman who Juice WRLD ended up dating, I think, slightly after he went to LA.
Albums really started when the label wanted to name his album Fuck You Bella, and that's his ex-girlfriend, the one that the Lucid Dream song is about. Like, that song was written back when he was a senior in high school. And so, you know, I asked him about her. I was like, who is this girl? You know, like, what happened? I want to know the backstory. You know, I was curious. He told me she's some 17-year-old girl that they dated for a couple years. And I understood, you know, I was like, okay, I've had a couple relationships that were over a year long. Like, you know, shit hurts, I get it. So me and her followed each other on Twitter. Then she messaged me. And Jared told me that she started these rumors that he raped her. So I asked her because she was trying to get in contact with him. And I was like, why are you trying to get in contact with somebody that you said to you? And then this is what she sent me. So yeah, I did tell him that I hated him. I told him that I thought he was a bad person, you know, because I don't stand behind these 18, 19, 20-year-old men fucking on 13, 14, and 15-year-old girls. That's crazy. Like, there's such a big, like, difference, like, in your head with maturity, with your innocence level, with things that you're exposed to. And, like, in my opinion, that's just really fucked up, and I don't stand behind that at all.
I'm not really caught up with all of the relationships of Juice. All I know is that he basically got with Starfire right when he came to LA. Adam22 would talk about that, how he had a different style and a different girlfriend when he first came out, and then eventually they ended up breaking up. It was very toxic, and he would get with Ali Lottie, a woman who's actually much, much older than him. I mean, not crazy, but like I think she's like 8 years older than him. And this was seen as kind of a weird decision. A lot of people question why he ended up getting with Ali Lottie because, well, first of all, it was kind of weird for a rapper to have a solid girlfriend at the time. Most of them that blew up at the age of like 19, 20, 21 were simply enjoying the fame and all the access that they now had to the quote-unquote groupies, but Juice WRLD always seemed to want to be cuffed and, you know, held down by a woman. But the thing about Ali Lottie is that she had been around the industry before she ever got to Juice. She had been with Smoke Perp in the past, she had been with Little Skies, and it seemed like she was just trying to be around any rapper that she could before she finally found one that would fall in love with her, and Juice definitely fell pretty hard. Now, am I saying that she's a predator? No, not really. I mean, they were both adults at the time, and while she was quite a bit older, it's really not that strange in the grand scheme of things. Some people say that the way that they met is she was actually his plug and the one who would often bring him drugs for free, which of course makes the relationship pretty suspect. I know what you're probably saying, why am I talking about all of his other relationships? How does it really relate? Well, I think it all shows a similar theme that Juice WRLD was pretty insecure with himself. Of course, being so young and so heavily addicted to drugs, he wasn't always in the best mindset, and well, he got attached to people very, very easily, which often happens when, well, you're on drugs. It makes your emotions much more heightened. It can make you feel like you're more attached to a person than you really are because, of course, all of your endorphins are firing off because you're on the substance, not necessarily because you like the person that much, but hey, if you're doing Molly and all of these feel-good drugs with a person all the time, well, you're gonna start to really connect to them. And this isn't an excuse at all. I'm not trying to say that this makes Juice WRLD innocent in the situation. It definitely is odd, but is it worth tearing his entire legacy down over it? Well, personally, I don't really think so. Suspect, a little bit strange. In comparison to many of his contemporaries from the SoundCloud wave, it's definitely not the worst thing that I've ever seen. Not to mention, he's passed away now, so even if he did do something bad, we can't really, like, do anything about it, like, he can't be punished. But I did still feel like this topic was worth covering because, after all, as more and more people become fans of Juice WRLD and younger fans are put onto him, as well as older fans like myself who weren't aware of the situation in the first place, it's gonna start to become more widespread. I already see people talking about it a lot on Instagram. Like every time somebody posts about Juice WRLD, you're gonna see at least a couple comments being like, yeah, this your goat, he used to date a 14-year-old, he's weird as hell. And I feel like if people are gonna throw those types of terms on him, there should at least be some context to it, hence why this video exists. So yeah, that's the real dark truth behind Goodbye and Good Riddance. It's not that it was initially named Fuck Bella, which was dissing a woman, which is very disrespectful. It's that it was dissing a woman who was 14 years old that he was only with for 3 months. So when people call Juice WRLD's music high school breakup music, that's truly what this project was. It was a high school breakup that he turned into music. And I'm not gonna lie, that definitely does sour the project a little bit for me, but at the same time, I mean, I can't relate to it much anymore at this age anyways. It's mostly for the younger audience. It didn't age the best in the world. I mean, the music's still catchy, but the lyrics definitely leave a lot to the imagination. Yeah, the next time that you see somebody make a post about it on Twitter or Reddit or Instagram or wherever else, maybe point them to this video where there's the actual explanation for it. Yes, he was with a 14-year-old when he was 18. Yes, it is kind of suspect. Yes, I do personally find the age gap a little bit weird, and no, that wasn't normal at the time either. That was definitely never a normal thing. I mean, people do it, but it doesn't make it not weird. And I say that because I know a lot of people are going to be upset about the new gen fans looking back at the SoundCloud era and trying to compare it to modern day sensibilities, which I do agree isn't always the best thing to do when looking back on stuff from like 10 years ago. But when it comes to this, it was kind of strange at the time, and it definitely is strange now. But if we're going to be throwing around the P word, then we definitely need to make sure we know what we're talking about. Anyways, with all of that said, make your own opinion on the situation. I at least wanted to shine some light on it and kind of tell you my thoughts, but I don't want to sway anybody to think one way or the other. It totally comes down to your own sensibilities, how you feel about the situation, how big of a fan of Juice WRLD you are, and so on and so on. Anyways, that was kind of a depressing topic. The next video should be something fun once again. We'll probably get back into the white boy beef, but with all of that said, thank you guys so much for watching. Subscribe to the channel, and I will see you in the next one. Peace out. Bye.
On June 14th, 1969, 6-year-old Dennis Martin was playing hide-and-seek with his family in the Great Smoky Mountains. And by the end of that day, he had vanished without a trace and sparked one of the largest search operations in National Park Service history, still to this very day. But Dennis Martin's disappearance was just the beginning of a much stranger story. And in today's video, I'm going to tell you what happened.
Oh, yeah. Talk to me, man.
There's so much legend and mystery and myth and folklore in the Appalachian area, and it's finally time I do a bit of a deep dive video, rabbit hole on it, kind of, if you will. I'm not exactly sure. This video is going to be long, and it's going to be full of a lot of really wild stuff. So go ahead and hit the like button if you want to see more, I guess, right? This is the Holy Relic cam. Let's put some Holy Relic graphics on the screen. Thank you for subscribing to the channel and hitting the like button, my friends. Today we're talking about Appalachia. I love Appalachia. Dennis Martin was 5 days away from his 7th birthday when his family took him on his first overnight camping trip in the Smoky Mountains. By the way, this is the geographical location of the Smoky Mountains. It was Father's Day weekend, and 3 generations of the Martin family had hiked up to Spence Field, a 200-acre meadow sitting nearly 5,000 feet above sea level on the Tennessee-North Carolina border. By the way, driving anywhere between Tennessee and North Carolina is terrible. It's not fun. One time I had a migraine and I had to pull off the road because I was gonna throw up. So bad. So many turns and hairpins going 55. I just ain't cut out for it, I guess. That's why I moved to Texas. I like it flat and straight. Dennis was with his father, William, his 9-year-old brother, Douglas, and his grandfather, Clyde. And they'd hiked 10 miles the day before from Cades Cove, camping overnight at Russell Field before making the final push to Spence Field that morning. And when they arrived at the meadow, they found another family already there. Dr. Carter Martin's family from Alabama. No relation to the Tennessee Martins, just a coinky-dink. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the kids came up with a game, an idea for a game. These are not experts in the development of games, and their design, quite frankly, was poor, but they were going to sneak around and surprise the adults. The plan was simple. Douglas and the other children would approach from one direction while Dennis would circle around from the other side and jump out and scare them, kind of like this. Not really anything like that. Not really anything like that. That was dumb. I should have done that. But unfortunately, there was a problem. Dennis was wearing a bright red shirt that would totally give him away. So the older kids told him he'd have to go alone and circle around the far side of the field where the thick rhododendron bushes would hide his insanely red shirt. William Martin watched his son walk toward the tree line, and the red shirt made Dennis easy to track as he picked his way through the mountain laurel and rhododendron. If you don't know what that looks like, it's just, thick kind of brush. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, especially mountain laurel. After about 5 minutes, Douglas and the other kids executed their part perfectly, jumping out and surprising the adults with shouts and laughter. Everybody played along,
Fucking
acting
wooden
startled
bullets,
and
yo.
scolding the children with smiles on their faces. Obviously, it's a classic children's game. It's poorly designed, but still, it's what kids do, I think. But Dennis never showed back up, and his father, William, looked toward where he had last seen his son's red shirt disappearing into the bushes. He called his name. There was no answer. He called again, louder. He then started to worry and kept on calling, but still nothing. The thing was, Dennis was an obedient kid who always came when called. He wasn't the type to wander off and hide when he heard, especially concern in the voice of his father. William started to search toward the trees, and grandfather Clyde searched in the opposite direction. Both Martin families spread out across the meadow, calling Dennis's name, trying to find him. And by 6 p.m. that same day, as daylight started to fade and the temperature started dropping, they all knew something was terribly wrong. But this is where and why the story gets really strange. A lot of you, I'm sure, have heard of this missing persons case in Appalachia. It's one of the most famous missing persons cases of all time. It's just a kid who was there 1 minute and then he disappears the next. 7 miles southwest of Spence Field, near a place called Sea Branch, a man named Harold Key was having a picnic with his family. And at some point between 6 o'clock and 6:45, a couple hours after Dennis had disappeared, Harold heard something that haunted him and has haunted him for the rest of his life. It was a scream that Harold later described as enormous and sickening and fundamentally wrong. It wasn't the cry of an animal or anything he'd ever heard in his decades of mountain living. It wasn't a human in distress. It was something else entirely. The scream caused Harold and his family to look up from their meal and scan the tree line. And within minutes of that otherworldly scream, they saw something. A man emerged from the woods moving fast through the undergrowth and brush, but it wasn't a hiker or anything usual. This man moved like he was being pursued or like he was pursuing something. His appearance was disturbing to them. He was unkempt, he had hair past his shoulders, torn and dirty clothes, and it looked like he'd been living rough in the mountains for months. He was kind of like the wild man in Red Dead Redemption 2. Could never get that son of a bitch. I don't actually think he can get him, to be honest. So you say you got him, you are a liar. I don't even think he can get him. All right? So don't try to act like you're better than us. Over the man's shoulder, Harold and his family said they saw it looked like he carried something that was similar to cloth or clothing. And the moment the strange man spotted the Key family watching him, he immediately changed course and plunged deeper into the forest, then disappeared completely. And Harold Key carefully noted the time between 6 and 6:45 p.m. on June 14th, this was 1969. So if we think about the timeline, that's Dennis Barton disappearing at 4:30 p.m. from Spence Field, and 2 hours later, 7 miles away, Harold Key hears a beast scream and saw a wild man carrying what appeared to be some kind of clothing. Could a 6-year-old child cover 7 miles of wilderness on his own? I don't think so. It seems impossible, but could something have carried him that far? Also unsure. And as darkness fell, Clyde Martin, the grandfather, hiked 9 miles down the mountain to report Dennis missing. And behind him was a massive storm that was building. By the way, this is pre-cell phone, pre-internet. You had to actually go out and report people missing to the proper channels and authorities. This is a totally different time. It was much more difficult to find the missing in the 60s, 70s, 80s, and before that, before the internet and surveillance and all this stuff. By the time Clyde reached the ranger station, it was raining heavily, 2.5 inches in 3 hours, and that would wash away any trail that Dennis might have left. Following the incident was an unprecedented search. Over 1,400 volunteers scoured 56 square miles of the Smoky Mountains looking for Dennis. This lasted 16 days. There were FBI agents that opened case files. Green Berets fresh from Vietnam joined the hunt, and the operation became so large it started destroying evidence from just all of the people walking around. There were so many people trying to find Dennis. And 3 days after Dennis disappeared, searchers found something that changed everything. They found child-sized footprints in the mud near Eagle Creek, several miles from Spence Field. The tracks told a bit more of a disturbing story as well. One foot was barefoot, and the other showed the pattern of a boy's Oxford shoe in size 2.5, which was exactly what Dennis had been wearing. The prints led towards water and then simply stopped, and park officials immediately dismissed the evidence for some reason. They said the footprints must belong to a Boy Scout in the search party because they were too far from Dennis' last known location, and they were made by someone older than 6, which I don't understand how I mean, looking back, obviously hindsight's 2020, but it seems absurd to just be like, definitely not Dennis at all. Retired park ranger Dwight McCarter studied those footprints for decades. He said that the tracks weren't part of a group pattern. They led away from the search area and not towards it, and they showed purpose and direction, not the random wandering of a lost child. And also, none of the children who were searching had been barefoot either, so a huge plot hole in the weird excuse for that. The official search continued for 2 more weeks before ending in utter failure. Dennis Martin was never found. There was no trace of his clothing ever discovered, and no remains were ever recovered. He simply ceased to exist at 4:30 p.m. on June 14th, 1969, which is completely f***ing mind-boggling that has happened. It's so well covered, and has happened multiple times outside of just this lone story. The most curious part about all of this, it's a terrible part as well, but it is certainly curious, is that Dennis Martin's disappearance isn't necessarily unique. The Appalachian Mountains generate more unexplained phenomena per square mile than anywhere else in North America. You can ask anybody who's lived there, and if you read any forums, or any forums, what am I, old? If you look on the internet and you search Appalachia, scary, Appalachia, skinwalker, you're gonna find a lot of insane stories. I myself have stories, but around national parks across the US, and seemingly more so in remote locations in Appalachia, children, people, they vanish in areas where they just shouldn't be able to disappear. Search dogs lose scent trails at strange points, and experienced hikers are found in impossible locations, dead. There's something different about Appalachia. That's what we're talking about today. Something different about Appalachia. Something in the water maybe. So you've definitely heard that Appalachia is spooky and scary, and don't go into the woods at night in Appalachia. You'll hear whatever, that's a lot of that. I've gone into the woods a lot at night, and I'm still alive. But what makes the Appalachian Mountains so different? Why do more people disappear in Appalachian parks than in parks 10 times the size? The answer potentially lies in something called thin places, which are areas that the normal rules of reality seem to break down. And these thin places, the theory of this has existed for thousands of years. Researcher David Politis has spent years documenting what he calls missing 411 cases, which are disappearances that follow disturbing patterns. And in the Appalachian Mountains, these patterns are everywhere. Like I said, children, people vanish from areas where they shouldn't be able to disappear. Search dogs lose scent trails at specific geographic points, the same points over and over. This is information from David Politis. And experienced hikers are found in locations that should be impossible to reach given their physical condition. All of these things, some I've gone over already, are things that are consistent in these cases, and these cases are consistent in the Appalachian region. What's strange as well is that these occurrences aren't exactly random. They follow a level of pattern geographically. So a bit of exposition in regard to Appalachia. It's very interesting. You're gonna wanna hear this. The Appalachian Mountains, if you didn't know, are 480 million years old. They've been through 4 separate mountain building events that geologists call orogenies: the Grenville, Taconic, Acadian, and Alleghenian. All insanely cool names. And all of this geological violence created an electromagnetic configuration that exists nowhere else on Earth. Dr. Michael Persinger at Laurentian University proved that electromagnetic fields can alter human consciousness in scientifically measurable ways. Using his God helmet device, a device that generates weak magnetic fields barely stronger than a hairdryer, he can induce supernatural experiences in 80% of his test subjects. People reported sensing mysterious presences, missing time, out-of-body experiences, and encounters with spiritual entities, and the same electromagnetic patterns that Persinger created for his studies and science shit also naturally occur in the Appalachian Mountains. There's something called the Brunswick magnetic anomaly that stretches from South Carolina to Pennsylvania, and in these areas that fit into that anomaly, compasses spin wildly and electronic equipment fails without explanation. This is real. Dr. Karen Fisher at Brown University found that the lithosphere, the Earth's protective electromagnetic barrier, is also abnormally thin beneath the mountains as well. The region is also loaded with quartz deposits, and when tectonic pressure hits quartz, it generates piezoelectric fields. And if you don't know what that is, here's what a piezoelectric field is. Piezoelectricity is so cool. And this creates localized zones where the normal rules of space and time, quite literally, break down. Thanks, Obama. Ooh, yes! So Persinger's research shows that when tectonic plates shift, they can generate electromagnetic anomalies that trigger activity in the temporal lobe of the human brain. And that is the same brain region associated with mystical experiences, missing time, and altered perception. In laboratory conditions, temporal lobe stimulation produces hallucinations, spiritual encounters, and memory gaps that mirrors what happens in what missing 411 survivors report. By the way, I believe all this stuff. Sure, there's scientific backing for some of it, but specifically in Appalachia, I've had a very bizarre experience where I've never been more afraid in my entire life, and I'm a pretty scared guy. I like getting scared of stuff, but I fight, I don't flight. I fight, I don't flight. One time I really flighted though, bad. I'll tell you my stupid story at the end of the video, but it's so bizarre. Anyways, the Appalachians are basically a massive natural version of Persinger's experimental God helmet chamber. By the way, this is purely speculation from me. I don't know if anybody's ever made this connection before. I shouldn't say that, but this is speculation. Of course someone's thought of this before. How f***ing dumb can one man be? This guy! Yeah! Press like! Woo! Hey now! Take a seat. Take a seat now, come on. Take a seat. Can I hold a 20? I'm hungry. Need to get me a sandwich. So yeah, it's pretty scary. Imagine being an old colonist or something too, and you come over and you're from Scotland, and damp is like a really common color, and you come to the Appalachian Mountains and it's so beautiful, and then you encounter a transcendental, spiritual, religious experience because you're just hanging out in the Appalachian Mountains and your worldview can't accommodate it. So then you start making legends and myths, and you start saying, oh my God, there's a beast out there in the woods out there, because every time I go out there, my hair stands on the back of my neck and it feels like I'm getting looked at. I mean, I'm from Scotland or whatever. The guy, I said he was Scottish. The Appalachian Mountains generate more of these experiences than anywhere else in the world because their geological structure creates conditions where the impossible becomes possible and the inevitable becomes inevitable. By the way, I just said with total confidence. I'm making that up. That's literally what I think. I don't know though. I'm not very good at saying things matter-of-factly, you know? Except for that does not look good. Never mind, I've been working out a lot. Power Boys channel, go to Power Boys. I got a new channel with a couple of my bros. The mountains, they don't just inspire folklore, they demand folklore. The thin places create both the disappearances and the legends that attempt to explain the disappearances. And that's the thin place. There's a lot more information on the thin place. I didn't make that up. There's stories that Stonehenge is a thin place and all these interesting mystical areas and the Egyptian pyramids. There's all these thin places. It's just a way to explain an area, a geographical area that relates to something that is occurring that you cannot explain with your worldview. That's a thin place. Appalachia, big, very, very thin place. I was gonna say big, thin place, but that cancels itself out. You see that title? Pretty good, isn't it? Pretty good name, isn't it? I like that name. I thought that was really cool. The Folklore Conundrum, I was gonna use the word conundrum because I've been trying to use that one lately, but Folklore Factory makes a lot more sense. When strange things happen regularly, people need explanations because we're people, you know? And in Appalachia, strange things happen quite a bit. Remember that Scottish guy I talked about? Think about it. You're living in a remote mountain hollow where children occasionally disappear and reappear miles away with no memory of how they got there. They just disappear and never come back. Families vanish from campsites without disturbing anything around them. Hunters encounter beings that shouldn't exist according to modern science, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. You can't just dismiss these things as hallucinations when they keep happening to your neighbors, your family, your community, etc. You need frameworks to understand these things, and you need stories that can contain these experiences. That's how people have been doing things for a really long time. Take a seat. I'm gonna tell you. And that's what makes Appalachia a folklore factory. Boom. First comes the geographic isolation. Mountain families and remote hollows had nowhere to turn except to their own communities for interpretation of insane and impossible events. When something unexplainable happens, they can't call the authorities or consult experts. They had to figure it out themselves. And they weren't always the brightest, let's be real. Becoming self-reliant in matters of explanation is the Appalachian way. You know, these folks developed their own framework for events like these. For example, a child disappeared in a thin place. The community has to tell a story that can contain such an experience and teach others potentially how to survive. That's where myths and legends and a lot of the folklore and stuff comes from, is to just imbue some kind of survival instinct, and it's based off something that happened a long time ago to people that you don't know and you've never met. And it probably what happened to them has grossly changed through the story. You know, Bigfoot, for example, big guy, not Bigfoot, big guy, just a huge guy. Big fist, hit you on the head, kill you dead. Big hairy guy, I know a couple big hairy guys. If I got killed and like my friend saw it and told that story 15,000 years in the future, that's Bigfoot out there, beating the shit out of people with his big old hairy fist. Interdimensional time traveler. I could see that happening, and I'm Appalachian, I know. Secondly, oral tradition amplifies these things. If I were to have written my story down, or my friend who witnessed me getting hit over the head with a large fist by a big guy, we would know exactly what happened. But oral tradition amplifies everything, and to be honest, in a culture where few people could read throughout a couple centuries, oral stories carry the full weight of the transmission of culture. Information becomes polished through countless retellings until it achieves a mythic permanence and a level of legend. Each storyteller adds their own details and their own connections to other experiences. Think of how terrible my videos are, and imagine if someone tried to take this video and just do it again in a different way. Thirdly is a very diverse cultural convergence in Appalachia that provides a unique vocabulary for all these things and unique explanations for all of these things. The Appalachian Mountains were settled by people from different backgrounds, each bringing their own explanatory systems. There is more than a dozen different Native American tribes that settled the area. Cherokee, very well known. Shawnee, very well known. And the Native American culture and stories had explanations for geographic, horrible hotspots. Celtic people that moved there, they had second sight, which interpreted enhanced perception of different things. They witnessed unique things in their settling of the Appalachian Mountains. Germanic people settled the Appalachian Mountains as well. They had this thing called powwowing, which I think they stole the word from somebody else, but it provided these bizarre healing pagan techniques for supernatural encounters. We also have a kiss of African hoodoo to tie into the culture of Appalachia as well. By the late 19th century, basically every hollow had its own bestiary of creatures, its own stories, catalog of dangerous locations, dangerous locations, and roster of families with special gifts and magic talents. It's a big thing in Appalachia, magic people. Then finally you take all these variables and then you isolate them and preserve the stories outside interference of urban America or schools or science or all that bullshit. You got a whole hell of a lot of people who refuse to dismiss folklore as primitive superstition, which I love. To be honest, to be frank with you, they're not stories, it's a survival guide. Yeah. I don't know. I've only been really afraid once up there in the mountains up there. And now, thanks to the internet, we have what we have, which is an ass load of myth, legend, stories that are all so incredibly interesting. And that's what we're gonna be talking about further in today's video. I wanted to give you a little bit of a primer. Let me introduce you all to the stars of the channel, the real stars, the behind the scenes heroes. These are my two little best friends in the whole world. They mean the world to me. I used to stress a lot about what I would feed my dogs. Things have gotten really easy since I switched to Sundays for my little puppies. Obviously, I want to give my pups the best food that is possible. Raw food takes up too much freezer space. Kibble is just kind of bad. And that's where Sundays comes in. It's delicious. It actually tastes pretty good. I've eaten it. I wouldn't recommend eating it. It is for dogs. But my dogs love it. Sundays has completely changed my beautiful little princesses' lives. Sundays is made from 100% human-grade ingredients. It's real meat and some superfoods with zero synthetics and zero artificial, nasty, disgusting preservatives. Luckily with Sundays, it makes feeding my dogs a very healthy diet easy. The product's awesome, no freezer space needed. It's vet formulated and made in the USA. Give your dog a chance to try Sundays today. Use code OOMPA at checkout. Get 50% off your first order. Trust me, your dog will thank you for it. That's code Oompa at Sundays for Dogs or sundaysfordogs.com/Oompa to get 50% off your first order. Thank you to Sundays for sponsoring this video. This one is up, okay? This is the Beast of Bladenborough, aka the Blood Vampire, aka the Big Sucker. 9,000. I don't know. I made that up. In January of 1954, something started killing animals around Bladenborough, North Carolina. But it wasn't killing them in a way that normal predators might kill something like that. It was draining them of their blood, guys. It was draining them of their blood. Police Chief Roy Forrest had seen plenty of animal attacks before, but when he examined the dead dogs on New Year's Eve in 1953, he knew something was wrong. Something was very wrong. There were no defensive wounds, no scattered fur from a struggle. The animals looked like they had been emptied. It was that simple. The animals looked like they had been drained of their blood. And even a quote from the autopsy confirmed this. There weren't more than 2 or 3 drops of blood in them. That was my Appalachian impression. I know a lot of folk up on there. Another bizarre detail is that the wounds each animal faced were basically identical. There was surgical precision, jawbone smashed, bottom lips split. Something was methodically and systematically draining the life out of these animals. So this was Bladenborough, a small town of 800 people. Usually their news was about the price of tobacco or high school basketball. But over 13 days in January of 1954, something came out of the pine forest out there and it turned Bladenborough from a sleepy, regular-ass Appalachian town to a nightmareville. Scary beast, something's draining creatures of blood. The story does get a lot more strange. On December 29th in 1953, a woman in a nearby town called Clarkton saw a large cat-like creature disappearing into the darkness. Her neighbor's dogs were missing by morning. And a few days later, on January 1st, Johnny Voust discovered the method. He said, "My dogs put up a good fight. There was blood all over the porch, big puddles of it, and there was a pool of saliva on the porch as well. It killed one dog at 10:30 and left it lying there, and my dad wrapped the dog up in a blanket, and that thing came back and got that dog, and nobody's seen it since. And at 1:30 in the morning, it came back and killed the other dog and took it off." They found the second dog 3 days later, and, quote, "The top of one of the dog's heads was torn off and its body was crushed and wet like it had been in that thing's mouth, and the other dog's lower jaw was completely torn off." 2 days later, January 3rd, Police Chief Forrest, guy we've mentioned before, brought his trained coonhounds to track the killer. These dogs, if you don't know, are bred to pursue anything, specifically raccoons, all right? Anything with 4 legs. But when they caught the scent of this creature, they immediately recoiled, and they refused to follow the trail and were whimpering as they backed away from whatever trace the creature had left behind. Probably Taco Bell diarrhea. No, I shouldn't joke. I have a real good way of just derailing everything. And the autopsy happened that day, and it confirmed what Forrest feared. The animals weren't being eaten, they were being drained of their blood. On January 5th, a family's pet rabbit was found cleanly decapitated and still warm, and that same day, a man named Tater Shaw, best name ever, witnessed something that would haunt him for the rest of his old tater life. That sumbitch is a tumor. He found a goat with its skull crushed flat. He said, "His head was flat as a fritter." Come on, man, yeah, come on. Hey, take a seat, mother. Shaw remembered the event decades later. He said, "It had a great big old crack, it was weird." And Shaw spread 4 fingers across his palm to show the paw prints the size of silver dollars, bigger than my small baby hands. But it's not over. On January 6th, Mrs. C.E. Kinlaw stepped onto her front porch at 7:30 p.m. to hang laundry, and 20 feet away in the gathering darkness, the beast was waiting for her. The 21-year-old mother looked up to see a large cat-like creature moving toward her with deliberate intent. Its eyes reflected the porch lights as it sized up this new prey, the first human that it had reportedly approached. Mrs. Kinlaw screamed and ran inside, and her husband Charles grabbed his shotgun and rushed out, but only found cat-like paw prints bigger than a silver dollar scattered across the yard. So, the beast that was methodically killing with surgical precision all kinds of dogs and other creatures had shown an interest in human blood. You know who else has an interest in human blood? Frankie does.
Frankie, come here, buddy. Come here, buddy. Come on, Frankie. Come on, Frankie. Come on.
Good girl. Yeah, that's right. She doesn't like the relic very much.
Okay, Frankie. Okay, come on. Okay, have some. Have a bite, Frankie.
Have a bite, Frankie. Have a bite. Have a bite. Oh, she chews on my body. After this, panic spread through Bladenboro. Women locked themselves indoors after sunset, and men who had never owned firearms bought shotguns and pistols. Liberals! Families with outdoor privies started using chamber pots inside their houses to avoid nighttime trips to the old pooper right there. But I tell you what the... Then came the sound of the creature, and that was one of the worst parts, aside from the draining animals of blood, of course. Witnesses described the same unearthly cry, like a baby crying or a woman with a knife stuck in her back. Oh! I like to imagine that's what... Or a baby is... Babies are so annoying, dude. Professional hunter S.W. Garrett heard this sound while tracking and compared it to a panther scream, but admitted he had never heard anything quite like it. There's theories them old skunk ape up in there. Or not skunk ape, wampus beast. And also, I've seen so there's cougars, allegedly, that have traversed. There's one that they found, I think, in Connecticut. Pretty sure. I don't know why I don't think of this stuff when I'm writing the doc and I have to like make shit up. I don't know. I'm such an idiot. I'm going off the beaten path here. There's a cougar though that they found really far into New England, which means it's perfectly feasible that one could be in Appalachia, of course. And I swear on my mother's life, my family found cougar, well, large cat. I don't want to say cougar, especially if I'm swearing on my mother's life, all right? But large cat-like prints that were really large, that were really big. And then the distance between the actual prints, this is in fresh snow, by the way. The distance between the prints was like 13 feet. It's very scary. I remember finding that as a young boy in Gore, Virginia, near the West Virginia line. Anyways, back to this story. The cry echoed through the pine forest. It was a sound that would make blood freeze and would turn brave men into little bitch chicken shits. Beyond this, witnesses of the creature paint a picture of something that defies classification. 4.5 feet long, bushy, resembling either a bear or a panther, and some weights estimate ranges around 80 to 150 pounds, and some estimate more. Some base the weight on how it crashed through underbrush. The tracks that were found showed claws at least an inch long, and some described it as brownish and tabby, and others as dark with a cat-like face. But all witnesses agreed on one detail. It moved with a predatory intelligence and circled its prey with patience, of something that had all the time in the world. Classic big cat style. By January 7th, nearly 1,000 hunters had descended on Bladenboro, and professional big game hunters who had killed lions in Africa, and fraternity brothers from the UNC Chapel Hill looking for a trophy, farmers with bird dogs and rabbit guns. They were all convinced that they would be the one to bag the beast of Bladenboro. Nobody succeeded, obviously. That would have been crazy if somebody shot a encrypted. Nobody's ever found one. Ever. A cryptid. Nobody's ever found one. Have you ever noticed that? Nobody's ever found one? That bothers me. People found some weird shit too. Some hard to find shit. Mayor Woodrow Fussell owned the local movie theater and had the instincts of a born showman. And as hunters poured into his town, he made a phone call to Charlotte and booked a film for January 9th called The Big Cats. And his advertisements read, "Now you can see the cat. We've got him on the screen and in Technicolor." Because of genius. And the same day the movie played, Fussell called off the hunt. There were too many guns, too much desperation, and too much of a chance that an overexcited hunter might shoot somebody. Shoot somebody, because that happens too, man. The Wilmington Morning Star headline captured this moment perfectly. Vampire Beast wins Battle of Bladenboro. What kind of gun would you have taken to get you Beast of Bladenboro? I would have taken one of these. I would have taken probably this to fight the Beast of Bladenboro, potentially. 300 Blackout. Pretty unique, I guess. Could have been interesting for sure. I like this little thing, it's nice. Eddie Kilo Beast out there, I tell you what. On January 13th, Luther Davis found a bobcat struggling in a steel trap 4 miles from town. He shot it and dragged it to the town square where Mayor Fussell hung it from a flagpole with the sign, "This is the Beast of Bladenboro." The killing stopped and the hunters went home and the newspapers moved on. But in my opinion, that was not the Beast of Bladenboro. Come on, a bobcat? They're not that scary. Sure, they sound like a screaming woman who's been stabbed with a knife in her back, kind of like that scream that I made earlier. Questions are still out there remaining, okay, guys? Sure, bobcats are loud and annoying, but they don't drain creatures.
The fuck should I even do, bruh? Fuck, I just used the shotgun real quick.
A 20-pound bobcat kill a 90-pound dog and drain it of blood? How did it crush skulls and smash jaws with surgical precision? Brother, I'm not exactly sure. Also,
Hey, yo, that's me, bro. I'm live on Leave BFT, bro. I'm fucking live, bro. What the fuck?
Thinking about playing Tarkov is much more enjoyable than playing Tarkov. You boot up the game and think you're gonna do this awesome clutch. Then you mag dump, miss, and get shot in the teeth. At those times, you better pray you at least have good company, because you're gonna need it.
Streets. Okay. Okay, we're on streets. My ping is at. Okay. Why did I think this was gonna be like ground zero?
Who did this?
Wait, why are we on streets?
I don't know.
We need to go to ground zero.
Yeah, what are we doing here? That's people. Gotta get out of here, man.
Riley, what the fuck did you do?
I know the way out.
Why are we on streets?
I wouldn't worry about it. Someone's running across the
people in
road
front of
there.
us.
Yeah, that's where we gotta go, in that direction. Yeah. Oh, scout to the right. Just scout here.
Oh my god.
Oh, behind. Someone's running close to
You
us.
come loot this guy's shit.
Some grass outside to the left side. Behind the staircase. Fall back into need. Oh shit, they threw a grenade. Okay.
Out those doors to the left?
Out those doors to the left, yep.
Oh my god, come on, bro.
Alright. Ground zero.
Yeah, make sure you press the ground zero part, bro.
Yep. Okay, it says current location ground zero. Yep. That's all he's good for, I think. Oh,
down.
Behind us. Where's that?
Down.
Where we came from?
Want push? Yeah. Shall we
where?
push this, Riley?
Like by the
Dude, it's
truck?
I wish I had a duo, bro, for Tarkov, man. Those don't exist.
More bad news for Chud the Builder is getting incredibly more difficult for his racist friends to stand beside him if they plan on having a career. So one of his friends, Alex Rosen, went to his court hearing. He took the stand and he testified that he's willing to put up $100,000 to help Chud get bonded out.
So I'm hoping to bond him out. I myself am a free speech absolutist, and I just don't think he should be in jail right now. I'm going to pay the bondsman. Right.
100,000.
Yes, sir.
When that video hit the internet of him supporting Chud and putting up money for Chud Bond and donating $10,000 to Chud, yo, his fans in his last video are completely turned on him. Yo, people are expressing grave disappointment, their regret for supporting him over the years. They're calling him racist. They're saying the quote-unquote work he's doing makes no sense. How can you be a good guy in this sense, but a bold and violent racist in that regard? Yo, doing this little favor for Chud has completely ruined this man's life. But it doesn't stop here. That video was apparently the last straw for all the black creators who worked with him. One of them being Gideon. Now, they came out before and dropped a little video saying that because Alex Rosen donated $10,000 to Chud, they don't like it, they're disavowing it, they wish he stopped, they'll talk to him. But when he took the stand and went that far, put up $100,000 of his own money, I don't know, a light bulb flashed in their head. Oh, yeah, that he must really identify with what Chud is doing. He must really like what Chud is doing. He must also be a violent racist just like Chud. So now Gideon, which is the biggest black creator he works with, who essentially gave him a new life and a new career when he got banned from all social media platforms, when he had to go to like paywall services to do his content, Gideon brought him back to YouTube. Gideon shared his audience with him, got his subscribers up under this new channel, under a new name. So Gideon essentially helped this man get a career again, knowing he was racist, knowing he had a past where he would denigrate.
Who did homie die to? Saiga? How long ago was this? That was 7
When a young
minutes
man
ago.
never got over being bullied in the 4th grade, his mind began to spiral into insanity. Even as he continued to show all of the signs of being a budding killer, they were ignored time and time again. Even as the signs he showed grew more intense, nobody took him seriously until it was far too late. This is the story of one of the darkest chapters in American history. School shootings are, unfortunately, not as rare as they should be. However, most of the time they are committed by a student at the school who is shooting at kids relatively their own age. There is something even more sinister about a grown adult coming back to school just to assault young children. This has happened on a few occasions, most notably with Sandy Hook and the Nashville shooting. This crime isn't mentioned too much in the grand scheme of things, but as you'll come to see, it is definitely one of the worst there's ever been. Salvador Rolando Ramos was born on May 16, 2004 in Fargo, North Dakota. He was the second child to his mom, Adriana Martinez, and his dad, Salvador Ramos Sr. His parents weren't together for too long before they ended up splitting up. This led to his mom, a native of Uvalde, Texas, taking the two kids back home with her not too long after he was born. Uvalde isn't the biggest city out there. In fact, it only boasts a population of about 15,000 people. It's in the United States, but it's only about 50 miles from the Mexican border and has an almost 80% Hispanic population. Salvador's mom herself seemed to prefer speaking Spanish in general and likely wanted to return to this sort of environment. Salvador's dad was barely around, only having spotty contact with his kids from that point onward. Salvador was fairly close with his extended family, though, especially his cousins and grandparents. Still, the family was in poverty, and that's putting it pretty lightly. Salvador himself would later say, "I used to literally sleep with a towel instead of a blanket. My dad was never here. He was either in jail or out of town." Salvador's dad was no stranger to the law. In 2000, a few years before his son was born, Salvador Sr. got into a scuffle with a police officer and then made a run for it. He was charged with resisting arrest, pleaded no contest, and got sentenced to 180 days in the county jail. He also had to apologize to the police in writing. Later on, he was also hit with a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. This happened after he hit a man named Enrique Jesus Perez with a beer bottle. Given that he pled no contest and it was only a Class A misdemeanor, he would only end up spending about 30 days in jail. He was ordered to have no more contact with the man and had to take part in periodic drug and alcohol testing for a while afterward. This does not mean that Salvador's mother was an angel, however. In fact, it was quite the contrary. Just before Salvador was born, his mom Adriana was charged with writing a bad check for about $20. At the time, she was dirt broke. She only earned about $500 a month from her job at a Chinese buffet, along with about $223 in welfare and $269 in food stamps. Back then, she was living in a small apartment with 6 other people. Her trial came around and she pled guilty to the charge about a year after her son was born. She had to pay a fine of $250, a court cost of $218, and was sentenced to 180 days in jail. But since she pled guilty, she was given probation instead, along with 25 hours of community service. However, only 2 years later, she was hit with an assault charge after she beat up a family member. Once she agreed to enroll in anger management counseling, the charges were dismissed in 2007. She was also stuck with the court fees again, this time shelling out $1,928. Things were made even worse when Salvador's mom became more and more addicted to drugs. It has been said by many around town that she enjoyed taking part in a good bit of methamphetamine. Even Salvador's old grandma, Celia Sally Martinez Gonzalez, had been hit with charges that haven't been specified. Whatever they were, she was given 2 years of probation in order to pay a fine and court costs herself. Long story short, the family was no stranger to crime. Despite everything he had going against him, Salvador seemed to be quite normal as a little kid. Once it was time for him to enroll in school, he began attending a local preschool in the area, the Dalton Early Childhood Center. There, his teacher described him by saying, "Salvador is a remarkable little boy. He is a motivated thinker and learner. He enjoys learning new things and is always excited to share his knowledge." However, eventually it was time for Salvador to move on to higher grades. He started going to Benson Elementary School. However, he would transfer out of Benson and then go on to attend the Anthem Elementary School in 2nd grade. By 3rd grade, things were starting to fall apart for him. He was behind his fellow students academically by a pretty noticeable margin. This was notably not due to a lack of effort, with his teachers even praising his dedication to a degree, but because he simply couldn't keep up. He was labeled as at risk after failing test after test until the pattern couldn't be ignored. At one point, someone in his family recommended speech therapy for him as well. After that, Salvador's family would take him out of Anthem and enroll him at a different school once again. He would come to attend the Robb Elementary School in the 4th grade. Here things went smoothly, for a very short while. At this school, it was said that Salvador was reluctant to interact with other kids due to his prominent speech impediment. Partially due to this and his own refusal to interact with the other kids, he became the target of bullying very quickly. He spent his 4th grade year in room 112 of the school and quickly came to associate that classroom with nothing but negativity. As the bullying became more frequent, he was made fun of for his speech, his very short hair, and for wearing the same clothes every single day. The latter of the two were mainly due to his poverty growing up, but it should be known that, according to the school itself, 86% of the children there were under the poverty line. It appears that Salvador simply had it worse off than the rest of them. As the year continued on, he had 0 friends. At one point, Salvador faced something that he wouldn't forget for the rest of his life. One day, a girl tied both of his shoelaces together while he wasn't paying attention. When he stood up and started to walk forward, he fell flat on his face in front of the whole class and hurt himself. This led to a lot of laughing and ridicule. While it may seem trivial to an adult in hindsight, it was something that deeply embedded itself within Salvador's mind and never really left him. It didn't help matters that his teacher didn't really seem to help or intervene in any way. Salvador's family at one point reported that even the teachers at the school were picking on both him and his cousin. At home, things were even worse. Living in a trailer with his mom that his grandpa owned on the aptly named Hood Street, Salvador faced something that was much worse than his bullying at school. According to a girl that he would come to date and grow close with later down the line, Salvador admitted to her that he was sexually abused by a man his mother was dating during his childhood. When he told his mother about it, she sided with her boyfriend and refused to believe him. So he was left with no choice but to put up with it, in his mind at least. He had reached out for help and had his hand slapped away. After that, Salvador's relationship with his mother would never recover. In fact, it only continued to get worse over the years. Eventually, Salvador was moved back to Benson Elementary School for the rest of his elementary years. After that, he moved on to middle school, attending Flores Middle School starting in the 6th grade. Again, keeping up with the trend, he was moved to Morales Middle School before 8th grade. Still, things didn't really improve for him. According to his later writings, he was still bullied throughout middle school as well. However, his bullying in middle school increased even more when Salvador, according to his own later writings, was caught masturbating in class. He said, "I was getting bullied because I started beating my dick in 7th grade, cried in front of the whole class, yelled at by multiple people, slapped so hard I had a bruise on my cheek for a couple days." This is when he started to get into trouble himself, although it was fairly tame at the time. He was written up for various offenses now and then, like for repeatedly calling a teacher by his first name, calling other students gay, or drawing inappropriate pictures, but it wasn't anything too serious. Eventually, Salvador moved on to high school. This time he would actually stick to one school throughout his tenure without transferring, the Uvalde High School. This high school is where Salvador would truly begin to spiral. He continued to get into trouble, this time for things a little worse than before. He would hit other kids, refuse to do his homework, and walk out of in-school suspension whenever he was put in there. Salvador's performance in high school was so bad that some of the school staff even recommended that he start taking some tutoring courses. When his grades fell even more, they recommended that he start attending special education classes. However, his family wasn't on board with either option, and it seems that he never went through with either of them. Salvador's grades were so abysmal in his first year in high school that he didn't pass the 9th grade and was forced to repeat it the next year. The next year, he didn't pass it either. When he was forced to repeat it once more, he still didn't pass it. By the time Salvador was on his 4th year of high school, he was still in the 9th grade. This was clearly something that would embarrass him, as he would call himself by the grade that he should have been in at the time. While Salvador suffered from what he felt was the worst bullying in his life in the 4th grade, he felt personally that he didn't actually start to go downhill until middle school, and that things only got worse from then on out. He later wrote in the Notes app on his phone, "From 6th grade to sophomore year, I was bullied. Did you know I skipped a lot of 7th, 8th, and 9th and 10th grade? Because I was bullied. 10th grade, I probably went to school for like 2 weeks. 9th, I missed over 3 months of school. 8th, I missed so much school, and 7th, I barely. So I haven't even been to school that much at all. I used to cry almost every day when I went home how much my life sucked. I used to walk home and cry in 8th grade because I was getting bullied."
Say hi to my kitty. Ow, your claws, they hurt so much. My cat is fucking big as shit.
There's so much times I walked home crying, and there's more stuff, but I don't want to get into it that it's bad. I have been bullied/harassed my whole school career. Slapped with Germex, tripped, punched, picked on, pushed down the stairs. I had to walk out of school so much times I would cry all the way home because people were so mean to me. I was getting bullied at a lunch table, and I was crying so much I had to switch to a younger table. I was told constantly I was ugly as fuck. Even girls would bully me, and I was scared to say anything to anyone. I asked the counselor to switch my classes, and she was asking why, and I didn't tell her because I was terrified of what would happen to me. And that was sophomore year. I was so depressed in 2020, crying myself to sleep almost every day because I felt so lonely. I wanted to get a job, but that would mean I couldn't see Steven, and he is my only friend, so I meant that I would be even more sadder. There is even a video recorded by Salvador's classmates in high school that shows him getting picked on at school, once again being taunted for wearing the same thing to class every day.
Being fake pants, fake vans, I'm fake. That's how you always wear. You always wear the same clothes every day. You ain't got no new outfit every motherfucking day. You wear the same thing, so shut the fuck up. You gotta tell us to say. You ain't gonna say nothing. Say to my motherfucking face. Oh God.
However, this might have actually been in good fun. It's important to note that others have said the opposite, that Salvador was not bullied and he was usually the one picking fights himself. This could have been about high school specifically, not about elementary or middle school, but some have come forth on video saying so.
Salvador Ramos was a boy who was not bullied. He would try to pick on people but fail, and it would aggravate him. I would like to get that out of the way. He was not bullied. He, prior, and I don't see this covered, and I'm going to put this out there, he would hurt animals. He was not a good person. He would go to the parks and try to pick fights.
Salvador had been turning away most people who he considered to be friends. Whether it was his attitude or just the weird way he acted in general, he was raising eyebrows all around.
I wasn't gonna start being his friend no more because he was being weird with not only me but a lot of other people.
He had scars on his face, and I remember somebody asking him what happened, are you okay? Because he showed up to school with them, and he just straight out told them, with a smile, I did it myself.
After being called ugly for most of his life, Salvador came to obsess over his looks. He went through so many physical changes that it later became somewhat of a meme online that he never looked like the same guy in any...
You a bitch. I hate all of you guys.
...of his pictures. He admitted to having an eating disorder at the time from this obsession as well, suffering from both anorexia and bulimia. He wrote, "I was sickly skinny because I would never eat because my ED was so bad. I had to go to the hospital because I would barely eat. I was anorexic back in late 2020. I was sticking a finger in my mouth and throwing up all my food back in January. By this time, Salvador did have that one friend named Steven, who lived quite a ways away. This is likely why he felt that having a job would limit how often he could see him anymore, and he was already pretty limited on that. He also had a girlfriend named Regina, the only one that he ever had or ever would have. Still, none of this did anything to improve Salvador's mental state. That was still rapidly going down the drain. By his final year of high school in 2021, Salvador was spiraling more than ever before. His thoughts and writings grew more violent in nature. He began to show signs of cruelty towards animals, a desire to sexually abuse women and men, and an interest in mass violence. Feeling like he had very little to lose at this point, he began to fantasize about beating and violating his bullies. He wrote, "But damn, you called me a quiet kid and wonder why I'm so antisocial. Well, I told you I hate people, and I will never change. And I wish as someone tried to bully me, I would beat the living shit out of them and rape them till they fucking bleed." His fellow students started to notice as well. One student at his school named Crystal later told the media that he gave off a bad vibe, saying that he looked like he might shoot up the place. They mostly said it was a joke at the time, with her adding, "You heard people joke and say, he looks like a school shooter," before clarifying that it wasn't really only him that got this treatment, saying, "I've heard it said about other people." While Salvador didn't have any documented mental illness, it isn't hard to come to the conclusion that he was suffering from something. He himself had Googled the term sociopath on his phone and reached out about possible treatment, even getting an email back. He never did pursue the treatment any further than that, however. Instead, Salvador became completely addicted to this phone, especially Instagram. He would interact with well over 100 Instagram posts in one way or another each and every day, often staying on it until anywhere from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. before getting a bit of sleep. He had at least 20 known Instagram accounts that he used to get all this done. His girlfriend said, he would stay up all night or sometimes he would sleep barely. His girlfriend notably lived a good distance away from him in San Antonio. Given that Salvador never really bothered learning how to drive and didn't have a license, seeing her often wasn't a possibility. Given that both his only friend and his girlfriend lived so far away, he still effectively felt like he had nobody in his life. Regina even said, he didn't have any friends, he had no one. Salvador left home one day and came back, a little beat up, and told his family that he had been jumped by some kids he used to think were his friends. After that, he started trying to learn boxing and MMA off the internet. Given how he wanted to be internet famous, he decided to film his journey from time to time, taking videos of himself wrestling with a friend or punching a sandbag that he hung up in his room. Because of COVID lockdown, Salvador had been out of school for a while by 2020. By the time 2021 came around, it was time to go back to school full-time again as normal. However, his grades had gotten so bad, he was bombing every standardized test, and he had skipped so much school that the school staff found it kind of pointless. He had skipped over 100 days of in-person classes since 2018. At the end of October 2021, the staff at Uvalde High School withdrew him from his courses. Part of this was because the school was so lax in enforcing any rules when it came to truancy. If the rules were enforced at all, it was very seldom and inconsistent. It didn't appear that anyone from the school did much to reach out to his parents about this decision before it was made, if they did anything at all. Regardless, Salvador was now out of high school. He never graduated from the 9th grade in his 4 years there. Things grew even worse for him when his girlfriend decided to dump him. She said that it was due to his both creepy and obsessive nature, calling it out of the ordinary bad. Regina said that Salvador repeatedly told her that he wouldn't live past the age of 18, either saying that he would take matters into his own hands or that he simply wouldn't live a long life without elaborating. She said that he would often get angry at her and threaten her. It happened so often, in fact, that she couldn't even remember how many times it had actually happened. After the breakup, Salvador proceeded to harass both her and her friends over the internet for a good long while. Even when she got a new boyfriend, he still continued.
Regina, so it. You know, if you saw me right now, you would fucking cheat on your boyfriend. Regina, so Regina, send me a voice message. I want to hear your voice. Hurry up. Stop playing games with me. Hurry the fuck up.
Salvador, you're scary. Like, legit. You are scary. You have a mental illness and you need to get therapy and something.
One of his mom's many ex-boyfriends described Salvador as being a loner who punched holes in the wall whenever his mom would make him mad. Over the year, he started dressing in exclusively all black, bought a pair of combat boots, and let his hair grow long and unkempt. With these two major humiliations in a row, Salvador started to overcorrect in the other direction. He began to make it appear online as if he were something really special. He would often write that he was going to be famous someday. He texted a friend and told him, "We're gonna be famous as fuck," with a bunch of chart-increasing emojis, implying some sort of personal or financial growth. He wrote messages to himself in his notes app as well, telling himself how great he was. One of them read as, "I'm an unknown genius, and I will impact society in a good way by September 2022. Still, Salvador wasn't actually doing anything. While he had previously wanted to fit in, he now showed no interest. He didn't even have much to do with his family. His sister had graduated and left home, he hated his mom, and he had no interest at all in her boyfriends. He didn't go to school, he didn't have a job, and he almost completely withdrew from society aside from his social media obsession. Sal continued to harass a lot of different girls online. He often made a lot of them extremely uncomfortable, usually making some sort of advance before immediately resorting to making rape threats or telling them they were going to die in one way or another. In one leaked conversation, he's seen saying "hey" to a random girl before telling her he would worship her. When she didn't respond immediately, he told her to jump off a bridge. As his fascination with Instagram grew, so did his interest in other social media platforms as well. He became very active on TikTok, YouTube, and for some reason a French live streaming app called Yubo. He tried to network with other people his age on Snapchat and started playing video games online as well. He was especially into Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, and Fortnite. Most of his online accounts were notably very edgy. Almost all of his usernames referenced a desire for revenge or the idea of conflict in one way or another. Some of his usernames and addresses were revenge@gmail.com, revengevan@gmail.com, I'ma-kill-you-6, Revenge, Sal Revenge, Salvador Fights, Disrupts, and The Biggest Op. People who played games with Salvador online would come to describe him as an asshole, saying that he would often fly into a rage whenever he lost. He would especially take his anger out on any female players in the lobby on either team, usually going to private messages just to harass them even afterwards. He was said to have terrorized them each for a good amount of time with graphic, descriptive threats of rape and violence against them. Salvador's interest in everything dark had been growing at the same time. Things to that effect were often on his mind. He took a big interest in watching gore videos online, anything from murder to gruesome accidents. As his desire to become something more than a single dropout grew, Salvador began to develop a bit of a god complex, and he showed it in a very childish way. He started to refer to other people online as humans, implying that he was something above that. He said he had difficulty connecting with other people as a result, saying that he lacked empathy. He really came to believe that he would be famous one day, most likely on either TikTok or YouTube. Even though both of his accounts barely got any views at all, each and every singular view would immediately go to his head. He would brag online that he was already getting famous and would call other people randoms, saying that they were lucky to even be interacting with him at all. In late 2021, Salvador decided to get a job in order to get some funds. He first started working at a Whataburger. Here he would face another humiliation when an ex-friend's grandma saw him there. She took a picture of him and sent it to her grandson, telling him that this is how he would end up if he ever quit school. This idea caught on, and some people began to reach out to Salvador just to make fun of him for working there. He didn't even keep that job for very long anyhow, as he didn't even last a month before he began to threaten to sexually assault a female coworker. Pretty quickly after, Salvador got another job at a Wendy's instead. This time he would actually hold the job, doing so by neglecting to interact with the other coworkers as much as he could, at least on the job itself. While his manager said that he rarely interacted with anyone on the job, his female coworkers reported that he would often send them inappropriate text messages after hours. According to his
It's weirdo, bro. Nigga shoots me immediately. Nah, this nigga's getting reported, bro. What the fuck
manager,
is
he
that
loved to
shit?
try and pick fights with coworkers. If anyone criticized him, he would puff out his chest and scream, "Do you know who I am?" The truth was, they didn't. Nobody could figure out exactly why he thought so highly of himself. They began to make fun of him as a result, calling him school shooter because of his long, messy hair and his black jackets. One of his co-workers at Wendy's later said that he was troubled and, in their words, not a good person. This person said he, quote, put himself in a box and would not talk to or associate with anyone he worked with. Outside of this job, Salvador also started to help out his grandfather with his business, repairing air conditioners. For this, he would often be paid in cash. Given that he still lived at home and had no expenses, Salvador only hoarded his money. His family felt that he was most likely saving for a car or hopefully to move out. He would later come to prove that this wasn't the case. He started to brag to his friends that he was, quote, saving for something big, telling them that they would see him on the news one day. Still 17 years old, he started to spend his money once he had a substantial amount saved up. While he couldn't get his hands on a gun, he could buy some random gun-related accessories and tactical clothing that wasn't actually harmful on its own. He ordered some rifle slings and shin guards online at first. Then he ordered himself a tactical vest. He also bought a red dot sight for a gun that he didn't have but knew he wanted to buy in the future. Frustrated and not wanting to wait, he began to ask several people he knew over the age of 18 if they would buy guns for him, including his sister. They all refused. Salvador had developed a fascination with school shooters. While he had put in a little effort to hide that fact at first, he quickly adopted it as a quirky trait of his. He started to use his own school shooter nickname, calling himself Yubo School Shooter while he would livestream. He would even pose in his tactical vest while holding his BB gun, trying to convince his viewers that it was a real gun. Even so, he was never banned despite being reported. Things took a much darker turn for the worst when Salvador became enthralled with a documentary on Netflix, that being Don't Fuck with Cats, Hunting an Internet Killer, a documentary about Luca Magnotta. Luca had killed an international student, abused cats, and fled to another country. Like Salvador, Luca also had a desire to get famous, and he was willing to attain that goal by any means necessary. Given how he had killed multiple cats, the internet was rightfully outraged and did everything they could to identify him and track him down. Salvador didn't learn at all from that aspect of the story. One day in 2021, he posted a video online that showed him driving around with who he called someone he met on the internet, holding a clear plastic bag with a dead cat inside. He later threw the bag into the street and spit on it while his anonymous friend laughed. They then took a video wearing a tactical vest and firing BB guns at people. The next video they took together was of an ambulance responding to a car accident, an accident that he said his friend from the internet caused. It isn't clear if he had actually killed this cat or if he just found it that way and wanted people to think he had. If he had, it was yet another clear sign that he was a budding serial/mass killer. And according to some online, he probably did. Some who had seen Salvador streaming on Yubo said that he actually did livestream himself abusing and killing animals, at least one of which was a cat. They said he would also livestream a few attempts to kidnap girls in order to force himself upon them. On some live streams, he even boasted for the first time that he wanted to commit a school shooting one day. All of these instances were reported to Yubo, who promptly ignored each and every report. Other users would call him out as well.
I guess everyone his word deserves to get raped, man.
No, just you, buddy.
You deserve
Out of
something
everybody in the
else.
world, just you.
You
What I
deserve
deserve?
death row.
Death
You
row?
deserve to get curb stomped, my guy.
Given that he wasn't seeing a ban anywhere in sight, he continued down this road. He bragged that he would drive around with his friend and fire his BB gun at people from the car, sometimes egging other vehicles in the process. And he started to post pictures to Instagram of semi-automatic rifles that he wanted to buy one day, like the DDM 4V7. Still, despite all of his bragging about planning something big and calling himself a school shooter, it doesn't appear that Salvador had any real concrete plans laid out at the time. It appeared that they had started out as more of a fantasy, or maybe even a character that he started to lean more into as time went on. That would all come to a change when 2022 came around. This was when a pivotal moment would take place in Salvador.
Fucking level 30 and he's doing this shit. Nikita's hey. Hey. Let the Muslim rape like that.
Life, a fight with his mother that would be the straw that broke the camel's back in their relationship. In or around early March of 2022, he got into a fight with his mom after he turned off the Wi-Fi. Given that he decided to film the fight for an Instagram reel, it's possible that he started it for content. In the video, the argument grew more and more aggressive, with Salvador calling her a bitch repeatedly. While they had argued countless times in the past, this one became one of the worst. It was to the extent that the police were called, but no arrest was ever made, despite Salvador's mom saying that she was very afraid of him. Because of that, Salvador began looking for some way to move out. Over the year, he had gotten more support than usual from his extended family. His grandfather had been paying him for his help working, and his cousins had been slowly growing closer to him. Given how strung out his mother was, Salvador's grandma, who they called Sally, had gradually been becoming more of a mother figure to him and his sister over the years as well. So Salvador decided to reach out and ask if he could live with his grandma, only a few blocks away from his old elementary school, Robb Elementary. In that house, which was pretty small, he didn't have a room of his own. Instead, he slept on the living room floor. This setup wasn't really working for him. A day came when he confided in his older cousin, who was also staying there, that he didn't have much of a desire to live anymore. The two ended up having a good, long talk together. After, the cousin was pretty convinced that she had gotten through to him and that he had changed his mind. However, this same sort of thing would happen with an uncle afterward as well, who also thought that he seemingly pep-talked him back into staying alive. They had no idea how wrong they really were. By this point, Salvador was making some real plans to carry out some sort of shooting. While we will never know for sure, it's highly speculated that he decided to target Robb Elementary for one simple reason: the fact that he had supposedly faced some of his worst bullying in that 4th grade classroom. He started to buy some more accessories for a shooting in the lead up to his 18th birthday. He bought himself a large number of 30-round magazines, up to 60 of them according to some sources, a holographic sight, and a Hellfire Gen 2 snap-on trigger system, which is a trigger modification that allows for much faster semi-automatic firing. On March 23rd, someone noticed a suspicious person dressed in all black with a large backpack who was walking around the Robb Elementary campus. While that person has never been identified, it would be quite the coincidence if it wasn't Salvador. Salvador started spending time with a young cousin who was attending Robb Elementary at the time as well. The two would often play Roblox together. While it seemed like a nice gesture to those on the outside, Salvador's motives were anything but pure. He began to quiz his young cousin on many different things related to the school. He asked for specific details on how the class schedule works and how the lunch periods played out. One of Salvador's friends told him that month in a conversation on Instagram, People at school talk shit about you and call you school shooter. Salvador apparently didn't care that much. On April 2nd, Salvador sent one of his friends on Instagram a message asking, "Are you still gonna remember me in 50 days?" That friend jokingly responded, "Probably not," to which Salvador responded with, alright, we'll see in May." Salvador's relationship with his mother never improved again in the slightest. With his father, he felt less of a sense of hatred and more of a sense of apathy. Given how little his father had been in his life, Salvador Sr. felt his son had no love for him. When he saw him sometime in April, he noticed that Salvador had done some seemingly self-inflicted cuts to his face. He also heard his son say that he would be doing something soon, although he didn't elaborate on what it was. That May, Salvador started ramping up his plans to carry out a shooting. His birthday was fast approaching, taking place on the 16th. He continued to lean into the school shooter persona, creating another note on his iPhone that said, "Ask your school about me." Then, on May 10th, he took a screenshot of his bank account summary, showing that he had $5,127.78 in savings left. That night, he wrote another note, saying, "I'ma be all over the news in 12 days, meaning he was planning his shooting for the 22nd. 2 days later on the 12th, he went to a website where he could create and display his own countdown timer. He set it for the 16th, his birthday. He started to drop hints on social media as well, hints that were anything but subtle. 2 days later on the 14th, he sent a private message on Instagram that read, 10 more days, now implying that he was planning something big on the 24th. This friend responded to him, noting his ominous tone, saying, "Are you going to shoot up a school or something?" To that, Salvador responded with, "No, stop asking dumb questions. You'll see." Many other people who Salvador chatted with online corroborated this, saying that he had been making cryptic comments about dates for a while now, sometimes with him even saying that he would appear on the news soon. Salvador was overjoyed to watch the clock hit midnight on May 16th. He was now officially 18 years old, and
My
nothing would be holding him
shawty.
back from buying a gun any longer. Exactly 18 minutes after turning 18, he logged onto a website and began the process to buy a DDM 4v7 rifle from Daniel Defense. Getting the confirmation email, he briefly opened up the calculator app to check his funds. Satisfied, he went through with the purchase. The total cost was $2,028.28. While it wasn't all of his savings, it would be a very large portion of it. The gun was all set to be shipped to a gun store in Uvalde called Oasis Outback, where he would be able to pick it up later. This gun had been at the top of his wish list for a long time, and he couldn't wait to finally get his hands on it. Afterwards, he made himself another countdown timer, this time for May 23rd, once again changing the date for when he wanted to carry out his attack. On May 17th, only one day after his birthday, he went out to the Oasis Outback store in person to purchase a different gun. Salvador got his uncle to drive him out to the gun shop, saying that he wanted to go to a restaurant next door to get something to eat. After his uncle dropped him off, he went inside. The gun he would buy would be a Smith & Wesson M&P 15, a rifle similar to the one he had bought previously. This one costed him $1,081.42. When he later regrouped with his uncle carrying a long box and no food, it was pretty clear that he had actually bought a gun. Given that he had no experience with guns, his uncle noted that he struggled to get a magazine into the rifle, causing it to come falling out onto the floor a few times. Salvador started to look up different gun ranges in the area to learn how to use it, but he wasn't able to find one that allowed the type of rifle that he was using, so he gave up. He then realized that he didn't even know what kind of ammunition his own gun took, so he Googled that as well. He then asked Google whether a magazine can be reused once it's emptied. He then looked up where to buy Juggernaut armor, the fictional armor from the Call of Duty series. He also began taking pictures of himself with his new guns. When his friends felt that he was just being edgy as usual and that the guns weren't real, he showed them the receipts. The literal receipts. As word got around, rumors began to spread quickly. Another friend reached out to Salvador to tell him that one of their acquaintances was going around telling everyone that he was planning on shooting up a school. He had likely hoped to hear Salvador confirm that this was not the case. Both Salvador's grandma Sally and his cousin told him that he couldn't have a gun in his house, so his uncle agreed to store it at his own. However, it wasn't long before Salvador took the gun from his uncle's home and snuck it back to his grandma's house. He hid the gun somewhere outside for the time being, according to a text he sent one of his friends. On May 18th, Salvador also purchased a very large amount of ammunition for his rifles, anywhere from 1,657 to 1,740 rounds in total, depending on the source. This costed about $1,761.50. He now had $256.58 left in his savings. It isn't known who drove him out to the store on this outing. Salvador came to learn on May 14th, only days prior, a man named Peyton Gendron had carried out a mass shooting at a supermarket in Buffalo, New York. On the 19th, he began searching for information related to that shooting, although information was fairly sparse at the time. Then, the next day on May 20th, Salvador was excited to see an email at around 11 a.m. stating that his gun had arrived at the store. He was finally ready to go pick up the DDM 4v7 that he had first ordered. He was down at Oasis Outback within 7 minutes to pick up his gun, once again getting a ride from his uncle. This time, he told his uncle that he was only getting some ammunition for the first gun, with it already having slipped that he owned that one at least. Upon receiving his gun, Salvador asked the store staff to install his holographic sight for him. Salvador admitted that he had never fired a gun in real life before, let alone attached a sight. Satisfied with the setup, he rushed home to show off his new weapon. He immediately started taking some pictures of the gun to send to some friends. Once his background check was finished, it showed that Salvador had qualified for the purchase. While buying a few guns of that nature in a short time requires the shop to report to the ATF, only the purchase of multiple handguns in a short period would have required them to report it to the local police. The owner of Oasis Outback said that Salvador seemed like an average guy, noting that he didn't have any apparent red flags or suspicious activity. All he noted was that he was alone and fairly quiet. He did remember questioning him as to how an 18-year-old could afford 2 expensive guns like he had bought. Salvador responded that he had simply saved up his money over time. Other customers within the gun store described Salvador very differently, however, noting that he seemed very nervous and appeared odd. They even specifically stated that he looked like a cliché version of a school shooter. One thing they all agreed on was that he gave off a bad vibe. With that, Salvador had the gun that he wanted so badly. He made his way back to his uncle's car, once again carrying a long box. This time, his uncle didn't inquire as to what it was. He simply felt that this was the ammunition and magazines he had mentioned previously. The next day on the 21st, Salvador displayed his self-proclaimed genius by Googling how many days till May 24th. It was 3 days away. He was so excited to use his gun that he couldn't even think straight. He posted a picture of his 2 rifles to his Instagram account. Salvador ended up getting a text from one of his friends, saying that he was going to be in Uvalde soon and that the two should hang out. Salvador, for reasons unknown to his friend, responded, "If it's before May 23rd, I'm down." Given that Salvador had nothing going on and that he didn't appear to be moving, this would have been odd. This friend said that he would probably be going in July or August. Salvador responded with, "Damn, that's too late," before sending him a message saying, "I'm about to get 2 ARs, wanna see?" When his friend agreed, Salvador responded with pictures of his guns before saying, "Just spent 1,652 on ammo, and 2,150 on some AR. The friend, noting his usual school shooter persona online, responded with, "SMH, giving me school shooter vibes." To everyone who knew him, Salvador's true nature was as clear as day. However, none of them wanted to believe it. Salvador could no longer wait for what he was about to do. He was getting
Big cry. Yeah, make sure you cherish your shawties, bro. For real. No, babe, you're already there. The fuck, man. Trying to take my shot away from me. Did I not? I left my key case, bro. Oh my god. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I leave it? Just the very thing that should happen to me. Just great, bro. It's amazing how I do this shit to myself. Like, genuinely amazing. Oh, man.
At the idea of carrying out a shooting on his old elementary school, while many other shooters seem to fall into more of a depression leading up to the day, even expressing doubts at what they're about to do, Salvador was very much the opposite. On Sunday evening, May 22nd, he once again pulled out his phone.
Sorry, guys. I was having an emotional moment with my shorty. She's just too good, bro. You don't understand. Let them fight, brother. Just trying to live. Oh, man. don't want to die. Open this up. Alright, how should I extract from here? If I could just survive just a little bit longer, that'd be great, man. Like, actually terrific. I just want to be level 35 already. Shit over with. I just want to finish my quest. Okay. Not die. I'm about to be prestige 3. Let's go. Forgot about that shit. Yeah, I'm not going back there. I'm not gonna lie. Too scared for that. Gee, I hope I don't die again. So I can't even be in the corners. Okay, bro. I guess not.
To Google how many hours till May 24th, 11 a.m. The next day, he
What
was
even
just as
is that,
antsy as
bruh?
ever. It was now the day before his planned massacre. He messaged a younger German teenage girl he talked to online, saying, "I got a little secret." When she asked him what it was, he said it was impossible for today, telling her that
I'ma
he
just
was
get a
waiting for
fucking-
something to be delivered by 7 p.m. Later that day at around 5 p.m., a shipment of
online,
hollow
bro.
point bullets from opticsplanet.com arrived for him. That day, someone called a threat into the Uvalde school district. A young man had called and said, "You know your school just got shot up, right? How did that feel?" When the person on the other line tried to ask more questions, the man hung up. He then called again later from a different number. In the end, this wasn't even reported to the higher-ups for whatever reason. It hasn't been stated for certain that this was Salvador, but again, it would have been another big coincidence if it wasn't. When night came around, Salvador couldn't sleep. Right before midnight, he Googled, "How long till 11 a.m. tomorrow?" Salvador couldn't count up to 11 from midnight. In private messages to other friends, Salvador implied that the next day would be significant to him. Many have speculated that he had chosen the 24th as the day of his massacre for one simple reason. It was a local tradition that seniors would return to their elementary school to walk the halls at lunchtime. That would explain why he had chosen 11 a.m. on that specific day, and why he grilled his cousin on how the lunch periods worked. In his mind, the people who bullied him while he was in the 4th grade would be there that day. Salvador had actually spoken with a friend shortly before that this time in the 4th grade had affected him deeply, saying that he had very bad memories of it. Little did he know the date for that walk had been moved up. The seniors had walked on the 21st instead. At 11:13 p.m., Salvador texted one of his online friends saying, "I have something outside in the back of the house, and I can't bring it inside till I make sure my grandma's asleep. I don't want her to see it." He later sent another message to that friend, this time saying, "I'm going to bed. I already got the thing right next to me." Salvador then finally got some sleep, cuddling all night on the floor with his rifles, dreaming of the carnage he was about to carry out the very next day.
Man.
On the morning of May 24th, 2022, Salvador was sitting at home with his grandparents. At the time, he was sending out some text messages to the girl in Germany that he had been talking to for a while that he had originally met on Yubo. He tagged her in a picture of his guns and DM'd her, writing, "I'll text you in an hour, but you have to respond. I got a little secret I want to tell you." He stopped by his room to make a short video for social media showing his clothes that day. Over the past couple of weeks, Salvador's grandmother Sally had been threatening to remove him from her mobile plan. While he was texting this girl, she called customer service to do just that. Salvador continued to message at least one person. He had a FaceTime call with the girl in Germany. Afterward, he ended the call and continued to send her messages over Facebook Messenger. Immediately after their call, Salvador's grandma came to him and had an argument with him about being a failure. She told him that she was on the call with AT&T to cut him off from the phone plan. Salvador texted the German girl, telling her, "I'ma tell you right now, hold on. Waiting for this bitch. I'ma do something to her right now. Oh my god, she's on the phone with AT&T about my phone. It's annoying. What?" After that, Salvador decided to add one more death to his plans for the day. He left to go get one of his rifles and returned to the living room. He pulled it up to his 66-year-old grandma's head and shot her directly in the face. He then collected himself for a few moments before messaging the German girl once again. He told her, "I just shot my grandma in her head. I'ma go shoot up an elementary school right now." This girl didn't believe that he was telling the truth. She responded with a sarcastic, "Cool." Little did she know, she had been receiving accurate live updates. Shortly before, an award ceremony was being held at Robb Elementary School. It was one of the last days of school before summer vacation, and many students were set to graduate soon. Some students chose to go home after the ceremony, but many others decided to stay behind and watch movies in their classrooms with their friends. Salvador took his grandma's keys and made his way outside. He threw all of his gear into her Ford F-150 before sliding into the driver's seat himself. He then turned the key and set off on the short journey to Robb Elementary. Little did he know his grandma was still alive. Although she was severely injured, with the bullet tearing through the left side of her face, it hadn't gone through her brain at all. She managed to slowly begin stumbling from the home in order to get help from the neighbors. Despite not having a driver's license, Salvador did his best to drive out to the school himself. He did not do well. Driving toward Robb Elementary on South Grove Street, he lost control of the truck completely and went crashing through a barricade and straight into a large ditch a short distance away from the school. At least one of the wheels on the truck was completely ruined, meaning that it was no longer going to be of any use. So he decided to set off on foot. With what had happened with his grandma, Salvador was late in his plans. When he crashed the truck, it was now 11:28. Salvador hopped out of the truck and into the ditch. He was wearing all black clothing with his tactical vest over that, carrying ammunition inside. He was carrying one of his rifles, the DDM 4V7, and 7 magazines of ammunition. He decided to leave the other gun in the crashed truck. 2 men at a funeral home across from the school noticed the crash and made their way outside to make sure the driver was okay. They got fairly close to the truck, standing above the ditch and looking down at him from the road. At that time, Salvador was getting his gear ready. He popped into view from inside the ditch and began to fire at the 2 of them. Luckily, neither of them were hit. They turned around and began to run back toward the funeral home. Immediately, someone inside called 911 and reported the shooting. In addition, the police started receiving a volley of calls related to the crashed pickup truck in the ditch as people drove by. A coach at Robb Elementary, Yvette Silva, was outside with some of her 3rd graders when she noticed a backpack come soaring over the fence and onto the grass inside the school grounds. It was then that she saw a young man dressed in black climbing over it. The next thing she saw was the barrel of his gun rising up to shoot her. She ran from that field and towards her classroom. She grabbed the school radio and shouted, "Coach Silva to office. Somebody just jumped over the fence and he's shooting." Coach Silva then ran out to the third graders outside and ordered them into lockdown. While she expected to hear a lockdown notification, she heard no such thing for quite a while. While the principal had tried to issue an announcement, she was having trouble with the Wi-Fi. Salvador was then seen making his way over to the 4th grade teacher's parking lot, firing his gun periodically. This was when a teacher outside of the school made the first 911 call, urging the local police to come out to the scene. This teacher then ran into the school through its west entrance and shut it behind her. This door would remain unlocked as, for whatever reason, it was only possible to lock from the outside with a key. Salvador began to fire toward the school from outside, shattering some classroom windows. A janitor was notified to start locking all of the doors of the school, but he grew scared from the gunfire partway through and hid in the cafeteria. At around the same time, a Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District, or UCISD, officer, Sergeant Coronado, first arrived on scene, having heard the last 911 call himself. There he saw 2 Uvalde police officers who had already arrived on scene. Sergeant Coronado asked them where the shooting was taking place. They said that they didn't know. Salvador meanwhile continued to fire. Given the sound of the gunshots were echoing outdoors, the police thought that they were actually being shot at. They then noticed a group of children in the playground, running away from the school. That was when one of the officers saw Salvador making quick pace toward the school. He had a clean shot and raised his rifle, asking permission from Sergeant Coronado to shoot. Sergeant Coronado would never give him that permission. If he had given the permission to shoot this clearly armed gunman shooting at young children, they would have saved many lives that day. Unfortunately, Salvador continued to the school uninterrupted. This would be the first of many, many mistakes that fateful day. Immediately after, a school resource officer came driving toward the school at a high speed. He saw a teacher outside, immediately mistaking him for the shooter. He drove right past Salvador, who was in clear sight, and began chasing the teacher down in his car instead. It was now 11:33, only a few short minutes had passed. This was when a 4th grade teacher in room 102 heard the gunshots, thinking it was the sound of metal hitting brick. In a way, it was. She looked outside and saw Salvador with his gun and bag, walking up the sidewalk to one of the entrances. She ordered her students to get down and hid behind a curtain herself. Salvador then made his way up to the west entrance, the same door that the teacher had just ran into previously. Given that the door was unlocked, he was able to enter the school completely unimpeded. As Salvador entered, he was seen on the school security camera raising his head and looking around with a maniacal grin. He shouted something along the way, which is thought to have been, "Little kids, time to wake up." At the same time, he was blaring music from either a speaker or his phone all the way. He walked a short distance forward and turned to the right. He already had his target area in mind, the connected classrooms that made up 111 and 112, the same place where he had been bullied himself in the 4th grade. He wasted no time walking straight to that room without giving any attention at all to any other potential target. While walking, he taunted, "Ready or not, here I come." As he made his way toward that room, a child came down the hall and looked around the corner to see what was happening. That was when Salvador pulled up his rifle and aimed it toward the window on the door to room 112. The 2 teachers inside had received an email about an active shooter in the school. One of them, Irma Garcia, got up to look out the door to see what was happening. It was at that very moment that she saw Salvador. As she blocked the door with her body, he immediately began to fire through the door multiple times, hitting Irma in the side and at least one student. He fired off several shots, causing students inside to scream out in terror. As the shots rang out, the teacher in the connected room, Arnulfo Reyes, heard what was happening. He said, "All of a sudden, we hear the first shots, boom, boom, boom." In the confusion, none of them knew what the sounds were. No announcement had been made for the school to go into lockdown, and unless you were lucky enough to have been one of the people to get an email and read it instantly, most people were unaware that a shooting was even taking place. As the sound of gunshots continued, students began to ask what was going on. Mr. Reyes thought it might be a drill until he saw sheetrock come flying through the wall and into his classroom as a bullet shot through. He told the students to get underneath a long table that was placed against a wall. He asked them all to hide underneath and pretend like they're sleeping. He didn't want them to see what might happen next. He began to make his way over to his own position that he had learned from previous drills in the school, an area of the room where he could hide while also seeing the doors and windows. Salvador then paused from his shooting momentarily before moving closer to the door, which was in a small inlet area in the hallway. He then put his arm through the door and unlocked it. He moved inside and began firing again, asking, "Are you all ready to die?" This time firing many more shots than before. One little girl in the room recalled seeing many of her friends fall to the ground as she herself collapsed due to the bullet fragments in her side, shoulder, back, and neck. Salvador backed out into the hallway once more. He
Here.
then looked at the connected classroom, room 111. Much like before, he began to fire through the window on the door and into the classroom. The lock to room 111 had actually been broken for quite some time. The teacher had even sent numerous reports to the school asking for it to be fixed, all of which had gone ignored time and time again. Because of that, they were sitting ducks. When Salvador realized that he could open this door, he shoved the door open before stepping back into the hallway to fire another volley of bullets into the room. He then walked inside of the room and took aim at Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes said, "When I went around my kidney table to get to my spot, I got shot, and I fell to the floor. By then, he had already entered my room." Salvador, coming into the classroom, shouted, "Well, look what we have here," as he began to fire indiscriminately around the class. Aiming at each student one by one, he shot them multiple times each. Most of them either screamed for help or begged for him to stop, only for him to taunt them even more before firing a volley of shots at them, sometimes up to 10 per person. At some point during this wild firing, Salvador shot a bullet through the wall that would go on to hit another teacher, Miss Avila, in room 109 as well. After that, everything got quiet. Mr. Reyes couldn't hear any more sounds coming from any of his students. Salvador scooped up some blood from one of the students on his fingers. He made his way over and scrawled LOL on the classroom's whiteboard. He then sat behind the teacher's desk for a few moments. Shortly after, a girl in room 112 began to shout at police outside who had shouted, "Yell if y'all need help," saying, "We're in here." Salvador had thought that they were all dead. He stood up and went back to room 112 through the connected door in the classroom. Seeing Irma Garcia on the floor, he backed her further into the class. He shouted, "It's time to die. You guys are mine," as he entered inside. He then made eye contact with Garcia one more time. He shouted, "Good night," before firing multiple shots toward her and killing her for good. He then noticed a girl trying to call 911 on a phone, shooting her in the head on the spot. He said, "You're all gonna die," before once again unleashing a stream of gunfire into the remaining students and the living teacher. He stopped to load a new magazine into his gun. While he did so, someone in the room began begging for their life. As soon as he popped the magazine in, he started firing indiscriminately around the room once more. Mr. Reyes, hearing this from the other room, felt that they all must be dead now. Salvador then called out, asking if anyone needed help. When one little boy stood up, he pulled up his gun and shot him dead that instant. 2 minutes after the massacre in the classrooms began, 3 UPD officers with 2 rifles entered into the school from the same entrance that Salvador had used. Shortly after, the UCISD chief, Pete Arredondo, along with another UCISD officer and 2 UPD officers, came in through the south entrance. One officer remembered seeing smoke and fog, noting that both of the classrooms were dark. Another remembered the smell of gunpowder hanging in the air, saying that the halls looked cloudy. Chief Arredondo noticed shell casings all over the ground. All of them could still hear Salvador continuing to execute children inside. After feeling that he had killed every single person in room 112, Salvador made his way back into 111. At this point, he had fired well over 100 rounds into all of the students and teachers inside. At that same time, 2 of the little girls in room 112, 11-year-old Mia Cerrillo and Chloe Torres, grabbed a phone off of their dead teacher, Irma Garcia, and started to call 911. They begged for them to please send an officer into the classroom, telling them what was happening and saying that they were still in danger.
No, there's a school shooting. Okay, yes, ma'am. I have multiple units there. Are you with officers or are you barricaded somewhere? I'm in classroom number 112. 112. 112, yes, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am? Chloe Torres, please, Eddie. There's a lot of dead bodies. Carolina, please. You just got classroom 112? Yes, ma'am. Please help. You were telling me that you should be quiet. I am, I'm telling you, but because I'm a little bit happening in this. I don't understand all these situations. My dad taught me when I was a little girl. Send help. One of my teachers are still alive, but they're shot.
Mia then laid on the ground, right on top of one of her dead friends and smeared their blood all over her face. This was done in order so that she herself could play dead more convincingly. She then lied there and waited for help. And waited and waited. Sergeant Coronado went with a few other officers and Chief Arredondo towards a 111 and 112. He didn't hear any more gunshots taking place as the whole building went quiet. As he approached, he could see clear bullet holes in the sheetrock. On his body cam footage, another officer could be heard saying it's an AR, showing that they certainly understood the kind of gun they were dealing with. Another officer, Officer Page, stopped near the room as well. Throughout this time, Mr. Reyes could hear the police out in the hallways, praying that they were about to make their way inside. Each and every time he heard them, they never came in. Eventually, he heard the police call into the classroom, asking Salvador to come out and talk, saying that they didn't want to hurt anyone. Ava Morales, the other teacher in room 112, called her husband, Ruben Ruiz, a Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District officer who was on scene, to tell him that she was inside the classroom and would die if she didn't get help. Ruben tried to push forward through the hallway, but he was detained by other officers who took his gun from him and dragged him off the scene. Ava would die from her wounds after. It was around this point that the officers got a report that another woman had been shot nearby. This call was about Salvador's grandmother, who had gotten help from her neighbors. One officer and some EMTs made their way out to the scene. While Sally could walk, she was obviously in very bad shape. They put her into a stretcher and loaded her into an ambulance. Salvador's own uncle came to call 911, knowing that it must be his nephew who was shooting.
He's my nephew, man. He's the shooter. I was wondering maybe he could listen to me because he does listen to me.
Do you know of any change in his behavior over the last couple of days?
No, nothing. He just said that he was mad and that his grandma, Sally, was just bugging him too much.
Soon after, one of his cousins called as well, fearing that he might try to come to her house and shoot her too.
The active shooter, he's my cousin, and I don't want him to come to my house.
As they approached the room, they tried to move as quietly as possible. From the north side, Lieutenant Martinez decided to peek into the inlet area between the rooms. As he did so, Salvador fired at him from inside the classroom. Some fragments of the wall grazed the top of his head, causing him to start bleeding. Another officer, Sergeant Canales, was similarly hit by material that scratched his ear.
You gotta hurry the fuck up and get out of here. Sick. Shit. W man. Oh.
In the panic, none of the officers shot back towards Salvador. The officer
Yo, bro, you cannot get any worse cop than this. Shitty ass cops on the scene, bro.
officers then retreated from the classrooms and back down the hallway. It was here that another critical mistake would be made. Chief Arredondo, feeling that the shooter was cornered, decided not to classify the ongoing case as an active shooter case. Instead, he classified it as a barricaded subject case. This was significant because it meant that they felt their shooter was contained, so instead of actually entering into the classrooms and trying to save some of the kids who were still alive, they were going to leave Salvador in there with them until they could successfully negotiate him out. For the time being, all they would focus on was evacuating the rest of the building little by little while they left the kids and the teachers to bleed out. Once the police began to cordon off the outside of the school, parents began begging the police to go in there and try to save their kids. On video, when being asked why the police weren't going in to rescue the children, one officer responded by screaming, "Because I'm having to deal with you." When the police refused to go in, some parents tried to enter into the building themselves. Officers started to shove the parents back and even tackled them to the ground. They told them that they would be tased if they tried to enter the building any further. Many videos were taken of these altercations and uploaded to the internet. At one point, police pepper sprayed one parent trying to get into the building. Another mom was thrown into handcuffs when she got in. When they released her from the cuffs, she was able to jump the fence, get to the school, and take the kids before the police found her. While you may think that their concern was to keep parents from entering into the school and being shot, their tyranny spread to other areas as well. Some children who evacuated were sitting in a bus parked alongside the street. One parent was full-on tased when they tried to get their kid from the bus to take them home. It was then, at 11:42, that the school finally announced a lockdown, saying that it was due to, quote, gunshots in the area, not even specifying a shooting at the school. They made this announcement on Facebook of all things. In the announcement, they even lied and said that the students and staff were safe inside the building. Then, and only then, a substantial amount of students began to be evacuated. With Salvador now in the room with nothing to do, he set his sights on Mr. Reyes, who he suspected might still be alive. While waiting on the police, he decided to begin torturing him. First, he picked up a thermos of cold water and poured it all down his back. Mr. Reyes said that he was actually lucky that he was in as bad of shape as he was. Since he couldn't move and was barely even breathing, it meant he showed no reaction. He couldn't have reacted if he tried. Salvador told him, "You're going to die and no one's going to miss you. You're a big loser." Still convinced that Mr. Reyes was alive, Salvador then dipped his hand in a pool of his own blood and began to splash it into his face repeatedly. Getting no reaction, he splashed more and more of it. At that point, Mr. Reyes' cell phone, still on his desk, started ringing. Salvador walked back over to the desk and picked up the phone. He then took the still ringing phone and dropped it onto Mr. Reyes' back, almost as if giving it to him. He then picked up the phone and dropped it on him again about 4 more times. At that point, Mr. Reyes said that he wished he would have just shot the phone to stop all the noise. He said that this all went on for a painfully long period of time before the police outside began to call out to Salvador again.
Sir, this is not Lola with the school district police. Can you please put your firearm down? You don't want anyone else hurt, sir.
At that point, Mr. Reyes said that all Salvador did was clear his throat. Then, convinced that Mr. Reyes was alive after all, he shot him once more in the back. Even still, he didn't lose consciousness. While everything was a blur, he would be awake from then on out. Chief Arredondo called the UPD landline, telling them, "We have him in the room. He's got an AR-15. He's shot a lot. We don't have firepower right now. It's all pistols. I don't have a radio. I need you to bring a radio for me, and give my radio for me. I need to get one rifle. I'm trying to set him up. I need this building surrounded, with as many AR-15s as possible." He then requested a SWAT team to the school. Another UPD officer, calling a dispatcher, said, "We believe that he is barricaded in one of the offices. There's still a shooting." When he was asked if the door was locked or anything like that, he responded, "I am not sure, but we have a Halligan to break it." A Halligan is a crowbar-like tool that can be used to pry open a door. Salvador continued to linger around the classroom. From
These are
time
idiots,
to time,
man.
he would fire his gun again, likely at any students he suspected might still be alive. Mr. Reyes would not be the only one inside the classroom that Salvador would come to torture out of boredom while waiting for the police to come inside. He went around the rooms, finding any kids who appeared to be alive. He would spit on them, curse at them, and even stomp on their heads and limbs to the point of leaving impressions with his shoes. A United States Border Patrol tactical unit rushed out to the scene after getting a message from his wife who had been a teacher there. He was actually at a barber shop, getting a shotgun that his barber lent to him, and rushed out to the scene. He helped to evacuate some of the children. A U.S. Marshal on the scene was able to supply a ballistic shield. Other Border Patrol agents arrived as well, although they didn't bring the breaching tools. Little did they know, the lock to 111 was broken anyway, and Salvador couldn't have locked it if he tried. They didn't try to simply open the door. More shields were brought into the school. However, they would have been useless if they were put to use, as only one of them was graded for rifles. Most of the low-ranking officers on scene began to grow frustrated at the lack of action, whispering to each other that they needed to get inside the classroom as soon as possible.
Yeah, with kids.
Hey man, you wanna let the kids out?
Salvador, through the door, yelled at the officers, "Don't make me come out first and make it complicated." Salvador then yelled, "Hey, you little fucking bitch," at a student. The student cried for help.
Hold on, guys, hold on.
Salvador then taunted him with, "You're alive, but you're almost dead. You're gonna die, little boy."
Bro, that shit gave me
Police
chills,
clearly
bro.
heard
What
us from
the fuck?
hallway, as it is even audible
Nah,
in the
bro.
footage. They still didn't intervene. Soon after, Salvador yelled to the cops,
Niggas
"If you
are
don't come in,
dumbasses.
I'm gonna kill the bitch." He then continued to taunt the little kids inside. Because of what had happened to their grandmother, Salvador's cousin knew exactly who the school shooter was. As soon as she heard about it, she made her way out to the scene. She told the police who the shooter was and begged for them to kill him already. She revealed that her son, Salvador's young cousin who he questioned about the schedules, was inside the building.
He's being transported, but yes, she's being transported to San Antonio.
I need you to please help us because this guy, he's got a rifle.
I just fucking take him out. That's my stupid ass nephew.
Okay.
Fucking kill him. Kill him.
Help us, help us.
Listen, there's other kids. He's doing it because his mom and everything.
Okay.
I can't breathe. I don't like grandma.
At 12:10, the first group of U.S. Marshals arrived on the
So
scene to
sad.
assist, having come from 70 miles away. Soon after, a DPS special agent said, "If there's kids in there, we need to go in there." Uncaring, another officer responded with, "Whoever is in charge will determine that." Anyone who suggested that they storm the room was quickly waved off the scene. The UCISD chief, Pedro Arredondo, was the de facto man in charge on the scene, but he was doing very little to actually get to Salvador. It has been speculated that Arredondo may have assumed that all the children inside were already dead, and instead wanted to focus on gathering more equipment before performing a breach of the room. It wasn't long before the little girls in classroom 112 called 911 again. They informed them that they were still very much in danger.
How far are y'all away? They're inside of the building, okay? You just stay quiet, okay? They're inside the building. You just need to stay quiet.
The police still didn't enter into the room. Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, the UPD's acting chief, was told about the call to 911, saying that the room was full of victims and many were still alive.
Full of victims. Child called 911 saying the room is full of victims. What? The room is full of victims. Child 911. Child 911 call.
He then entered into the school and calmly told the other officers, "A child just called that they have victims in there," before walking outside again.
A child just called that they have victims in there.
The girls then called again for a third time, once again begging for help and saying that a lot of people inside were dead. Arredondo was more concerned with putting a sniper on the roof of the school, wasting valuable time by instructing officers on how to best do that. While he was doing so, the girls called 911 a fourth time, saying that they had found 8 to 9 students that were still alive and could be saved. Again, they were ignored.
Stupid
Lieutenant Mariano Pargas was once
motherfuckers,
again
bro.
informed of the call. He walked back into the building, mentioned it briefly, and then went back outside to call himself to hear the information.
Okay. In the call that you got in from the one of the students, what did they say?
Okay, Chloe's gonna be, it's gonna be Chloe. She's in room 112, Mariano 112. She was 8 to 9 students that are still alive, and then she's on the phone.
So how many are still alive now?
8, bro. Are you dumb?
She's not too sure.
And how many more?
She's not too sure how many are actually DOA or possibly injured. We're trying to get information that
Okay.
After ending with that "okay, thanks," he walked back inside and informed some of the other officers about it. However, when he then talked to a Texas Ranger, he neglected to mention the living children in the room. He then left the school and didn't come back again for whatever reason.
It's
When
so
Pete
stupid,
Arredondo
bro.
heard of the calls from the students inside classroom 112, he didn't change the situation from a barricaded suspect case into an active shooting case. In fact, there is more evidence that he tried to hide that information. Some officers were seen on video being told that there were no children inside the classrooms at all.
Do we have anyone that's hit on this side? Huh? Any of the kids or anyone hit?
No, we don't know anything about that. No kids are.
Hey, who's asking for the bullhorn? Everything's closed. Like the kids are not in there. Can we check with the officer to be sure if anyone's?
Now, at 12:17, roughly 45 minutes after the massacre in the
Bro, this is like the worst fucking police department of all time. Yeah, fuck him up. Yo.
classrooms began, the school reported, once again over Facebook, that there was an active shooter on campus and that the authorities were on scene. After, Arredondo was heard outside, screaming to officers, "Tell them to fucking wait, no one comes in," likely referring to the concerned parents. Pete Arredondo would start to spend most of the rest of his time in the hallway trying to negotiate with Salvador inside the classroom. Each and every time he would get no response. Still, he kept calling out to him, over and over and over again, wasting at least 30 minutes on this tactic despite getting 0 results.
Mr. Ramos, can you hear us? Mr. Ramos! Please respond! Salvador! Can you hear us, sir? Please don't hurt anyone. These are innocent children. Please put your firearm down. We don't want anybody else hurt. Señor Ramos, me escuche. Mr. Ramos, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Ramos, Mr. Ramos.
Minutes later at 12:21, Salvador fired 4 more shots inside one of the classrooms.
Bro, these guys are idiots, man. I would have lost my life, bro.
Very uninformed of the situation, said, "We've lost 2 kids. The walls are thin. If he starts shooting, we're going to lose more kids. I hate to say we have to put those to the side right now." He began to try and speak to Salvador through the door again, asking him to surrender, and again he got no response. He tried again a few minutes later, again to be ignored. Salvador shot several times again at children he believed were alive in 111. He then shouted to the police, "Hey, come and get him." A minute later, he yelled, "Hey, come inside, bitch," followed by something inaudible. It's highly likely that Salvador was planning to die from the police's gunfire, much like many other mass shooters plan. If he were to negotiate, he wouldn't get that from them. He preferred to sit and wait for them to barge into the room and go out in a blaze of gunfire. When that didn't happen, he began to grow frustrated, never responding to the negotiation but shouting taunts at them from time to time. Even he couldn't seem to understand why they weren't coming in to get the kids. Arredondo was growing annoyed as well. He knew that he had dug his grave with this one. He had wasted a lot of valuable time, saved no children, and still hadn't even gotten into the room. He began to tell other officers, "People are going to ask why we're taking so long. We're trying to preserve the rest of the life. There is a window over there, obviously. The door is probably going to be locked. That is the nature of this place.
Bro.
We're going to get some more keys to test." Starting at 12:30, Chief Arredondo and Sergeant were stacking up on the sides of 111 and 112 themselves, waiting to breach the rooms. After 5 more minutes, the Halligan tool that they wanted but didn't need finally arrived. The little girls in 112 called 911 once again, saying that Salvador had fired a shot again. They were told to stay on the line and be quiet. 6 minutes later, after waiting around, Arredondo said, "Just so you understand, we think there are some injuries in there. And so you know what we did, we cleared off the rest of the building so we wouldn't have any more, besides what's already in there, obviously." This was while the girls in 112 were begging for the dispatcher to send the police inside. They said that they could clearly hear them outside talking. Arredondo didn't seem to be so willing to enter. He told his officers, "If y'all are ready to do it, you do it, but you should distract him out that window." As the girls once again begged for the police to come inside, the DPS captain, Joel Betancourt, on police radio, gave a command for the breachers to wait, saying, "The team that's going to make the breach needs to stand by. The team that's going to breach needs to stand by." Another 15 minutes later, at 12:50, some of the Border Patrol officers got a janitor's key to enter into room 111. They then turned the key in the unlocked door, waiting to go inside. The Border Patrol had decided to finally make their way in regardless of what Arredondo wanted. Commander Guerrero had another agent give him cover with the one rifle-braided riot shield and entered into the room with his gun drawn. Those two, along with 2 others, entered into the classroom. That was when Salvador, who had been hiding in the closet, kicked open the door with his gun drawn and began to fire at the officers. The officers fired back, finally killing Salvador and ending the rampage. The police began to frantically enter into the room and started taking some students out, unsure of who was alive and who wasn't. The scene was so grisly that many of the police officers ran outside to vomit. If it tells you anything as to how bad the scene was, officers were heard on body cam footage warning the others to avoid stepping on skull fragments littered throughout the classrooms. Some students at the school have said in the years since that limbs were severed by the shots, as well as heads. Most of the police had never seen anything like that in their entire lives, especially when it came to such young victims. Nevertheless, there were still some inside that could be saved. Blood coated the hallways as they rushed to get them outside. The scene was chaos as police officers were ordered to shut up so that they could listen for students' voices, but they continued to shout over each other. Stretchers were wheeled into the rooms and students were loaded onto them. However, it was found that the majority of them were dead, including every single student in room 111. 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in the shooting. 2 of them were 9-year-olds, Jacqueline Jalen Cazares and Eliana Amia Garcia. The majority of them were 10-year-olds. Navia Alyssa Bravo, McKenna Lee Elrod, Jose Manuel Flores Jr., Uzziah Sergio Garcia, Amiri Joe Garza, Xavier James Lopez, Jace Carmelo Luivanos, Tess Marie Mata, Alethea Haven Ramirez, Annabelle Guadalupe Rodriguez, Maite Juliana Rodriguez, Alexandria Nia Rubio, J.
Damn, bro. It's so sad.
Да они вообще все молодцы, пидоры!
Oh.
Layla Nicole Silguero, Eliana Cruz Torres, and Rogelio Fernandez Torres. 2 of them were 11-year-olds, Miranda Gail Mathis and Layla Marie Salazar. And finally, 2 teachers had lost their lives in room 112, 48-year-old Irma Linda Garcia and 44-year-old Eva Morales. 18 people were injured, including 14 kids, Mr. Reyes, Salvador's grandma Sally, and the 2 police officers that were grazed in the gunfire. However, several of the injured wouldn't live much longer, dying en route to the hospital. Had they had been rescued earlier, there was a chance that they would have survived. They had lived for 70 minutes with no care, after all. That extra 70 minutes in intensive care very well could have saved them. The surviving kids from room 112 were put on a bus in order to regroup with their families. This included the 2 girls who had been calling the police, along with at least 1 other boy. In the end, 11 kids and 3 others were admitted into the hospital for emergency care. It was found that a further 2 had died during their arrival. Some of them, including Salvador's grandma, who was airlifted, were taken to the University Hospital in San Antonio. At 2 p.m., parents of the children at the school were notified that they could now come pick up their kids. Given that the bus services were canceled, parents from other schools were asked to do the same as well. It was announced that the school term for that year was officially over, with only a few days having remained anyway. Graduation ceremonies would be canceled as well. Shortly after, the Uvalde Memorial Hospital held an emergency blood drive. The South Texas Blood and Tissue Center told the public that they would urgently need donations after the shooting. They sent about 15 units of blood to Uvalde on a helicopter to use in the hospitals there. It wasn't long before 2,000 people...
So sad, bro.
In total, 315 rounds were found inside the school. 140 of them were spent casings, while 173 others were live. 922 more rounds were found outside the building, most likely in the rest of Salvador's magazines that he left behind in the truck. Some of the rounds that Salvador fired weren't even found, with it being determined that he fired 164 times in total. The police had fired 35 rounds themselves in total, 8 in the hallway and 27 in the classroom where Salvador was killed. Many of the students who died in 111 and 112 were put in the body bags and left in the hallway of the school. That is where they would remain for the night. The crime scene photo of the hallways of the elementary school filled with body bags in the dead of night has haunted those who have seen it. Some parents would have to wait until late at night and into the early hours of the morning for the final confirmation of their children's deaths. Immediately following the Robb Elementary School shooting, the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department and the Uvalde Police Department came to be criticized heavily for their response to the incident. As controversy broiled, Salvador Ramos's remains were going to be held by the Uvalde County Coroner for weeks. All of the local funeral homes refused to have any sort of service for him out of both disgust and respect for the victims. Eventually, he was cremated by Cast Ridge Mortuary in Crystal City. He was buried in a cemetery under a fake name, that being Lonnie, with no date of death in hopes of deterring vandalism. Salvador's mom came to speak to a Mexican TV station, saying that she had no explanation as to why her son did what he did. She stirred up controversy even further by strangely stating he had his reasons for doing what he did, telling viewers, please don't judge him. She added, I only want the innocent children who died to forgive me. She said that Salvador was not a monster, while admitting he could be a bit aggressive. Salvador's father condemned the attack that much more, taking a lot of the blame onto himself. He said, he should have just killed me, instead of doing something like that. A memorial had been created outside of the school for the victims in the attack. It was covered in balloons, candles, and crosses. One local man made 21 different crosses for each of the victims, inscribed with their own names, and set them up outside the school. A lot of people came from outside the city to contribute to the memorial and pay their respects. Many local businesses offered free headstones and funerals to the victims. Even different food trucks and restaurant owners sent food to those affected by the shooting as well. It was announced by the UCISD Superintendent Hal Harrell that Robb Elementary School would never be reopened. It was set to be demolished to avoid re-traumatizing anyone related to the shooting.
That's
The board
so
meeting was
sad,
held, and it
bro.
was decided that the students and staff would move to a new campus. Mia Cirillo, the little girl who called the police at least 5 times while covered in blood and pretending to be dead, was said to have been left extremely traumatized. She was left unable to sleep, with large patches of her hair falling out regularly. An online fundraiser was made to help pay for her therapy with a goal of $10,000. She ended up receiving almost 20 times that, with the fundraiser ending at $199,000. She was a little too afraid to talk on camera at first, but expressed that she wanted to share her story so that others can know the horror of what it's like to live through a school shooting and hopefully to prevent more. Keep in mind, she was only 11 years old.
Or things that you want different, what would it be?
To have security.
Do you feel safe at school? Why not? And you think it's going to happen again?
When Chief Lieutenant Mariano Pargas, who failed to mention the 911 calls from the classroom, was interviewed again after that information was known, he said that he couldn't remember the calls. He instead claimed, "The last thing we thought was that the shooter had actually shot the kids. We thought he had shot up in the air, broken the lights. We had no idea what was behind those doors." But in a leaked call with the Texas Rangers, he ended up letting it slip that he very well knew the kids were inside.
The room was extremely dark. We didn't know where he was, or the kids were standing, they were by him, or not knowing what was behind the doors.
Joey Garcia, who was the first who died in 112, Irma Garcia, died only 2 days after the shooting from a heart attack while attending a memorial for the victims. His family later stated that the heart attack was due to the grief of losing his wife. Their 4 children were left with parents. The UCISD created a fund for those kids and other victims. Soon after, an anonymous donor paid $175,000 to go to the funerals. Catholic Extension, a non-profit organization that tends to finance impoverished Catholics, announced that it was giving 30 full scholarships for the students wounded in the attacks to attend a different school in Uvalde. Soon after the massacre occurred, the FBI and the ATF began to assist the local police in their investigation. They quickly grabbed Salvador's guns and took them in for an analysis. Soon after, the Texas Rangers began to assist as well. The response by the police to the shooting was so abysmal that even the United States Department of Justice announced that they would be reviewing the law enforcement response at the request of the mayor of Uvalde himself, Don McLaughlin. In the beginning, misinformation about the massacre and contradicting accounts between the different agencies who assisted in the response were making the investigation very difficult. Some of them claimed that Salvador used a handgun, others correctly stated that it was a rifle. Some claimed that his body armor made it even more dangerous, when it came to be known that he had no body armor at all. Some claimed that an officer exchanged gunfire with him outside the school, but then it came to be known that an officer had asked for permission to fire but no gunfight took place. It was said that this was a school resource officer, but then it came to be clear that the school resource officer had driven off to pursue a teacher. It was an absolute mess. At first, the Texas Department of Safety, or DPS Director Steve McCraw, said that the police engaged immediately. He said, "They contained the gunman in a classroom and put the tactical stack together in a very orderly way and breached." However, he soon changed his story to add that they were forced to delay the response because they needed specialty equipment, armor, snipers, and negotiators. The DPS even blamed the teacher for letting Salvador in, saying that she had propped open the door. This was not true, as the reason he got in was due to the fact that the door could only be locked from the outside. While the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, originally praised the police for their response, it was before he knew all the details. When he came to learn the facts, he quickly changed his tune and began to call for an investigation into the lack of initiative displayed by the police. He said, "Bottom line would be, why did they not choose the strategy that would have been the best to get in there and to eliminate the killer and to rescue the children?" The governor announced that he had been misled and given inaccurate information, saying that he was absolutely livid about it. The mayor of Uvalde was especially frustrated at the governor's initial praise. 2 days after the massacre, at a press conference, a DPS official was asked whether the police had made a critical error. He said that they didn't have enough information to answer definitively just yet. However, that same day, another DPS officer defended the police, saying, "If they proceeded any further, not knowing where the suspect was at, they could have been shot, they could have been killed, and the gunman would have had an opportunity to kill other people inside that school." The Uvalde PD police chief, Daniel Rodriguez, similarly defended his officers that same day, saying, "It is important for our community to know that our officers responded within minutes." The former police chief of Austin and Houston, Art Acevedo, disagreed, tweeting, We don't have all the particulars right now, but when the gunfire is ringing out with the police are trained, expected, and required to engage. This is a moral and ethical obligation. However, it was only a day later that the DPS began to see how things really went down. They acknowledged that several bad actors had made errors that, without a doubt, led to more bloodshed. The director of the DPS, Stephen C. McCraw, said, "With the benefit of hindsight where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was the wrong decision, period." On June 1st, ABC News, citing many different sources, reported that the Uvalde police and the UCISD police had stopped cooperating with the investigation into their conduct. This was because the DPS had now publicly made the claim that the police had made an error by delaying entry into the classroom. They said that the UCISD chief, Pedro P. Arredondo, quote, provided an initial interview but has not responded to a request for a follow-up interview with the Texas Rangers that was made 2 days ago. That same day, Arredondo denied the accusations and told CNN that he was in contact with the DPS every single day. However, he said that he refused to say any more because he didn't want to talk about the case while the funerals were still ongoing. He ended by saying, "Whenever this is done and the families quit grieving, then we'll do that, obviously." Many took this as callous in and of itself, given that he assumed the families would only grieve briefly and then return to their normal lives after the funerals. Anulfo Reyes, the teacher in room 111, had lost every single one of his students in the shooting. He himself had been shot in the arm, back, and lung. From his hospital bed, he criticized the police, calling them cowards. He said, "They sit there and did nothing for our community. It took a long time to go in. After everything, I get more angry because you cops have a bulletproof vest. I have nothing." He continued, "Nothing gets you ready for this. We trained our kids to sit under the table, but we set them up like ducks. You can give us all the training you want, but gun laws have to change. I will go anywhere to the end of the world to not let my students die in vain. I will go to the end of the world to make sure things get changed." According to the DPS, before the Border Patrol arrived on scene, the 19 officers who were coming in and out of the school made, in their own words, no effort to get inside the classroom where Salvador was hiding. They said that this was because of the false statements that Arredondo made that Salvador was isolated alone in a classroom where he could do no harm, i.e. the barricaded suspect response. Angeli Gomez, the mom who was handcuffed by the police and later jumped the fence to rescue her kids, was interviewed by the media. She said that she was still on probation for charges she had received a decade before and that the police used this in order to threaten her into not telling her story. They told her that if she did, as callous in and of itself, given that he assumed the families would only grieve briefly and then return to their normal lives after the funerals. Anulfo Reyes, the teacher in room 111, had lost every single one of his students in the shooting. He himself had been shot in the arm, back, and lung. From his hospital bed, he criticized the police, calling them cowards. He said, "They sit there and did nothing for our community. It took a long time to go in. After everything, I get more angry because you cops have a bulletproof vest. I have nothing." He continued, "Nothing gets you ready for this. We trained our kids to sit under the table, but we set them up like ducks. You can give us all the training you want, but gun laws have to change. I will go anywhere to the end of the world to not let my students die in vain. I will go to the end of the world to make sure things get changed." According to the DPS, before the Border Patrol arrived on scene, the 19 officers who were coming in and out of the school made, in their own words, no effort to get inside the classroom where Salvador was hiding. They said that this was because of the false statements that Arredondo made that Salvador was isolated alone in a classroom where he could do no harm, i.e. the barricaded suspect response. Angeli Gomez, the mom who was handcuffed by the police and later jumped the fence to rescue her kids, was interviewed by the media. She said that she was still on probation for charges she had received a decade before and that the police used this in order to threaten her into not telling her story. They told her that if she did, they would press obstruction of justice charges that would violate her probation and send her to jail. Soon after, her car was stopped in a traffic stop, where a police officer accused her of harboring illegal immigrants in her car. After, she noticed a cop parked at her house for about 45 minutes, flashing its lights to let her know that it was present. However, her story came to be doubted by some when the Uvalde Leader News published an article saying that she was never handcuffed. Many believed that this, however, was a story pushed by the police to the publication in order to ruin her reputation even further. She hasn't responded to the article herself. Further controversy came about when the story of Ruben Rees hit the public, the man who had wanted to enter into the school to save one of the teachers, his wife, and was taken out of the building by the other officers. He was so disgusted himself that he resigned from his position in the police department. With the Uvalde Police Department's acting chief, Detective This was interviewed after the shooting. He never mentioned how many of the students were inside the classrooms misbehaving because themselves. Still, he actually took credit for finding it into the classroom, saying that they removed Ruben Ruiz because, quote, "We were just afraid that he was going to try to run in the classroom and try to do what I wanted to do if I could have done it." It came to be known that Chief Pete Arredondo had been elected to the Uvalde City Council only a few weeks before the shooting took place. The mayor, Dan McLaughlin, said that a special meeting where he would have been sworn in would no longer take place, saying that they were going to focus more on the families that lost loved ones instead. However, he lamented that, in his words, nothing in the city charter, election code, or Texas Constitution that prohibits Arredondo from taking the oath of office, saying that there wasn't an official investigation taking place into it. He was later sworn in secret without a ceremony, becoming a full-fledged city council member. A Texas state senator, Roland Gutierrez, said that he had heard from the Commission on State Emergency Communications that Arredondo had no knowledge that any of the kids in the classrooms had called 911. This was, of course, a lie. However, he didn't take a hard stance, admitting that he didn't know for sure at the time. He had even heard that Arredondo didn't have a radio on his person at all, which does seem to be true. However, other officers had been there relaying information from the dispatchers. It wasn't long before the New York Times was able to find definitive proof that the police officers on scene were well aware of the children trapped inside the classrooms. On June 2nd, a private meeting was held at Uvalde City Hall where many of the higher-ups from around town were present. The meeting was arranged by the governor's office, and it was said to be in relation to rising tensions between Uvalde officials. During this meeting, the most clear signs of a police cover-up were displayed. A one-page document, very transparently titled The Narrative, was given to McCraw, director of the DPS, by the city attorney Paul Tarsi. This was, just as it sounds, the narrative surrounding the police response that those involved had written themselves. This was the narrative that they wanted to be given to the media. The city officials then began to pressure Steve McCraw and the DPS to start using their story. It was clear that the document was very favorable toward the police, highlighting, in their words, the quick arrival of officers at the school and their success in containing the gunman. Some excerpts were, within 5 minutes of receiving a report of an accident at approximately 11:30 a.m. on May 24th, patrol officers Mendoza and Salcedo and their patrol sergeant, Daniel Coronado, were on scene taking fire. They immediately pursued the suspect as he ran to rob school. This was the first lie, as they didn't take fire outside of the school. They also didn't run into the school immediately after Salvador did. Another excerpt stated, Officers Pete Arredondo, Donald Page, Daniel Coronado, and Adrian Gonzalez followed the sound of gunfire and entered the west end of Rob's school, while officers J.B. Martinez and Eddie Gonzalez entered the east end of Rob's school. Also followed
Oh my
the sound
god,
of
my
gunfire.
legs!
There was zero hesitation on any of these officers' part. They moved directly towards the gunfire. The total number of persons saved by the heroes that are local law enforcement and the other assisting agencies is over 500 per UCISD. These were more lies as the officers weren't able to tell where the gunfire was coming from, thus couldn't move right towards it. All of them also hesitated, grouping up in the hallway for quite a long time before even approaching the classrooms. Next, they immediately approached the door and were fired upon by the suspect with an AR rifle approximately 4 times, with Eddie Canales taking shrapnel to his ear and Jaime Martinez being grazed by a bullet to the head. With both officers bleeding, they took cover a few yards down the hall to avoid fire and called for backup. Time was not wasted, but each minute was used to save the lives of children and teachers. Again, their approach to the door was far from immediate. Martinez was also stated to have been injured by material from the wall, not a bullet to the head. Then we have U.S. Marshals arrived with shields. No one else, not UPD, not UCISD, not Border Patrol, not DPS, not Homeland Security, and not any other agency had shields available. Bortak insisted that all the rooms be cleaned, i.e. all the children and teachers be removed, prior to use of the shields in breach of room 112. There wasn't any evidence that Border Patrol insisted that all of the rooms be cleared before they made their breach. They also had the shields, many of which weren't even graded for a rifle, on scene long before the breach was made. And then, absent the shields, every UPD officer was of the opinion that breaching the door was suicide, and every Texas Ranger or DPS agent who took their statements agreed. Not a single officer present, including DPS troopers and Texas Rangers, believed that they could save lives by approaching that door and being killed one by one. In reality, several officers had expressed interest in breaching the room as quickly as possible, with one of them being dragged out of the building for insisting on doing so. There is also no evidence that they believe they couldn't save any lives. Stephen McCraw of the DPS was highly critical of the narrative document. He refused to endorse the document as it was presented to him, saying he disagreed with their summary of the events. District Attorney Bushby also objected, arguing that she was concerned about releasing such inaccurate and incomplete information. On June 3rd, the board of the UCISD held a meeting to determine whether they would be taking any action against Pete Arredondo. They decided, not so surprisingly, not to take any disciplinary action against him. On June the 7th, Arredondo didn't attend the city council meeting. When the mayor was asked why that was, he said that he couldn't answer that question. It was on June 9th that Arredondo started to give his first interviews with the media and comment on the case. He said that the only reason he waited that long was to avoid blaming others or worsen the community's grief. Pedro Pete Arredondo said that he arrived at the school and thought that he was the first officer there. He said that he abandoned his police radio somewhere because he thought it would slow him down, saying that he wanted his hands free to fight the gunman. When this was scrutinized, he said that the radio's antenna would bump into him while he ran and might fall off of his belt. He further said that he knew that the radios didn't usually work well in school buildings anyway. He further lied, saying that he was completely unaware of the 911 calls being made from the classrooms because he didn't have his radio, despite being in the same hallway as the other officers talking about it. He said that he didn't know that he was the incident commander, thinking he was a frontline responder. This again would be a lie because, according to the National Incident Management System, the first person on scene is the incident commander. If he really did think that he was the first officer on scene, as he said, he would have known that that role would have gone to him. The DPS also described him as such, never implying that it was unclear to anyone else at the time. Arredondo said that he tried to open the door to classroom 111, and another UPD officer tried to open the door to 112, but both were locked. This was either an outright lie, or they didn't try hard enough to open it. He then said that the door to 111 had a steel jam that prevented it from being opened. This was also later determined to be false. Arredondo then said that he didn't know that Salvador was firing from inside the classroom or that some other officers had been grazed. He would have had to be blind and deaf for this to be true. He was in the hallway himself for almost the entire time, and all of the other officers continued to talk about being shot at throughout the entire incident. He said that he was provided at least 30 keys to the rooms, none of which worked. He said that he didn't get a master key until a while later, when another officer called him on his cell phone to tell him so. This further damaged his credibility as, while he didn't have his radio, he did have his phone and was able to answer it when needed. Then he denied he was a coward and spit a line almost straight from the narrative document. He said, "The objective was to save as many lives as we could, and the extraction of the students from the classrooms by all that were involved saved over 400 of our Uvalde students and teachers before we gained access to the shooter and eliminated the threat." The same day that Arredondo gave that interview, a committee began to investigate the shooting on behalf of the Texas House of Representatives. They explained that the investigation would be done in private in order to preserve accuracy and be as thorough as possible before coming to a conclusion. It took several weeks before it was revealed that the police didn't even try to open the door to the classroom for 77 minutes before the Border Patrol made their way in. This was because a law enforcement source close to the investigation leaked that information to the media after seeing the surveillance video from inside the school himself. The media at first wondered if this was because they assumed the door was locked, but the leaker expressed that many officers were aware it likely wasn't. Still, he said that Pete Arredondo had tried various different keys out, but not on the doors to 111 or 112. Instead, he tried them on other doors while trying to determine which was a master key. The DPS director came to testify during the Texas Senate committee meeting on the Uvalde school shooting that the police response was an, quote, abject failure and antithetical to everything we have learned over the past 2 decades, saying that, objectively, the police could have easily stopped the shooting within 3 minutes. He pointed the finger at Pete Arredondo, saying that he was the on-scene commander at the time. He said, "The only thing stopping a hallway of dedicated officers from entering room 111 and 112 was the on-scene commander who decided to place the lives of officers before the lives of children." The Texas House investigative community came to release a 77-page report detailing the systematic failures and the poor decision-making on the part of the police, saying that they exacerbated the shooting. The committee heavily criticized state and federal officials as well. Things were made even worse when it was confirmed via the records of multiple complaints to the school that the lock to room 111 was indeed broken, meaning that the police's claims of needing a master key or breaching tools before they could continue was entirely baseless, either a ridiculous mistake that costed an hour or part of an intentional delay. Like with many other school shootings, some people immediately jumped to the conclusion that the shooting was either a psyop or a false flag operation. Many of them were convinced by the simple fact that Salvador had enough money to buy the 2 rifles and ammunition. While it was a good amount of money for an 18-year-old, saving up around $5,000 over a year of working 3 different part-time jobs, Whataburger, Wendy's, and air conditioning, when you have no expenses at all isn't much of an ask. The minimum wage in Uvalde was $7.25. Even at working a low 20 hours a week, that would amount to $6,960 over the year. Assuming that Salvador did spend a little of his money here and there, saving a bit over $5,000 wouldn't have been much of a stretch. Knowing that Wendy's pays an average of $10 to $15 an hour in Texas, it would have been even easier. The Donna Independent School District in Donna, Texas, about 240 miles from Uvalde, got a threat towards one of their own schools. Due to that, class was canceled while the threat was investigated. The Department of Homeland Security got involved, saying that this was due to both the false flag theories and the praise that Salvador was getting online. They said, individuals in online forums that routinely promulgate domestic violent extremist and conspiracy theory-related content have praised this shooting and encouraged copycat attacks. Adding that other people aim to spread disinformation and incite grievances, including claims it was a government-staged event meant to advance gun control measures. The city of Uvalde began to try its best, through their attorneys, to prevent the release of police records related to the shooting. They said that the information was of no concern to the public, that there was embarrassing information related to criminal history, and that they may expose the police's strategies related to preventing and predicting crime. They also said that they could expose anyone involved to a risk of harm. The city also cited what is called the dead suspect loophole as well, where information is suppressed in a case that has no convictions, such as when a suspect is already dead. On June 22nd, the UCISD board decided to put Arredondo on administrative leave for an unspecified amount of time. Shortly after, on July 2nd, Arredondo decided to resign from his position on the city council entirely. It wasn't long after that the Uvalde School Board voted unanimously to terminate his contract as the police chief. The district attorney of Uvalde County adamantly objected to releasing a portion of the security camera video taken in the hallway during the police response to the shooting. While the clip was edited to end right before the police entered into the classroom, didn't show any violence on screen, and was edited to remove sounds of screaming, he still opposed it. The mayor, however, thought that the video needed to be shown to the public. On July 12th, that video was released. It was 77 minutes of video compiled from both the hallway footage and some of the police body cam overlaid on top when appropriate. While the video was intended to be shown to the families of the victims first and then released to the public later, the opposite happened when the media ended up having a copy leaked and publishing it before that. This created a lot of anger among some of the family members, but others were actually happy about it being released to the public so that the community could see that they were being lied to about the police response. When the video leaked, all hell broke loose. Outrage was everywhere as it showed that the police had not only lied about their swift response, their early attempts to enter the room, and more, it also showed how not seriously they were taking the situation. Some cops were seen fist-bumping each other, others looking at their phones, and one of them was seen taking some hand sanitizer from a dispenser on the wall near the classrooms. More than anything, it showed them mainly only standing around while Salvador executed children and tortured his victims just behind the unlocked door for 70 whole minutes. Salvador's mom came to say that the months since the shooting were very difficult for her. She and her current boyfriend, Juan Alvarez, left town after the murders due to death threats. After that, they were kind of on the run. They moved to Oklahoma for 8 months, but she was unable to find a job there. She got arrested within 1 month of the shooting for criminal trespass and driving without a license, only to be released shortly after. After that, she bounced around from job to job elsewhere. During this, she was arrested yet again, this time for assaulting her boyfriend. After, they decided to move back to Uvalde, together, and live at one of her mom's properties free of charge. She said that nobody will hire her now and that they both lived off of Juan's $900 disability checks and about $600 in food stamps that they got together. She now sells random products out of her house to make a bit of money. She also admitted that she keeps Salvador's room just as it was, almost treating it as a shrine to him. She's been proud to show this to the media, even holding up her son's clothes for the camera. However, Adriana got into trouble again when she actually got into a confrontation with one of the victims' families, yelling at them in public. It was even caught on camera. This was the family of Amiri Joe Garza, and when they spoke badly of her son, she yelled that they had no right to judge him. If anyone in the world had the right to pass judgment on him, it would have been them. She shouted, "You have no right to judge my son. No, you don't. No, you don't. May God forgive y'all." All they wanted was answers. As the family demanded to know why Salvador did what he did, they responded with, "What reasons? Because he was pissed off at you? Because you destroyed him? What reason did he have to kill 21 people?" Adriana replied that Salvador had mental health issues. She said, "I know my son was a coward. You don't think I don't know that? I know. You don't think I'm carrying all that with me? I know, and I'm sorry." It finally came time for the first officer involved in the
What a
handling of the
bitch,
shooting to
yo.
face consequences.
Even
This
after
was a
death,
Texas
she's
state
using
trooper
them.
named Crimson Elizondo. She was investigated by the DPS for what they called actions inconsistent with training and department requirements. As a result, she resigned from her job. However, shortly after, she actually got a job as a UCISD police officer. Crimson had been caught on body camera footage admitting to the other officers that she wasn't responding to the case in a hands-on way because, more or less, the kids in there weren't hers and she didn't care. She mostly stood outside despite being one of the first officers on scene. She told them, "If my son had been in there, I would have not been outside, I promise you that." When this audio leaked, she was fired from her job at UCISD as well. In October of 2022, another Texas state trooper, Sergeant Juan Maldonado, was fired from the DPS. He had also been one of the first officers to arrive on scene within the first 5 minutes and failed to act in
Bro, I didn't get the fucking thing. Yes, because I was
More
dying, bro.
strange
Ain't no
arrests
way I
would
didn't
come
pick
to
it
be
up
made
though.
as well, one of
So
which was the arrest of
stupid, yo.
Nathan Cruz. This was Salvador's 17-year-old cousin, who was arrested on August 8th, 2023, about a year later. This was after he made a threat that was deemed to be terroristic in nature after he told his sister, "I'm planning on doing the same thing as my cousin," adding that he would shoot her in the head before he did it. To make matters worse, they lived within walking distance of an elementary school as well. He was hit with a felony charge of making a terroristic threat to the public and another misdemeanor charge of making a terroristic threat against a family member. He was hit with a bond of $160,000 and remained in jail until the case was dismissed entirely due to a missing witness. Throughout 2023, an 18-year-old girl named Victoria Gabriela Rodriguez Morales continued to claim that she had been Salvador's girlfriend before the massacre. She said that they had actually planned it together, but he decided to carry it out without her. Given that there is nothing to back this up at all, her story isn't believed. However, she was known to issue threats to schools herself starting all the way back in 2018. That year was when she
What
was
a
sent to a
loser.
juvenile detention center in Texas, but then she started sending more threats, saying that she would, quote, "kill public officials, shoot schools, and kill teachers and students." One condition of her parole was that she would have to move back to Puerto Rico. However, she continued to harass schools in Uvalde even there, especially after the shooting. She threatened not only the school itself, but hospitals and even the survivors. She was found in Puerto Rico and arrested on 13 charges related to interstate threats. She's looking at up to 60 years in prison now. She pointed out the victims in the shooting, calling them all the little loser souls and saying that she hoped they were burning in hell. Of all of the people arrested, one was fairly distant from the case, geographically at least. You may remember Salvador's online friend, the German girl who he told that he was going to shoot up the school. While she originally responded with "cool," she deleted this message in hopes that no officials would find it. However, the message was stored internally on Facebook and screenshots had already been spread around and discussed on Yubo. She actually got arrested and faced trial in Frankfurt on charges of failing to report planned crimes. She didn't see jail time, instead being ordered to undergo what they called educational measures. Later, CNN reported on some of the audio and video related to the body cam of the UPD police chief, Lieutenant Mariano Pargas. You'll remember him as the man who got told about the 911 calls coming from inside the classroom and said "okay" before waving it away. It was found that he made a call to a dispatcher, asking how many more were still alive in the room, being told that 8 to 9 likely were. It was found that he informed Border Patrol of the information, but neglected to mention it to the Texas Rangers. Just 2 days before the city council was to determine whether or not to fire him, Pargas retired from his job at the UPD. In January 2023, another Texas Ranger was fired, this time being Christopher Ryan Kindle. This was because he had failed to treat Salvador as an active shooter despite his specific training meaning that he should have known differently. However, when he appealed this firing, he was placed back into his previous position. In September of 2023, the DPS announced that their internal investigation had finished. No more Texas Rangers would now be punished. Some laws were changed as a result of this case. As a result of both this crime and Peyton Gendron's massacre in Buffalo, New York, the state of New York passed a new law that would raise the age requirement to buy a semi-automatic weapon from 18 to 21. Texas also passed a law requiring law enforcement to partake in 16 hours of courses related to school shooting responses every 2 years. For the time being, it seemed that it was all over. The UCISD board announced plans to build a new elementary school to replace Robb Elementary. They began construction in 2023. It would be placed near the Dalton Elementary School in order to form a new campus that would host classes from preschool to 4th grade. However, not all was over. While no more Texas Rangers would be punished by the DPS, the same didn't apply to other officers on scene at the time. Many noticed that something seemed to be brewing behind the scenes when Pete Arredondo lost his honorary discharge status at the end of 2023. The Uvalde County District Attorney, Christina Mitchell, convened a grand jury to find out whether or not any of their own officers should be criminally charged for their lack of response on the day of the shooting. Shortly after, in January 2024, the grand jury began hearing testimonies. Steve McCraw, the DPS director, was happy to testify before them. Many other officers came to speak their piece as well. The Department of Justice had also finished their report detailing their own findings when investigating the case. They criticized a large number of failures on the part of the Uvalde police. They noted the failure to recognize the case as an active shooting, the failure to secure the crime scene, the failure to follow standard operating procedures, and
Game just started. That's not even fair. Fucking hell, bruh. Are you not dead? I have no idea, bruh. Whatever.
the failure to communicate appropriately with the families. They even attacked the personal character of the police, saying that they lack courage. Not only that, but the DOJ had confirmed that the victims' families were indeed harassed by the police after the incident somewhat regularly in the hopes that they would leave town. This whole report was of major use to the grand jury. On June 27, 2024, the grand jury indicted the first Uvalde police officer, that being none other than Pete Arredondo. They then indicted another, Adrian Gonzalez. They were hit with multiple felony charges of child endangerment. Arredondo was hit with 10, while Gonzalez was hit with 29 charges. It's unclear why the difference in their counts is so high, but it was mentioned that Gonzalez was a senior officer who had taken school shooting-related training in the past, so he may have been seen as having more responsibility to act accordingly. Pete Arredondo was arrested and booked into the Uvalde jail that day, the same jail that he used to place criminals into himself. However, he was able to pay $100,000 in bonds and walk free for the time being. Adrian Gonzalez turned himself in a day later. He himself was released after he posted a $10,000 bail. Both officers are looking at least 2 years in prison and $10,000 in fines if they are convicted. Many feel that they deserve much more. On July 18, 2024, it was time for Arredondo to make his plea. He predictably pled not guilty to all 10 of the charges against him. Similarly, Gonzalez pled not guilty to all 29 of his own charges as well. With that, they will both face trial. As of now, their trial dates have been pushed back a few times. Only time will tell what kind of sentence they might serve. In autumn of 2025, the replacement for the Robb Elementary School, called Legacy Elementary School, opened for new students, about 2 miles away from where Robb was located. The ribbon-cutting ceremony that opened the school was very emotional. Even though it was a new school, it was impossible to ignore the fact that it was replacing a school that was part of one of the biggest tragedies in American history. This was something that the staff didn't ignore. The UCISD president, Laura Perez, said, "This school is not about forgetting. It's about remembering with dignity, rebuilding with courage, and choosing to believe in the future even when the past still hurts." The new school includes a tribute to the 21 who died that day, along with a memorial tree to honor them.
Oh, that's so
The
sad.
Robb Elementary School, as of the making of this video, still hasn't been torn down. It remains in town, mostly dark with only a few outside lights to prevent intruders. It continues as a grim reminder of what happened that day, standing in the shadows. Salvador's grandma Sally was eventually released from the hospital, finally recovering from the gunshot wound to her face. However, the bullet destroyed her teeth and a good portion of her jaw. She will likely never be able to speak again. She needed multiple surgeries even after her discharge from the hospital. A GoFundMe page was created to pay for some of those medical bills. It asked for $100,000, but it fell flat at around $47,000, still a surprising amount for the relative of a mass killer. Salvador's sister has joined the military and, by most accounts, never speaks of her brother. Salvador's mom believes that he is now in heaven, feeling that God has forgiven him for what he did. She said that Salvador's sister had a dream where he came to her and expressed that he was sorry, so it's all good now. She is still known around the town for being a bit crazy, to paraphrase the much more descriptive comments given by the citizens of Uvalde online. She boldly stated that she feels no need to apologize to the families of the victims. She stated, "What will it accomplish? It's not going to bring back the kids, and it won't change their minds on what they think of me or my son." As off-putting as her statements are, she is right about that. Nobody will ever think better of her son.
When he went in the classroom, he said, "You're all gonna die. He just started shooting." I was playing dead, so he was shooting. He shot my teacher and then he shot the kids. I think he was aiming at me, like the thing, and then he, I guess one of the chairs were there, so it blocked it, and pieces in my leg. I kind of don't feel safe going to school, and I feel hot, and sometimes at night I have nightmares too.
Bro, that shit is so sad, man. I'm so sorry. Shit is so fucking horrible, bro.
Короче, капец тебе, служивый!
Hey.
We've covered multiple criminal cases on this channel that were completely botched by law enforcement, either because of their incompetence or their unwillingness to act. But this video is about something much worse. In fact, it is the most extreme case of police corruption we've ever seen. A whole string of murders in New York where the killers that detectives were supposed to be looking for were themselves. On the evening of November 6, 1990, 48-year-old Eddie Lino was driving home after finishing work for the day. As he neared Brighton Beach, an unmarked Crown Victoria sedan fell in behind him and flashed police lights. Lino pulled over, expecting nothing more than another routine encounter. Two men approached, badges visible, so he lowered his window. One plainclothes detective asked him, "What's that on the floor?" As he looked down, he was shot 9 times at close range and left slumped inside his car. The two shooters returned to their vehicle and vanished into the night. But the perpetrators of this murder, as well as many others, were not killers impersonating the police. They were the police. Detectives who not only worked for a secret crime organization, they killed for them. In 1987, the first signs of killers hiding in the New York Police Department began to show. On October 8th, NYPD officer Philip Salmon was responding to a report of a man being gunned down in the street in broad daylight, when he was surprised to realize that he recognized the victim. They worked out at the same gym. He didn't know much about him, only that his name was Otto, and that he was an ex-convict. No matter what time of day I went to the gym, he was there. It was pretty obvious he didn't have a 9-to-5 job, recalled Officer Philip Salmon. The officer was right. John Otto Heidel was no ordinary man. He was a former member of the Bypass Gang, a highly organized crew of alarm experts, safecrackers, and professional burglars. However, besides that, he was a longtime informant for the FBI. Under Agent Patrick Colgan, he had earned a total of $100,000 for intelligence regarding upcoming thefts. For his own protection, Heidel's status as an informant was so restricted that only his handler, Agent Colgan, knew his identity. Not even Colgan's supervisors were aware of the arrangement. Heidel's work for the FBI continued secretly for years. But then, suddenly, on February 14, 1987, Heidel contacted Colgan in a panic. He said his longtime friend, Anthony Casso, the underboss of the Lucchese crime family, had casually mentioned that a detective in the 63rd Precinct was sharing inside information with him. More alarming, Casso's cop informant apparently had access not only to NYPD files, but also to intelligence from the FBI and DEA. Colgan took Heidel's concerns seriously enough to file a report noting suspected police corruption. But for some reason, no one followed up, at least not with him. At the same time, Agent Colgan began to suspect Heidel was still active in robberies. When his suspicion was later confirmed by another informant, Heidel's informant status was revoked per Bureau policy, and he was reclassified as a cooperating witness, meaning his identity would no longer be protected. From that point on, anyone involved in the investigation would have access to that information. That summer, Heidel ran into Bert Kaplan, a drug trafficker and criminal strategist, and Tommy Patira, a hitman working for the Bonanno family, one of the La Cosa Nostra, the Italian crime society more commonly known as the Mafia. They were all at El Caribe, a beach club frequently used by the 5 families of the Mafia. Heidel was walking around after a recreational racquetball match when Tommy confronted him. "Personally, I think you're a stool pigeon," slang for a police informant. Heidel stood in shock and denial, but Tommy wasn't convinced, and neither was Kaplan, who observed the situation and informed Anthony Casso. Casso asked Kaplan to consult their crystal ball, the nickname he often used to refer to their mole inside the NYPD. The turncloak detective, whose identity was a mystery to even Casso himself, eventually relayed a confirmation. Heidel was a problem that needed to disappear. On October 8th, as Heidel was walking back to his car after a handball match, he discovered that it had a flat tire, a common Mafia setup. As he crouched down to fix it, 2 men pulled up and opened fire. Heidel was hit multiple times, but managed to flee. The car followed him up a one-way street and shot him again at close range. Heidel died on the spot. Immediately after news of the hit reached headquarters, a detective from the 63rd Precinct rushed to Heidel's apartment. They needed to recover any sensitive informant materials before they fell into the wrong hands. Inside the bathroom, the officer found microcassette tapes, recordings related to Heidel's work with the FBI. However, Instead of immediately logging, labeling, and preserving the evidence per protocol, the officer left the tapes out in the open in a supervisor's office near the squad room. As a result, someone at the precinct was able to pocket one of the cassette tapes and hand it over to Bert Kaplan. This will prove that I was right, that the guy was cooperating, and that he was taping people, said the crystal ball. Heidel's murder only marked the beginning of the fruitful relationship between Casso and his dirty detective. Just 4 days later, October 12, 1987, an informant named Dominic Costa was backing into his home garage just after midnight when 2 masked men approached and opened fire. He was hit twice in the head and once in the shoulder. Months earlier, Detective Chuck Siriano had discovered that Dominic Costa, a 26-year-old former Marine sniper, was working for the Bypass Gang. Costa led a double life, a licensed locksmith and safe technician by day, an expert safecracker by night. He claimed to have cracked over 300 safes and was occasionally hired to fix the very ones he had broken into the night before. After surveilling Costa for 6 months, Siriano and 2 other detectives failed to gather enough evidence to place him under arrest. But Costa didn't know this, so, hoping intimidation would be enough, they picked him up anyway, and they were right. When threatened with prison, Costa cracked immediately and agreed to wear a wire. Costa revealed he had agreed to help the Bypass Gang break into 5 safes for an upcoming burglary. Detective Siriano decided to let the burglary go forward in order to catch the crew in the act. It all seemed to be going well until 5 weeks before the operation, when Detective Siriano got a call with shocking news. Costa had been shot in the head, but miraculously, Costa survived. Paramedics revived him and rushed him to Kings County Hospital. They broke my skull in half, but I'm still alive, he later said. Despite surviving, the damage was permanent. His right eye drooped, a bump formed on his forehead, and he suffered recurring seizures. Then, just 1 week after the attempt on Dominic Costa's life, another informant, 28-year-old Victor Filocamo, a low-level associate, was found dead in the trunk of his BMW in Bay Ridge. This sequence of events, 3 informants hit in a matter of weeks, led officers to think there was a good possibility that the Mafia had a mole inside the major case squad. This changed how Detective Siriano operated from then on. A month later, after arresting another man willing to cooperate, he avoided filing standard paperwork altogether. Instead, he processed the case through the Manhattan DA's office, outside the department's normal chain of command. Back at the organized crime unit, Siriano's desk sat directly across from his longtime colleague, Stephen Caracappa. As Siriano began bypassing internal paperwork, Caracappa took notice. The mood in the unit shifted. Tension grew. No one had proven that a leak existed, but the signs were becoming impossible to ignore. Was Siriano keeping information out of the system because he was being cautious? Or was actually the mole? Robert Intartaglio, an investigator in the Brooklyn DA's office, said, "We couldn't help but feel that the wise guys were onto us. Leaks are the worst things that can happen, and yet they kept happening." In May 1990, Casso's crystal ball delivered the biggest warning yet. A federal grand jury in Brooklyn had just handed down indictments. The charges were severe. Casso, the boss of the Lucchese family, Benvenuto, and over a dozen others were accused of manipulating and controlling a $143 million contract to replace windows for the housing authority. By the morning of May 15th, Benvenuto had left New York going into hiding in Pennsylvania. Casso, on the other hand, hesitated. Leaving felt like surrender, like an admission that the 5 families were losing grip on New York. Still, he had to leave. He broke the news to his wife Lillian over dinner and used his final days to tie up loose ends. Then, on the night of May 24th, he met with Alfonso D'Arco, the man selected to serve as acting boss in his and Vicamuso's absence. D'Arco wasn't the typical image of a mafia boss. He was short, quiet, and lived in a cramped apartment in Little Italy, but he was loyal, disciplined, and dependable. To Casso, that was enough. Just like his crystal ball had said, on May 30th, federal agents knocked on Casso's door. But of course, he was already gone. While the FBI searched the Upper East Side home, other agents were striking down across the city. They arrested 12 men, union officials, and high-ranking members of multiple crime families accused of corrupting the city's public housing contracts. The old world mafia, once untouchable, now looked fractured and exposed. The mafia is not the entrenched, well-insulated organization it once was. It's getting weaker and weaker, said FBI agent Jules Bonavolante. However, law enforcement was one step too late. Caruso and Casso escaped, and somehow, the distance only made Casso more dangerous. From his hideout in Mount Olive, New Jersey, he ordered more than 30 killings, guided by the same crystal ball. Before going into hiding in early 1990, Anthony Casso called him Anthony Delapia. Delapia had once been a prolific criminal in the Lucchese tracked him to Los Angeles and assembled a 4-man team to carry out the hit. Months later, while in hiding, Casso received new information from his dirty detective. Bruno Pacciolo, a trusted enforcer with 30 years of service, had supposedly given up names to the cops of mafia members connected to Delappi's murder. That was all Casso needed to hear. On August 24th, police found Facciolo's body in the trunk of his car with a dead canary in his mouth. Casso's warning to all of those who might sing to law enforcement. The FBI would later conclude Facciolo hadn't informed at all. It seemed Casso's inside intel wasn't always correct, but he was leaning on it more than ever, even going so far as sending his cop friend to kill for him. Normally, he relied on his own men for hits, but this target was too important. Eddie Lino, a lieutenant for John Gotti, the boss of the Gambino family. Before John Gotti took control of the Gambino family, the boss was Paul Castellano. At the time, Anthony Casso approached Castellano with a warning that Angelo Ruggiero, one of his trusted men, was working as an informant. Castellano didn't believe him. He stood by Ruggiero, calling him loyal. But when Ruggiero demanded permission to retaliate against Casso for the accusation, Castellano refused. Then, John Gotti staged a coup. He assassinated Castellano and took control of the family. Under Gotti's rule, Ruggiero finally got permission to strike back against Casso. On the evening of September 14, 1986, 4 years before he went into hiding, Casso drove to the Golden Ox, a small restaurant tucked beside an ice cream shop. He was supposed to meet an acquaintance about a stolen check scheme, but the meeting was a setup. As Casso waited in his car, a car with tinted windows rolled up beside him. Inside were Jimmy Heidel, Bob Barrett, and Nicky Weedy. A shotgun barrel appeared at the window. The blast tore through Casso's car door. Shots shattered glass and ripped into his shoulder. Casso ducked under the steering wheel, grabbing his gun. He slid across the seat, pushing open the opposite door, exited the vehicle, and ran toward the Golden Ox while the gunmen fired from the parking lot. He stumbled inside, bleeding. Diners froze as he lived toward the kitchen, then down to the basement. There, he hid inside a walk-in refrigerator, waiting, either for police or the shooters to find him. When night came, he slipped out a back door and called his friend, Vic Amusa, who drove him to the hospital. Physically, Casso recovered, but the attempted hit had humiliated him. He was the underboss of the Lucchese family, and he wasn't going to let this go. He swore revenge, not just on the men who tried to kill him, but on everyone tied to Castellano's murder. And one of them was Eddie Lino. Fast forward back to November 6, 1990, Lino's body was found slumped in his Mercedes on the side of the Belt Parkway. He'd been shot through the open driver's window, and there was no shattered glass, which likely meant he'd rolled the window down himself to speak with someone, perhaps a police officer who had pulled him over. The shooter left one clue, a black-faced wristwatch with a broken hand, lying in the dirt 15 feet from the car. The hands had stopped at 7 p.m., right around the time of the hit. At the Major Case Squad office, Detective Chuck Siriano was talking with his longtime friend, Detective Stephen Caracappa, about the shooting. Siriano made a lighthearted comment about how careless the killer had been, leaving a wristwatch behind at the scene. But as the words left his mouth, Caracappa's expression changed. His face went still, serious. It was just for a moment, but did Caracappa know more about that shooting than he was letting on? Outside the traditional mafia hierarchy stands a man who is always by the boss's side. Not a capo, not a consigliere, but a driver, a bodyguard, a shadow. For Gambino's boss, John Gotti, that man was Bobby Borriello. Casso had known that Gotti's crew was behind the failed attempt on his life, so it didn't come as a surprise to him when Burt Kaplan played Casso a tape, delivered to them by their crystal ball. On it, Borriello's voice came through loud and clear. These guys missed with Casso, and they'd better take care of this thing, or I'm going to get mad, and I'll drive right into his driveway and kill him and his whole family. That was it. Borriello was now a dead man. A few weeks before the hit, a heavy-set man showed up at the Borriello home in Brooklyn's Bath Beach neighborhood. Bobby Borriello's wife, Susan, answered the door. He flashed a badge, revealed a gun, and said he was a detective, but never gave a name. Does Bobby Borriello live here? The detective asked. Susan told the detective her husband wasn't home. The man said he'd be back, but he never returned, at least as far as she knew. On April 13, 1991, Bobby spent the afternoon at the Aqueduct racetrack. That evening, just after 7:30 p.m., he pulled into his driveway. Susan was inside feeding their toddler when she heard the gunshots. Bobby's nephew ran outside and found him slumped next to his car. 10 shell casings were strewn across the pavement, but the shooter had already vanished. By 1991, the old rules that bound the five families together were crumbling. The Mafia's code, once sacred, was being buried under a wave of paranoia, botched hits, and whispered betrayals. Even loyalists were starting to glance over their shoulders. Alphonse Little Al D'Arco had been one of them, acting boss of the Lucchese family, handpicked by Casso. But after made man Peter Ciotto flipped over to aid law enforcement after surviving a failed hit ordered by Casso, Casso blamed D'Arco for not cleaning up the mess. So, when D'Arco walked into a hotel meeting and spotted a known hitman in a stiff, bulletproof-looking sweatshirt, he didn't want to find out if he was next on Casso's kill list. He walked out, and 3 days later, he called the FBI. This was law enforcement's big break. D'Arco wasn't just a capo or a soldier. He was the highest-ranking mobster to ever defect at that point. A man who'd stood beside bosses, knew where bodies were buried, and more importantly, knew where Casso was getting his information. D'Arco said that he had heard about the crystal ball, and now, for the first time, law enforcement had confirmation that the leak was real. One of their own was secretly working for the mafia. Meanwhile, the Lucchese family was falling apart. Half of the crew was either informants, dead, or behind bars, and the bosses were on the run. Anthony Casso and Vic Amuso had been hiding for almost a year when the TV show America's Most Wanted aired their profiles. 4 months later, the FBI got a tip. Amuso was regularly using a payphone at a mall in Dixon City, Pennsylvania. They waited, and at the right moment, arrested him outside a pharmacy in the mall complex on July 28, 1991. He was charged with racketeering, extortion, fraud, bribery, and 9 murders. With Al D'Arco testifying as star witness, Vic Amuso was convicted on all 54 counts and sentenced to life without parole. He walked out of the courtroom smiling. Don North, an agent who helped supervise the FBI investigation, said, "We're getting closer, and Amuso's conviction will turn Casso up soon. The question is whether it will turn him up alive or dead." By December 1992, Anthony Casso, then 52 years old, had been in hiding for 31 months. He believed that if he stayed underground long enough, the pressure around his arrest would eventually fade, but it didn't. A new indictment accused Casso of ordering 11 murders and conspiring to kill 3 more. U.S. Attorney Andrew Maloney said, "He is the most dangerous, cunning, and ruthless mafia leader on the streets. He is number 1 on our hit parade of wanted criminals." Their next break came on January 19, 1993. That Monday morning, Casso made a phone call to one of his men to send roses and a note to his mother for her birthday. After that, he went upstairs to take a shower. Unbeknownst to him, the FBI had been listening in on the call, and by 11 a.m. that morning, they had his house surrounded. They knocked once and announced themselves. When no one answered the door, they broke in. They were armed and ready, but the most dangerous mafia leader wasn't. Anthony Casso came down, with his hands raised and a towel around his waist. Agents cuffed Casso and took him to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. But Anthony Casso wasn't ready to accept his life sentence without a few more tricks. He bribed a guard to smuggle in hot meals and wine from Little Italy, and when the guard seemed trustworthy enough, he planned his escape. 3 times he tried, and 3 times he failed. Anthony Casso had been behind bars for nearly a year when one day he saw a story on the news. Sammy the Bull Garavano, underboss of the Gambino family, had flipped. After prosecutors played tapes of John Gotti mocking him behind his back, Garavano agreed to cooperate. In return, he got a reduced sentence, early release, and a spot in witness protection. It became clear to Casso, no matter your record, the feds would let you off with a light sentence as long as you agreed to testify. Casso had spent his career hunting informants and killing most of them. But now, in a tight cell, Casso was questioning the old mafia codes. Half of the Lucchese family was locked up or dead. The rest were testifying. So a question raised in his head. What was there left to stay loyal to? And so, during his next meeting with law enforcement, Casso turned toward FBI agent Richard Rudolph and said, "You guys make me a good offer. I'll work with you." The agent was surprised. The man prosecutors had nicknamed Lucifer was ready to flip. The agreement was sealed with a handshake. What they didn't realize at the time is just how destructive the information provided by Casso would be. During his interview with federal agents, Anthony Casso didn't hesitate. One law enforcement officer told the New York Daily News he was extremely forthcoming. Casso knows a lot of specifics about a lot of crimes. At his plea hearing, he admitted to 15 murders, but in the quiet of the debriefing room, he corrected himself. The real number was 37. He talked about racketeering, drug operations, labor schemes, every corner of his criminal world. But then came something else, a detail that shook the very foundation of New York's justice system. Casso claimed he had not one, but 2 longtime moles inside the NYPD. Not low-level cops either, high-ranking detectives. For years, he said, they fed him classified information, surveillance updates, wiretap locations, names of informants, and, more than that, they had killed for him, often. Anthony Casso hadn't known their names for a long time, but he had seen them. Once, his intermediary, Bert Kaplan, had kept any information about their identities to himself. But in 1992, Casso read a book, Mafia Cop, a memoir by a former detective, and in the book, there was a photo. He recognized the faces immediately. Underneath were their names, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa. Before they ever did Anthony Casso's dirty work, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa were partners in the NYPD. On paper, they were a mismatch. Ippolito was loud, impulsive, and quick to anger. Caracappa was quiet, methodical, and efficient. But somehow, they made it work. Maybe it was because they shared something deeper, a familiarity with the world they were supposed to be fighting. Ippolito had grown up surrounded by it. His father and uncles were all members of the Gambino crime family. Caracappa's connection was more circumstantial, but no less real. He lived across the street from Tommy Bilotti, the future Gambino underboss. The two stayed in touch for years. He never asked me for anything, but he also knew he needed a favor. If I could do it, I would, Caracappa would later say. Working side by side in the Brooklyn robbery squad, the two discovered a shared understanding, an unspoken rule that the line between cop and criminal could bend when it suited them. Ippolito had his own way of enforcing order. By his own admission, his partner once had to stop him from beating a suspect to death. The public will never understand the mentality of a cop. A good cop, anyway. In a way, it's very similar to the mentality of organized crime. You do what you have to do, and don't think twice about consequences, Ippolito once said. This same twisted, self-serving mindset seemed to have been shared by Caracappa. In 1978, while working undercover in narcotics, he built a case against a dealer named Richard Worm. But when Worm was arrested, Caracappa didn't stop there. He visited Worm's wife, Diane Frisco, who was out on bail, and told her, "You know I can help your husband when it comes time for a trial. Remember, I'm holding all the aces." According to Diane, he later drove her to a motel near the highway, where he assaulted her. Afterward, he told her, "If you say anything, no one's going to believe you." And he was unfortunately right. For nearly 3 decades, both men would use their badges to protect themselves from suspicion and to hide what they really were. On the afternoon of November 4th, 1986, Peter Mitchell, a 29-year-old former Marine, was running along the Belt Parkway in Brooklyn when he saw a gray Oldsmobile pulled to the side of the road. Inside sat an older, heavy-set white man with graying hair, and beside him, a young black woman in a brown fur coat, staring blankly toward Jamaica Bay, with what Mitchell described as a dead stare. Mitchell ran on, but when he circled back about 40 minutes later, the same car was parked in a grassy area near a horseback riding school. He watched as the driver got out, walked around, and began pulling something from the passenger side. At first, Mitchell thought it was garbage, until he saw a pair of legs. The man dragged the woman's body to a tree, covered her with a quilt, and scattered beer cans around her. Then, he looked up and saw Mitchell watching. Without panic, the man got back in his car and drove off. The victim, they later identified, was Virginia Robertson, a 27-year-old mother who had been strangled. Mitchell, an African-American, was uncomfortable with the police because he knew that even an innocent man could get locked away for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. But he stayed, called 911, and waited. The first detective on the scene, Richard Candarazzi, collected the evidence and took Mitchell's statement. The description he gave matched a local car thief, Stephen Brigant, a man with known mafia ties. But before Candarazzi could follow up, Detective Louis Ippolito arrived. Ippolito immediately sent everyone home. When Mitchell pointed out the beer cans near the body, possible fingerprints, Ippolito tossed them in the trash. Mitchell went over the description again, but Ippolito didn't seem interested. Instead, that evening, he drove Mitchell to a nearby housing project, pointed to a man walking out, and said, "That's him." It was a man named Barry Gibbs. Mitchell said no, it wasn't, but Ippolito pressed harder. Back at the station, the tone shifted. Ippolito leaned in close, telling Mitchell that Gibbs was a dangerous man who had hurt people before. Mitchell kept insisting it wasn't him. Then Ippolito changed tactics, showing off his medals and commendations before turning to threats. He said he knew where Mitchell's family lived, and wondered aloud what might happen if police found drugs in their homes. Then he made it clear, "You're going to do this, or else." After 6 hours of pressure, Peter Mitchell gave in. A few days later, Barry Gibbs, a mailman and Navy veteran who had fallen into addiction, was arrested outside his apartment. I got thrown against a car and they tell me to empty out my pockets. I say, "What's this about?" He throws me in the back of the car and he says, "I'm Detective Louis Ippolito." Gibbs maintained his innocence. He didn't even ask for a lawyer. "An innocent man has nothing to hide," he said later. "What do I need a lawyer for? I didn't do anything." But at the lineup, Mitchell identified him, and the following year, testified against him while Ippolito watched from the back of the courtroom. With no DNA, no fingerprints, or any proof whatsoever, the jury relied fully on that testimony. Barry Gibbs was convicted of second-degree murder and sentenced to 20 years to life. It never became clear what Ippolito's motive was to frame Gibbs or Virginia Robertson's murder. Was it to boost his own reputation, or to protect a mafia member? To gain their trust? Whatever his motive was, there was no going back anymore. For Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa, being detectives wasn't enough. They wanted more: money, power, and, in a way, the same respect that a man in the mafia commanded. But to get there, they needed someone on the inside, a partner. So, Ippolito turned to his family. His cousin, Frank Santora, a Gambino associate with the right contacts, started asking around for anyone who might need a little help from two well-placed NYPD detectives. Whatever the job was, they could handle it. While serving time in federal prison, Santora had formed a friendship with Bert Kaplan, a Jewish mobster who operated by the same codes as the mafia itself. Kaplan was disciplined, business-minded, and loyal to the Lucchese family. When Santora mentioned his cousin and his partner, Kaplan listened. Santora said they were willing to do business on the side if the price was right. And if Kaplan had any serious problem, he, his cousin, and his cousin's partner were capable of doing a murder. Kaplan hesitated. He'd been around long enough to know that doing business with a cop, no matter how dirty, was dangerous. Still, the offer stayed in the back of his mind, and not long after, the opportunity to use their services would come. On August 2nd, 1985, Israel Greenwald stepped off a flight from London and into the hands of the FBI. Greenwald, a 35-year-old diamond dealer from Queens, had unknowingly cashed 2 stolen U.S. Treasury bills for a man named Herman Tabak, who was secretly working in partnership with Bert Kaplan. So, when Israel Greenwald presented his passport at the airport, agents pulled him aside. He told investigators he didn't know the bills were stolen. Agent Beverly Bartzer believed he might be telling the truth. She asked him to stay in contact. Days later, Herman Tabak showed up at Greenwald's house, warning him not to talk to anyone, or he would be sorry. Agent Bartzer urged Greenwald to cooperate. He agreed to wear a recorder for a follow-up meeting with Tabak, but the plan fell apart when Tabak discovered the device. The FBI decided to pause the case and let things die down. Months passed. In February 1986, Bartzer called Greenwald's attorney to restart the operation. 6 days later, the lawyer called back. Greenwald was missing. Behind the scenes, Tabak had already warned Bert Kaplan that Greenwald might be talking to the police. Kaplan reached out to his old prison friend, Frank Santora. Within days, detectives Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa had pulled Greenwald's address, car model, and license plate number. On February 10, 1986, as Greenwald was driving home, the 2 detectives appeared behind him with flashing lights. They told him he was wanted in connection with a hit-and-run and needed to come in for a lineup. He got into their car without hesitation, but they never took him to the station. That same afternoon, they met Santora at an auto repair lot on Nostrand Avenue, owned by a man named Peter Franzone. Franzone had worked on Santora's car before. He knew better than to ask questions. But when Santora and the detectives walked into the garage with a man wearing a yarmulke and later came out without him, Franzone understood exactly what was happening. Santora came to the small shed Franzone used as an office and told him to come with him. Inside the garage, Franzone saw a man slumped against the wall. Santora then opened his trunk, took out 2 shovels, and told Franzone to dig. "Frankie told me that I gotta help bury the body because I'm an accessory with it. And if I didn't help him, if I go and tell anybody, that he would kill me and my effing family," Peter Franzone later said. Franzone dug a 5-foot hole into the dirt floor. They placed Greenwald's body inside, poured lime over it, and sealed the grave with concrete. That night, Greenwald's wife, Leah, waited for him to return home. When he didn't, she called the police. The FBI later found his car abandoned in long-term parking at JFK Airport and assumed he'd run, but Leah refused to believe it. For the next 20 years, she and her 2 daughters lived without answers. No body, no evidence, and no closure. The murder of Israel Greenwald was a test run, proof that Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa would really be up for the job. For Bert Kaplan, and by extension the Lucchese family, The detectives were a new kind of weapon. The Mafia already had hitmen, but these two had badges. Later, when Anthony Casso was looking to enact his revenge after the failed attempt on his life outside the Golden Ox restaurant, he turned to Burt Kaplan, who offered his 2 new murder cops for hire. At this point, Kaplan did not know their names. His friend Frank Santora worked directly with them, and Kaplan preferred it that way. The less he knew, the safer everyone was if someday somebody flipped. Ippolito and Caracappa had easy access to the police file on the Golden Ox shooting. Inside was a report naming the suspects and their addresses. Jimmy Heidel wasn't hard to find, and was already a person of interest in another case, the disappearance of his girlfriend, Annette DiBiase. On the morning of October 18, 1986, the 2 detectives were already posted outside Jimmy Heidel's house when they saw a man leave and drive away. They followed closely, then pulled up, flashed their badges, and tried to grab him, only to realize they made a mistake. It wasn't Jimmy Heidel. It was Frankie, his younger brother. Shaken, Frankie rushed back home and told his mother, Betty, what had happened. Not long after, Betty got into her own car and intercepted the 2 detectives as they circled the block. When she came face to face with them, she rolled down her window and asked who they were. Ippolito then flashed his badge and told her it was police business. Later that same day, the detectives found Jimmy Heidel near Bay 8th Street. Flashing their badges, they handcuffed him and told him he was wanted for questioning. Heidel, probably thinking this was an official police inquiry about his missing girlfriend, was cooperative. But as the drive went on, he eventually realized they weren't heading toward a precinct. Instead, they took him to the same garage on Nostrand Avenue, where they had taken Israel Greenwald months before. Inside waited Frank Santora. The 3 men tied Jimmy's hands and feet and put him into the trunk of Santora's car to be transported to a meeting with Casso. Jimmy Heidel was never seen again. But this wasn't the end of Casso's revenge. 2 more names remained on his list, Nicky Guido and Bob Baring. According to Burt Kaplan, when Casso asked for Guido's address, Detective Ippolito demanded an extra $4,000. Casso found that greedy, and he refused, so the detectives eventually gave him the address. On Christmas Day, 26-year-old Nicky Guido stepped out to show his uncle his new car. As they sat side by side in the vehicle, Nicky was pointing out the dashboard controls when 2 men approached, raised their guns, and fired through the windshield. Nicky Guido threw himself over his uncle, shielding him, and died seconds later. The thing is, he wasn't the Nicky Guido the hitman had been sent to kill. There were 2 men named Nicholas Guido. They were 3 years apart, living in nearby Brooklyn neighborhoods. Ippolito and Caracappa, the good cops they were, gave Casso the wrong address and caused the death of a completely innocent young man. Nicky Guido's mother kept his room untouched until her own death, blaming herself for naming him in the Italian tradition after her father. When asked about the murder years later, Casso shrugged. Hey, it's a mistake. No big deal. But Casso wasn't done. He wanted the other surviving shooter, Bob Baring. But before he could find him, the FBI did. Agents recovered a receipt signed by Baring for dropping off a red and white Thunderbird, the same car used in the abduction of Jimmy Heidel's missing girlfriend, Annette DiBiase. Faced with the evidence, Bob Baring flipped. He led the detectives to a makeshift grave where he and Heidel had buried Annette DiBiase's body and agreed to wear a wire. Through him, the FBI found the real Nicky Guido, alive, hiding in Florida, and brought him in. Just like Baring, he flipped. It seemed both men preferred prison over what awaited them if Casso found them first. Then, in September 1987, Frank Santora, Ippolito's cousin, and the detective's only direct link to the mob, was gunned down in Brooklyn. He wasn't the target. The bullets were meant for his friend, a Lucchese member, but Santora was hit twice in the torso and died within the hour. For Ippolito, the loss was personal and financial. Their connection to Casso was gone. Until then, neither Casso nor Kaplan had even known the detectives' names. That changed a few weeks later when Santora's widow invited Kaplan over. Inside her home sat Louis Ippolito. Kaplan later recalled their conversation. Louis says, "I'm pretty sure you know who I am." I said, "Yes, I know who you are. You're Frankie's cousin." Louis asked me if I had a desire to continue the business that we were doing together. The offer was simple. For today's equivalent of $11,000 a month, the detectives would give Casso everything. Intel on wiretaps, raids, informants, arrests. Murder contracts would cost extra. Kaplan took the proposal to Casso, and he agreed, just as long as they worked exclusively for him. Now officially on Anthony Casso's payroll, the detectives resumed their work. During this period, their information was used to carry out the attempted murder of Dominic Costa and the killings of John Otto Heidel, Victor Filicamo, Bruno Facciolo, and Anthony DeLappy. 2 weeks after DeLappy's murder, Louis Ippolito hosted a lavish retirement party at El Caribe, the Brooklyn banquet hall famous for its mob clientele. 2 years later, after more informants turned up dead and Stephen Caracappa successfully warned Casso to go into hiding, he followed Ippolito, retiring from the force as well. However, for Ippolito, this wasn't the end. His retirement meant reinvention. He started picking up small acting gigs, a hitman on the television show Kojak, and even a cameo in Goodfellas, where he played a background mobster named Fat Andy. Ippolito later said he met the actor Joe Pesci on the Goodfellas set, and that Pesci helped him land small parts in Predator 2, Bullets Over Broadway, and Lost Highway. Leaning fully into his image as the ex-cop with mafia blood, Ippolito decided to tell his own story, or rather, his version of it. In 1992, he published a memoir co-written with journalist Bob Drury, Mafia Cop, the story of an honest cop whose family was the mob. The book painted him as a misunderstood hero, a good cop framed by jealous colleagues, haunted by his father's criminal legacy. To most readers, it was self-serving fiction, and to anyone who knew the truth, it was also reckless. Former underboss of the Gambino family, Sammy Garavano, told reporters, "He put a light on himself. I thought at the time it was weird. You can't do that kind of stuff. Bragging like that whether you're a cop or a gangster, I thought to myself. These cops aren't going to like what you did." His partner, Caracappa, saw the danger immediately. The memoir included a photo of the two partners smiling in their squad room, captioned, "Two Godfathers of the NYPD." Still, Louis was proud. He promoted the book on the Sally Jesse Raphael show. He told tear-filled stories about his abusive father and claimed to have taken justice into his own hands against mobsters. The studio audience applauded him as a rogue hero, but there was one audience member who seemed to know something that the rest of the people in that room didn't.
Lou, we reap what we sow in this life. How do you think your life's going to end?
Well, I'm going to make it end good. There's nobody in the world that can defeat me and my inner self. I'm very happy, and I'm very, very strong-minded. I never bow to people.
Do you have a conscience of what you've been doing? I mean, do you ever lose sleep at night?
Oh no, not at all.
What did he do?
I did my job as best I can, as best I could, and I had
Take a break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
After the book's release, Louis Ippolito and his wife, Fran, left Brooklyn for Las Vegas. Their new home, a sun-beached villa with a pool, a collection of guns, and a few pet snakes. Directly across from them lived Stephen Caracappa and his wife. Caracappa worked security at a women's prison. Ippolito chased movie roles and attention. Together, they convinced themselves their past was buried, that their crystal ball years were behind them, but they soon found out time had only postponed their day of judgment. On March 26, 1994, the front page of the New York Daily News delivered a bombshell. The headline read, "Hero Cops or Hitmen?" Reporter Jerry Capici had published what sounded unthinkable. Anthony Gaspipe Casso, the feared Lucchese underboss, had named 2 NYPD detectives as his accomplices. The article featured the photo from Ippolito's book, Mafia Cop. For anyone who knew Ippolito, the idea that he might be a crooked cop wasn't shocking. But working directly for Anthony Gaspipe Casso, one of the most violent men in New York's underworld, was something else entirely. And as for Stephen Caracappa, the quiet administrator of the Major Case Squad, nobody could have imagined him to be capable of such brutality. By August 8, 1997, prosecutor George Stambolitis sent a letter to Casso's lawyer. Casso had broken every promise he'd made in his deal with the prosecution. He bribed guards, attacked another inmate, and attempted to undermine the credibility of fellow witnesses like Sammy Garavano and Al DeArco. The Justice Department officially cut him off, refusing to reduce his sentence or offer protection. Casso became the first mob turncoat ever expelled from the witness program. 9 days later, he was sentenced to 13 life terms, more than 4 centuries behind bars. He was sent to Administrative Maximum Facility near Florence, Colorado, a prison built for the most dangerous men alive. Casso said, "I help them and I get life without parole. This is really a f***ing joke." For most of the world, it wasn't. His downfall was a relief, one less informant to worry about. But for 2 retired detectives living quietly in Las Vegas, it was something more, a gift. Without Casso's testimony, the case against Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa vanished. Their murders, kidnappings, and betrayals would stay buried, or so it seemed. On the morning of September 9, 1996, federal agents knocked on the door of Burt Kaplan's brick home in Bensonhurst. When his wife opened the door, they found Kaplan in bed. Moments later, he was in handcuffs. Kaplan and an associate were charged with moving 24 tons of marijuana and 44 pounds of cocaine, along with tax fraud. In custody, agents pushed him to talk, to give up what he knew about the 2 retired NYPD detectives. Kaplan refused. At trial, witnesses detailed his smuggling empire. Even his family urged him to make a deal, but he wouldn't. The jury found him guilty, and at 62, he was sentenced to 27 years, effectively life. His lawyer called him the last true believer in the code of the mafia, the omerta. Unlike the bosses who'd previously folded under pressure, Kaplan stayed silent. And with Casso discredited and Kaplan locked away, the FBI's case against Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa went cold yet again. For years, the files sat untouched, and they might have stayed that way if not for small-time Gambino associate named Frankie Heidel and one determined detective, Tommy Dades. Frankie Heidel did jobs like any other associate.
Ну чё, пацанчики? Ну-ка, блядь,
Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо.
вроде никого. Ну, шкура цела уже неплохо.
Нормально, нормально.
Robbery, extortion, petty deals. But after a murder gone wrong and a parole violation, he agreed to cooperate with law enforcement. That's how he met Detective Tommy Dades. At first, Frankie didn't like Detective Dades, but over time, the hostility turned into trust. He told Dades and his FBI partner, Matt Tomey, small but valuable pieces of information. However, word soon got out that he was an informant. In early 1998, whispers spread through Staten Island that Frankie was leaking information. Detective Dades urged him to get off the street, to enter witness protection. Frankie refused. He thought his friends were just testing his loyalty. He didn't believe they would actually kill him.
Ну и чё ты за
On
хуйня?
April 27th, he was lured to a strip club called Scarlet's. When he stepped into the parking lot after midnight, someone shot him 3 times, and Frankie Heidel died. Detective Dades and his FBI partner, Matt Tomey, took the news hard. To them, Frankie wasn't just another informant. He was someone they'd come to care about. They drove to his mother's house to break the news. Betty Heidel was devastated. Dades promised they'd find whoever killed her son. Over time, the two formed an unlikely friendship. Betty would call Detective Dades now and then, sometimes just to talk. Sometimes to vent about how the NYPD had failed her. But in one of those calls, years later, she said something that stopped Dades cold. It was September 2003. The conversation drifted, as it often did, to her older son, Jimmy Heidel, the one who'd disappeared back in 1986 after trying to kill Gaspipe Casso. Then, almost as an afterthought, Betty said she knew who had taken him. On the day Jimmy vanished, two plainclothes detectives came to her door. A fat one and a thin one, as she described. And apparently, years later, she saw the fat one on the Sally Jesse Raphael show promoting his book, Mafia Cop. So she bought the book and learned their names were Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa. That revelation sent Dades digging through 10 boxes of evidence that had sat untouched for years. He started connecting the dots no one else had. For example, Caracappa had taken a day off the very day diamond dealer Israel Greenwald vanished. He'd also made notes about Lucchese turncoat Anthony DeLappy just before the man was executed in Los Angeles. But the real breakthrough came from a digital breadcrumb. Dades found that on November 11th, 1986, Caracappa had run a search for Nicky Guido. 44 days later, that innocent Nicky Guido was dead. It was the first hard proof that Casso had been telling the truth all along. However, Betty Heidel's testimony wasn't enough to bring down two former NYPD detectives. Prosecutors needed something more, someone from the inside who could tie everything together. After 9 years behind bars, Burt Kaplan, the once loyal mob associate, was old, sick, and out of options. For nearly a decade, he'd refused every deal offered to him. But when investigators pressed again in 2004, Kaplan hesitated. He'd spent too long protecting men who probably wouldn't do the same for him. Deep down, he was afraid that if he didn't flip, Ippolito and Caracappa eventually would. And when they did, they'd point the finger at him. So Kaplan decided to do it first. With his cooperation, prosecutors finally had what they'd been missing for nearly 20 years. A credible insider who could prove that two NYPD detectives had secretly been working for the mafia. But by 2005, the case that Tommy Dades and the Brooklyn DA had spent years building was suddenly out of their hands. Federal prosecutors in the Eastern District had quietly moved forward, convening their own grand jury and preparing Racketeering Influenced and Corrupt Organization Act, or RICO, charges against Ippolito and Caracappa without telling the Brooklyn team. The reason was simple. The clock was running out. The murders were old, but the FBI had a fresh crime to reset the statute of limitations. An informant posing as a crooked accountant had recorded the retired detectives agreeing to launder drug money. It even helped orchestrate a staged meth sale involving Ippolito's own son. It was the final piece of evidence the feds needed to prove the mafia cops were still active. The Brooklyn DA was furious, but powerless. Burt Kaplan was now a federal witness, and without him, their case couldn't stand. In the end, the DA agreed to let the FBI take it all. The entire story, from Jimmy Heidel's murder to the detective's final downfall, would be told in one sweeping RICO case. On March 9th, 2005, nearly 20 years after they started working for Casso, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa were out for dinner in Las Vegas when agents closed in. Caracappa raised his hands without protest. Ippolito resisted before being forced to the ground. Agent Kenny Luzak told him, "It's been a long time coming." Ippolito replied, "Yes, it has." Hours later, agents raided Ippolito's home, finding 116 firearms, assault rifles, a sawed-off shotgun, a revolver engraved Mafia Cop Louis Ippolito, and pictures documenting Ippolito's ties with mobsters. His son, Anthony, was arrested alongside a family friend for the meth deal that had finally given prosecutors their RICO hook. The next day, the indictment was unsealed in Brooklyn. It accused the two of 8 murders, 2 attempted murders, kidnapping, money laundering, compromising state and federal investigations, and leaking the names of informants, 3 of whom were later killed. The Justice Department called it the most shocking case of police corruption in New York history. That night, Detective Tommy Dades called Betty Heidel. After 2 decades of waiting, she finally heard the words she never thought she would. They'd been caught. It was like a weight off her shoulders, Detective Dades said. Across the county, Nicky Guido's mother saw the news. She didn't grasp the situation until her surviving son, Mike Guido, called her. "We never thought 18 years later this would turn up. We had left it alone." And for one man, the arrests meant freedom. Barry Gibbs, the postal worker framed for the murder by Detective Ippolito, had spent 19 years in prison. When agents searched Ippolito's house, they found the original homicide file he'd taken when he retired. It was all the Innocence Project needed to reopen the case. Peter Mitchell, the original key witness, recanted, admitting he'd lied after being threatened by Ippolito. On September 29, 2005, Barry Gibbs walked out of court a free man. A year later, in an interview with the TV show 60 Minutes, Barry expressed his anger.
He's a corrupt cop and he's no good. And that's the end of it. He ruined my life. He could have done that to anybody. It just so happened it was me. He could have done it to you. He could have done it to anybody sitting here.
But the revelations didn't end there. Investigators turned to one last name tied to their files: the missing diamond dealer, Israel Greenwald. Acting on information from Bert Kaplan, they found Peter Franzone. He could not remember which one garage contained Greenwald's body. So, on March 23, 2005, the FBI team simply picked one at random and started working. For 2 days, the FBI dug through concrete and soil, and on the 3rd, they found him. Greenwald had been shot twice in the back of the head and buried in the same clothes he had been wearing on the day he disappeared. Greenwald's family finally got closure. 2 months later, they buried him in Tel Aviv, under a white stone engraved in Hebrew, a charitable and kind man, big-hearted and a good friend, killed by the hands of evil people in New York on February 10, 1986, when he was only 34. In January 2006, just 2 months before the trial, 60 Minutes aired an interview with Stephen Caracappa. When asked how he responded to accusations that he was a mafia hitman, Caracappa dismissed them outright.
How do you respond to that?
Totally ridiculous. It's ludicrous. Anybody that knows me knows I love the police department. I couldn't kill anybody. I shot a guy once on a job, and I still think about it. Bothers me.
When journalist Ed Bradley pressed him further, asking if he would have committed the crimes had he known he wouldn't be caught, Caracappa replied,
Get caught. Everybody gets caught. And the person who did this is going to get caught.
And he was right. He and Ippolito did get caught. On March 6, 2009, Judge Jack Weinstein handed down the final sentences. Louis Ippolito was sentenced to life in prison plus 100 years, with a $4.75 million fine. Stephen Caracappa received life in prison plus 80 years, and a $4.25 million fine. After nearly 2 decades of investigation, betrayal, and courtroom battles, the long, twisted saga of the mafia cops was finally over. Justice had caught up to them. After sentencing, Louis Ippolito and Stephen Caracappa were sent out to high-security penitentiaries, Ippolito to Tucson, Arizona, and Caracappa to Butner, North Carolina. Barry Gibbs, the wrongfully convicted postal worker, won a $9.9 million settlement from New York City, the largest individual payout in city history at the time. He spent his final years free, but ill, saying, "He would live each day like it's my last." He died of colon cancer in 2018. Meanwhile, the families of the detective's murder victims sued New York City for failing to stop the corruption. After years of delays and appeals, the city paid a total of $18.4 million to settle with 7 families, including $5 million each to the relatives of Nikki Guido and Israel Greenwald. In 2016, Stephen Caracappa, terminally ill with cancer, petitioned Judge Weinstein for early release. The judge refused. Caracappa died behind bars the following year, age 75. Louis Ippolito outlived his partner by 2 years. He died in 2019, age 71, in a hospital near Tucson Penitentiary. Their former benefactor, Anthony Gaspipe Casso, remained imprisoned for more than 2 decades. He suffered from multiple illnesses and contracted COVID-19 in late 2020. He died from complications of the virus on December 15, 2020. It's unsettling to consider how differently things might have unfolded. If Louis Ippolito hadn't chased the spotlight by publishing his book Mafia Cop, Anthony Casso may never have been able to rat out his crystal ball. And if he hadn't sat under the studio lights of the Sally Jesse Raphael show, Betty Heidel might never have been able to tell police who took her son. 2 decisions driven by the crippling weight of his ego set off a chain reaction that exposed everything. Hey, if you'd like to help us get the algorithm to recommend this video to more people, then hit the like button and subscribe to our channel. And if you'd like to help us on our quest to gain independence from said algorithm that dictates what we can and cannot make videos about, then join us over on stack.com/brew. Stacked is a platform similar to Patreon, except it takes a smaller cut from creators' donations while providing the same service. For $5 a month, our members get access to behind-the-scenes production discussions, ad-free and sponsor-free versions of our YouTube videos, as well as upcoming exclusive bonus videos. You can become a member by going to stack.com/brew or by clicking the link in the description below. Thanks to all the Stacked members who have already joined, and a big special thanks to our top-tier members, Nexus and Border Lodge. And thank you to everyone for watching. If you're looking for a good read and would like to learn more about this case, check out The Blood and the Badge by Michael Cannell. It is by far the most comprehensive source of information available on this topic and the primary source used to make this video. See you all in the next one. We've covered multiple cases on this channel where authorities have caused irreparable damage to an investigation and prevented justice from being served. But this is the worst one yet. A domestic terrorist who went uncaught for years, free to continue his bombings and kill as many innocent people as possible, all of which could have been prevented if the FBI had done their job in the first place. But to fully understand how the FBI let people die, we need to start from the beginning. The Olympics, a suspicious bag, and a hero who may not have been a hero. Let's get into it. In order to make this video and all the other ones on this channel, it takes at least 6 people working full-time over multiple weeks. Without sponsors, this would be impossible. So we'd like to take this moment to thank this video's sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends, and congratulate them in celebrating their 7th year this month. They have lots of goodies for new and existing players to celebrate if you use our link, and use promo code RAID7, you'll get Pelops the Victor. Oh, and be sure to wait for our promo codes at the end for some goodies, like Brews. Raid Shadow Legends has been around for a long time, and it's for a reason. AAA graphics, amazing combat, and so many cool champions. If you click on our link to download the game, you get a $200 anniversary package for free. That's right, Raid is celebrating its 7th anniversary, and by clicking through our link only, you'll get legendary champion Krokmar the Devourer. Plus all of this stuff on screen when you level up, including epic champion Galapo the Recluse if you reach level 25. But there's even more cool stuff, like limited time Assassin's Creed champions. You can get legendary Ezio for free by logging on for 7 days. And you can also unlock other iconic assassins like Edward Kenway, Bayek, Basim, and Cassandra by participating in special events, tournaments, and summon boosts. Plus we've got some more great promo codes for more champions and even brews in game, because it's my name. Also, if you're a new user, you can use one of these promo codes on screen. And current players can get some goodies and brews with promo code EPIRE. New users can use that one too after waiting 24 hours. Don't forget to click the link below and join my clan Legendary Brew so we can be legendary together. Now, onto the video. On July 26, 1996, the 7th day of the Atlanta Olympic Games, over 50,000 people gathered at Centennial Park. The R&B band Jack Mack and the Heart Attack were performing that night, and thousands of fans were packed in the space between the stage and the NBC Sound Tower, a 5-story, 40-foot-high scaffolding rig wired with speakers and lights. One song after another, people sang and danced together until it was time for the band's break around 12:30 a.m. At the same time, a security guard named Richard Jewell came out of one of the bathrooms and noticed 7 college-aged boys sitting on 2 of the 3 green benches in front of the NBC Sound Tower making a ruckus. Apart from their drunk antics, the guard noticed they had 2 large bags. One was clearly a cooler bag since they were pulling out fresh 12-ounce Budweisers from it, but the other was a large green Alice pack, pushed further under the left bench. He eventually left that and went back to his post by the entrance on the other side of the NBC tower. When Richard circled back to the same spot 20 minutes later, he saw that those young men had littered dozens of empty cans everywhere. Now that was crossing a line. Richard confronted the young men with limited success, so the security guard called the assistant commander of park security, Agent Tom Davis of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, or GBI for short. "They won't listen to me. I need someone in law enforcement to talk to them," Richard complained to Tom. By the time they both returned to the location, half the guys had already dispersed into the large crowd, leaving behind only 2 who were now picking up the empty beer cans. But as soon as they saw the agent coming, they tried to flee as well to avoid getting in trouble. In their haste, however, they accidentally kicked the green Alice bag that was under the bench. Richard immediately noticed and called out to Tom. "Hey, Tom, they left out one of their bags right under that bench. How do you want to handle this situation?" The agent thought Richard was reading too much into it by labeling it a situation. For the past few weeks since the games had begun, there had been multiple reports of abandoned backpacks and people panicking, thinking it was something like an explosive device, but it never was. Tom and Richard decided to locate the green bag's owner. Finding no tags on it, they scanned the crowd and spotted 2 of the beer boys from before. "Did y'all leave a bag up here?" asked the agent. "No, it ain't ours." Tom thought someone else might have forgotten it. Not a big deal. But Richard wasn't letting it go. He pressed again. "What do you want to do about this situation?" Tom still thought the guard was overreacting. After all, Richard always took security a bit too seriously. Just days earlier, he'd been pestering the crew to seal the gaps around the sound cables by the tower so there would be no spots that someone could easily use to stash something dangerous. Still, protocol was protocol. So despite Tom's skepticism, at 12:57 a.m., he alerted the Centennial Park Command Center of a code 27, a suspicious package report. 1 minute later, a 9...
Oh shit, I did not mean to do that. I need to go use the bathroom, bro. I look so chopped, oh my god. Time for me to take a shit.
A villain's origin story is as critical to their development as anything else.
Oh my god.
And foundation for all of their problematic decisions to come. And in their eyes, even justification. The origin of Louis' villain arc throughout Snowfall is no different. And rest assured, it is indeed a villain arc. And in today's video, we'll explore how we got here and make predictions for its ending. Before we begin, be sure to hit the like button, subscribe, and bell notification to immediately receive these videos. Also, big thank you to all of my channel donors. If you'd like to be the next one, drop $1 on that Cash App for us. And lastly, a spoiler alert is now in effect for all things Snowfall. Here we go. Louis was introduced to us way back in Season 1 as the main piece to Franklin's fun-loving uncle, Jerome. The two made a great pair, but her background was vastly contrary to his. Louis had essentially come from the gutter. The earlier seasons made mention of her turning tricks, being pimped out, and also dabbling in drugs to the point of excess, something that inspired the rage we witnessed in Jerome when Franklin brought it to light during their climactic argument. I say these things not to slander her character, but to further define it. Louis was a loner of sorts, and not only that, but one that was used, abused, and controlled by ancillary figures looking to benefit off her good looks, charm, hustling ethics, and unfortunately, her weak will, at least at the time. The most notable of these figures was Claudia Crane, Louis' old lover who she used to hustle with. Claudia's presence in Louis' story is paramount to her villain arc, as it's the pain that Claudia inspired that motivated Louis to never relive it again. Remember, Louis introduced a younger, more naive Franklin to Claudia in an effort to jumpstart his hustle. However, during their reassociation, Claudia would persistently find ways to minimize Louis and her growing confidence as the money began to roll in. That void of self-doubt was perpetually filled by Claudia's overtures and made Louis feel that familiar sentiment of loneliness, destitution, and unworthiness. This was only compounded by her romantic issues with Jerome at the time. The source of Louis' pain was rooted in the humiliation generated by this situationship and spilled over into an all-out brawl between the two women. After this fight, Louis' reconciliation with Jerome and Claudia's destruction of Rome's speaker store in retaliation, Louis paid Claudia a final visit, only to discover her in a state of weakness herself, the same state she was always placed in by her former muse. Louis would go on to cement her destructive origin by killing Claudia, something we wouldn't find out until her LSD-filled wedding. With this act, Franklin's underlying antagonist was born, though none of us were wiser to how deep this event really affected the story. Louis would remain a good soldier in Franklin's army despite the many hiccups, which included stumbling into a gang war that no one asked for, one that nearly cost Louis her life and Jerome his sanity. During Saint's recovery from near death by gunshot, courtesy of his former love, Louis had the opportunity to fully learn the drug business from a heightened angle. She took care of her nephew's affairs with the help of Jerome and made a simmering connection with his plug, Teddy McDonald, evidence of which could be seen throughout their friendliness in Season 4. Following the failed attempt on her life, Louis decided it was time for her and Jerome to run the business their way, as they saw fit. Franklin's expansion idea and Louis' success in advancing it only served to support their independent endeavors. Though apprehensive of all the changes taking place around him, Franklin continued business with his family, still hoping to complete his own vision of Americanism, one where families take control of an industry and then expanded through generations by any means, even if it meant bloodshed in between. However, the underlying differences fully surfaced as Louis' ambition and power began to grow. In her most controversial act, Louis undercut her nephew by brokering a deal with the plug directly, essentially freeing herself from Franklin entirely. She didn't share his collective vision of familial dominance. As she saw it, she was on the precipice of her own version of liberation, a version that would free her from any entanglements outside of Jerome. Nothing could be further from the truth, understanding that she just traded one overlord, Franklin, for another one in Teddy. In one fell swoop, she destroyed one of the series' most beloved relationships, and the fallout has been immense to start, even deadly. An interesting scene from episode 601 depicts Jerome and Louis meeting with Scully, who they'd befriended in the prior season. The former criminal turned religious monk encouraged the two to bridge the gap between their broken family. After all, he would be an authority on such an issue given all that he's lost. Scully offered his wisdom along with a warning and gave the two a token of divine ordinance, as he called it, upon departure. Though the spiritual gift of family was preserved by Jerome, we witnessed it destroyed by Louis. The act represented their opposing stance on the situation at hand. Jerome, though conflicted as ever before, wished to maintain his family. Louis, on the other hand, could honestly care less about it. After all, it falls in line with her origin to begin with. She was then and is now a loner, motivated and governed by the spirit of individualism, as every great villain is. Whereas Jerome was a family man. Even his final confrontation with Franklin detailed his motivation for moving to Los Angeles, his family, and relationship with Franklin to be exact. This divide will eventually disrupt his marriage with Louis as well, as fences begin to mend and his eyes are open. As for Louis, her desire for power and revenge will only grow as the season continues, and in the final act, it may just cost her life, or even worse, a blinded Jerome's, unwilling to choose between the woman he loves and the family he's been bound to protect. His yearning for death was clearly visible in that aforementioned conflict with Franklin, where his nephew was provoked to pull a strap on his uncle and father figure. But what are your thoughts on all of this? How will Louis' villain arc pan out in Snowfall's final season? Be sure to drop me your opinions in the comments below. As always, I thank you for watching today's video. If you liked today's video, go ahead and drop $1 on that Cash App for us, hit the like button, share it with your friends who are fans of Snowfall, and subscribe for more content such as this. This is Rudy P. Magic of Rudy P. Magic Beats, and have a blessed one until the next one. Peace, y'all.
For their children and the following generations. But after making that decision to retire, Franklin's plug, CIA officer Teddy McDonald, robbed all $73 million, wiping his account and leaving Franklin back where he started, broke.
Start back at zero. That ain't gonna happen.
You can only imagine the pain and the anger that would take over once losing such a substantial amount. Loss aversion is a cognitive bias that describes why, for individuals, the pain of losing is psychologically twice as powerful as the pleasure of gaining. The loss felt from money or any other valuable object can feel worse than gaining that same thing. If I were to give you $1,000 right now for no reason, you'd be pretty happy. But if I took $1,000 from your account for no reason, it would hurt more, and you'd feel pain to a larger extent than to the happiness of receiving the money. It's not even just that for Franklin, but he's aware of the person he had to become to make this money. How much of a monster he had to become for the sake of financial freedom.
I've killed people, destroyed lives, whatever I had to, not just to survive, but to win. I saw the simple truth. If by any measure, I'm a monster.
And now, that was all going to be for nothing. And beyond the financial freedom, money gave Franklin power and respect, and without the money, he felt as though he'd fallen from the highest pedestal. This created a character with no sense of morality. In his eyes, nothing had as much importance as money, and he was going to do whatever he could to make it back.
Told you the gloves had to come off.
I didn't realize that meant robbing your own family, though.
You had to stop the bleeding. Buy us some time till I could find Teddy.
Franklin tried to ask his Aunt Louie for help, but she rejected. So Franklin robbed his own uncle and aunt of $3.4 million of cash and cocaine, sparking a war between family members.
I heard you when you said you didn't want to go to war with your family. But you need to know exactly who we dealing with.
Although $3.4 million is much less than Franklin's $73 million, Jerome still feels the pain of being robbed and builds anger and resentment towards his nephew. And out of this emotion, he murders one of Franklin's female bodyguards, Black Diamond.
Stop hitting her!
Tell Franklin that I did this.
But instead of retaliating, Franklin opens his eyes. He realized what was about to entail. He was about to go to war with the most important male figure in his life. Jerome and Franklin had a unique bond. Franklin's father Alton became an alcoholic and was mostly absent, leaving Franklin's mother Sissy to look after a young Franklin. But Jerome, her younger brother, stepped in and raised Franklin like his own.
Instantly, I had love, I had purpose. I was gonna be the man to raise you. For the longest time, I thought that by lifting you up, watching the young man that you was gonna become, that maybe be the greatest thing that ever happened in my life.
Jerome was the closest thing Franklin had to a father, but with limited opportunity, financial struggles were still a problem. That was until Franklin found his way out, selling crack cocaine to people in the neighborhood. Jerome originally wanted no part of it, but this is where the importance of Louie comes in. Louie was Jerome's girlfriend who he'd eventually go on to marry, and she was pretty useless for the most part, but Jerome loved her deeply and did what he needed to keep her happy. But what this created was a man who never followed his heart, something we see have a negative effect time and time again. When Louie heard the proposition, she instantly became intrigued and pleaded for Jerome's involvement.
Franklin gonna do this with or without us. Be better for him if we in on it.
We got a good life here, don't we? But it still ain't enough, right? You sound like a little girl right now.
Maybe I do. For 7 figures a month, baby, this world'll be whatever the we want it.
This then enabled Louie to take the reins years into the drug game, with Jerome playing more of a secondary role. So when she had a problem with Franklin and decided to break away from the business, he followed. And that's what makes their current war so sad. The tear in their relationship is collateral of Louie's actions, creating a false hatred, blinding them of the love they once had. They attempt to talk it out, but things take a left turn.
I try to give you legacy. Something more than a subwoofer and a weight bench. And if you hadn't let yourself get played by that trick you married, you might have.
You think you're talking to?
You ever live?
You ain't gonna do shit!
I ain't gonna do shit!
Do it. Kill me. End this shit right now. Do it.
This battle was tough for Franklin psychologically because deep down he still has love for Jerome, but he feels as though he can't let love get in the way of his money. This was a major sign that greed had overwhelmed Franklin. He picked money over family, a narrative that would continue. They continued to go back and forth at each other for a while, until an abrupt turn of events occur, and Louie is kidnapped by Kane, an accomplice of Franklin, and begs Franklin to save her.
You want Teddy? I'll help you.
Sorry, Louie. I already gotten in.
Franklin then surprisingly makes the decision to call Jerome and let him know what was happening, and they team up to break her free. But during the process, Jerome dies whilst killing Kane, a bullet to the chest, dying while trying to save his woman. Franklin crying at Jerome's death speaks volumes. He never wanted Jerome to die, regardless of the words said, regardless of the guns they pulled on each other. The love was underlying throughout, and it really hit hard for Franklin. At first, he tries to cope using defense mechanisms.
He was my blood, alright? And I love him. But he never should have broke away from us.
Defense mechanisms essentially help you ease anxiety in your mind when there's conflict within. But the one Franklin seems to be using here is denial. He's trying to appear as though he's lost love for Jerome for breaking away, but his tears would say otherwise. Now he's trying to put up this uncaring front. Not too long after, he suffers from a bad nightmare.
Franklin! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! No! You're dreaming. It's a dream. You're dreaming. You're dreaming, okay? You're dreaming.
Oh, yeah, breathe.
Calm down.
Suppressing emotions doesn't eradicate the feeling, it still remains within your subconscious. But Franklin continues to do so in the pursuit of his money. Franklin became heartless after this, and performed actions that make him nothing less than evil.
My accounts are the same as when you took it. Call William, tell him to transfer it all back, do it now, and your pops gets to walk out of here like nothing happened.
You don't want to do this.
This is the last time I'm gonna say this to you, Daddy. Send me my mother money. Do it right now.
That's not how it works. There's a process, even if I could.
Wrong answer.
He was the most incompetent soldier ever lived.
What the fuck? What was that? Hey, Franklin, what the fuck did you just do?
This is a depth we've never seen Franklin ever go to. He's never killed someone innocent. His previous victims were accidents or enemies. Kevin was his best friend who he accidentally killed, shooting him in the leg to stop Kevin murdering someone else. And even though technically Kevin was innocent, Franklin deeply regretted it and felt bad instantly. Andre Wright was doing everything in his power to get Franklin into a jail cell, and therefore Franklin saw him as a threat and killed him. Manboy was a direct enemy who was out to kill Franklin, so Franklin tricked and killed him. Rob was Franklin's friend that was spilling secrets about Franklin working with the CIA and was becoming addicted to cocaine, and therefore Franklin saw Rob as a liability and took him out. By no means at all am I saying these murders are justified, but they show Franklin as a character who does whatever he needs to win. But he just killed an old man and showed no remorse. He didn't do that to win, he did that in an attempt to make Teddy feel pain. Franklin by all means is desensitized to killing at this point. Desensitization essentially means that stimuli that would usually shock you no longer does due to the repeated exposure of said stimuli. The first time Franklin ever had to kill was in season